We've been finally freed from that stuffy mission. She let go of the reactionless Alexander and lightly stretched, going a tilde. Laughter came from the cavalry watching her. It was an action that didn't suit their superior officer, who was called Death. What shall we do from here on? His Excellency Yalda's legion will soon arrive, and it appears a pincer unit from Madros will arrive too. If we want to join the attack, we need to link up with them, I believe. Yalda's legion and 10,000 sortied from Madros planned to launch a united attack soon on the First Corps of the Imperial Army that had lost its convoys, fallen into chaos, and couldn't take action. They had further lost their main commanders, and the first prince of the Empire was captured. They would be routed with just one blow, no doubt about it. There remains one more person, who we have to greet. I've waited quite a while, so let's go see him. If we drive the cavalry, we'll probably meet him in time. Understood. Politely carry His Highness to Madros. Please and thank you. Shera ordered the two cavalrymen who had recently joined, the two former mercenaries. Both of them straightened their backs and respectfully bowed. Sir, we will make sure to bring this man to Madros. Leave it to us. Very well, we will march north from here, and strike the back of the Empire's 7th Corps. Shera's cavalry, begin the advance. OU. To raid the food storehouse, Gustav leading the 7th Corps were heading east from the 2nd Fort. At the same time as the sky brightened, a messenger conveyed an urgent report. Your Excellency Gustav. Bad news. What? Calm down and report. The First Corps was hit by an enemy's night attack and annihilated. Our allies are routed, and His Highness Alexander whereabouts are unknown. No mistake? With a grave expression, Gustav asked for confirmation from the messenger. Sir, this information is for certain. What is this? The creases of Gustav's brow bunched together, and he crossed his arms while groaning. Yalda in the 2nd Fort has betrayed, and he plans to pincer with a unit that has launched themselves from Madros Castle. There are reports that traitors also appeared within the army, but the details are ambiguous. Read aloud a staff officer, skimming the report from the messenger. He was disturbed internally, but he made an effort not to let that show on his expression. It's hard to believe that His Highness's 1st Corps would be decimated that easily though. However, it's hard to consider this misinformation. We ought to think that the First Army has taken to their heels. I fear Lieutenant Colonel Shera may have induced havoc from the inside. No matter how elite the soldiers, an army is frail when the line of command breaks, so Yalda and Shera's surrender was indeed fake. We've been duped. The staff officers could only keep silent at Gustav's words. There were two roads the 7th Corps could choose from. They could continue east as they were and conduct a raid as planned from the beginning. However, that necessitated the resolve to be annihilated. The other was to retake the abandoned 2nd Fort and withdraw to Wealth. That would also be quite challenging, but there was a good possibility that the trailing units had drew close enough to the 2nd Fort. We Wealthians would never be beaten by Madrosians, correct? Sir, there is no need to show our backs. Please give your order to immediately charge forward. If we burn the storehouse, we can also make the enemy taste hell. Very well. Then, we shall advance forward. We can't show our faces to Wealth if we can't even destroy a storehouse. Understood. We'll show them, we'll absolutely obliterate the storehouse. Gustav decided to advance forward. If they burned the storehouse, he would be able to once again induce a stalemate. Also, assuming Alexander had been taken prisoner, he was considering the possibility of being able to carry out negotiations favorably. And thus, with a certain static interfering with his composed thinking, he chose to take a path he would have never taken normally. When they finally arrived at a place where they could see the disguised and fenced storehouse, the 7th Corps increased their speed of advance, whether they liked it or not. They leapt onto their deathbeds, hidden by high thickets. What's this? This is. It's a bottomless swamp. Stop you all. All members halt. If you don't want to die, halt. Upon the vanguard group entering the marshlands, the soldiers met with disaster. Bodies sank into the mud, and they couldn't move. Not only that, they began to be swallowed up to their torsos, and before long, they were completely swallowed. Not everywhere was bottomless, of course, but their feet had been resoundly stopped. Horses struggled and fell, and soldiers with the weight of their armor had poor footing and couldn't stand up. Gustav orders the entire army to stop and sent the order to slowly back up. But it was already too late. The entirety of Kerry's Fifth Army had been deployed here in ambush, and had held their breaths, waiting for the Imperial Army to jump to their deaths. You shit-faced Gustav, how rare of you plunged so deep in. You saved us a lot of trouble. Surround the enemy. Push them into the marshlands and shoot them with arrows. Massacre the Welthians. Understood. Push them in. Rain down the arrows. War drums beat, horns pealed, and the entire army began the assault. The men with their feet seized in the marshlands were doused with arrows like rain, and they helplessly collapsed. Awaiting those who tried to escape for dear life was a volley from mounted archers, the Fifth Army's pride. Kerry had also taken up a bow, and with steady aim, was accurately shooting down soldiers. While knocking the next arrow, he thought, Gustav, it seems you've inhaled Sir Death's miasma, and never doubted us for a second. Why would they expressly build a storehouse here, straight ahead from the second fort whose defense was unreliable? There was no reason, except that this entire region was completely safeguarded by marshlands. Otherwise, there would never be a storehouse built on difficult-to-defend flat land. Kerry was more familiar than anyone with the Madros terrain. If it were the normal Gustav, he would have certainly conducted reconnaissance, cautiously marched, and seen through them probably. What made him not was that his eyes had been clouded by the oppressive presence known as death. Retreat, retreat. Break through the encirclement and return to wealth even if you have to do it alone. For I of all people to have artfully been ensnared in a trap. Yelled Gustav, encouraging the soldiers. He felt ashamed of himself for losing his composure this late in the game. He had been thoroughly duped by Scherer, who he had doubted in the first place, and then bit at the bait dangled right before his eyes. How foolish he had been. He marshaled his soldiers while his face was flushing with anger and remorse. There was no time to regret. Your Excellency cannot die here. Go back and live for us Welthians. That is the duty of a man of the Welth family. Please take care of our families. I cannot. I will with you, gentlemen. You mustn't. We'll launch an attack and open a way out without fail. Strike there and break through no matter what. Your Excellency Gustav, please stay safe. Wait, I'm shaking off Gustav's voice telling them to stop. The elite unit to his side began the assault, fervently thrashing the enemy infantry. They were impaled by pikes, dragged down from horses, and many people were killed, but their intense onslaught was able to create an opening in the kingdom's army for just a second. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. Everyone follow me. We'll break through this encirclement for sure. Follow His Excellency. Long live wealth. Glory to wealth. Kill even one more Madrosian. Gustav had broken through the encirclement, and took flight with all his energy, aiming for the second fort. Trying to prevent him, Kerry's pursuit unit relentlessly attacked them. There were no Welthian prisoners. Everyone fought until they died, and thus the killing continued. As losses began increasing beyond expectations, Kerry reluctantly ordered the pursuit to stop. There was nothing more dangerous than soldiers who were prepared to die, soldiers that had given themselves up to death. Gustav's soldiers had fought with that degree of determination. Gustav's 7th Corps that had been 20,000 was now reduced to 5,000. The survivors scattered loosely in all directions, and through their own respective judgments, tried to retreat to wealth. Those accompanying Gustav around him were merely 500. There was no command, and they did nothing but continue to steadily retreat. In the violent snowstorm, in front of them appeared an army of cavalry. Their flag was black, and it had a white crow coat of arms on it. It was the emblem of Shera. The character ought to be called the leading actor behind their defeat. So here is death's curtain up, huh? Perfect timing to give them a parting gift. We'll make them accept their punishment. Gustav unsheathed his sword with a vehement look and gave the order to attack. Shera's cavalry similarly began the charge, and it became a battle royale with horses of both sides mutually stopped. Both sides had accumulated fatigue, and the only ones moving around robustly was Shera and a few others. Lively swinging her scythe, she reaped anyone she could get her hands on. Shera. You bastard, how dare you appear? If you have any pride as a warrior, kill yourself immediately. Ha! Lieutenant General Gustav, I've been waiting for you. I knew if I did that I'd splendidly run into you like this. The more heads of generals the better. Sorry, but please become my meal. Silence. By the pride of wealth, I will kill you. Shera's scythe swooped down at Gustav, but he parried her furious attacks, deftly manipulating his sword. His intuition from his many years warned him that he couldn't take the blows with his sword. Gustav continued to flourish his sword, warding off her power. His horse wildly neighed, and Gustav's motivating shouts echoes around the vicinity. Ha! There. Flowingly. Like this. Deflecting the force, he handled Shera's blows by a paper-thin margin. In this predicament, Gustav displayed his proficiency in swordsmanship. Naive, little girl. Shera got unintentionally caught in Gustav's feint. He feigned his posture broken, and the scythe was swung downwards, but Gustav avoided it by centimeters. I've got you. Shera had overextended. Gustav aimed for her chest, sending forth a sharp thrust with all his might behind it. It was an extremely fast thrust, the fastest in Gustav's lifetime. How regrettable. Just a fingertip away. Lieutenant General Gustav, you really aren't lucky. Gustav's thrusted sword has stopped only a small distance away from Shera's heart. He had gotten her armor, but unfortunately, was unable to leave a wound. Shera's upswinged scythe sublimely stabbed into Gustav's jaw. Its tip could be seen penetrating through the front of Gustav's face. Gustav couldn't let out any screams at what intense pain must be running through his body. From his twitching mouth spilled volumes of blood. Shera violently extracted her scythe, and Gustav's head was cut off with a sideways flash. Then, she sucked in a deep breath, and shouted in a large voice. I, Shera, have killed the enemy General Gustav. The enemy's routed, killed everyone you can reach. Ooh. A unit that had lost its commander was extremely brittle. On the other hand, soldiers in victory gathered strength. Gustav's soldiers that had lost their fighting spirit were all crushed, and their corpses littered the ground. Even so, it ought to be praised that they fought to the end. In the end, no more than 3,000 of the 7th Corps made it back to Wealth safely. The remaining soldiers had all died in battle. The 30,000 First Corps was completely routed, more than half of them surrendered, and the rest died in battle or escaped. The operation to invade Madros completely failed, and it ended with the Imperial Army suffering enormous injury. Also, the commander of the First Corps Alexander had become a prisoner of the kingdom's army, and the commander of the 7th Corps Gustav had died in battle. The empire had lost all its war potential in the east, and the higher-ups were in great commotion. The kingdom began negotiations with the empire using Alexander as leverage. First, they wanted the empire to withdraw their troops from captured kingdom territory, and also wanted them to pay indemnities. Furthermore, in exchange for the delivery of Alexander, they wanted the empire to hand over the second Prince Alan. They sought to drive a wedge between the empire and the Liberation Army. The empire agreed to withdraw their troops, but would not pay indemnities. Also, they completely refused to hand over Alan. First-time negotiations ended in failure to reach agreement. For the time being, temporarily established by continuing negotiations, a transient peace reached the Wealth and Madros areas. In the defensive battle for Madros this time, Shera's participation had been tremendous. She had made incredible achievements, taking 3 heads of division commander-ranked generals, taking the head of the 7th Corps commander Gustav, and further capturing the first prince of the empire alive. She was enthusiastically praised by Kerry and Yalda, and she began being treated as a hero even in the royal capital. A letter of commendation from Prime Minister Farzam also arrived, and it was decided a medal would be conferred. With such meritorious service, she was immediately approved for promotion to colonel, and her adjutant Katerina was also cleared to be promoted to first lieutenant. As for Shera, rather than some promotion to colonel, she was much more interested in the seed of the wealth potato she had obtained during the raid on the supply convoys. She toyed with the seed potato, humming, trying to think of a suitable place to cultivate it. Lieutenant Colonel, congratulations on your promotion to colonel. You are also famed in the royal capital as a hero, the savior of the country.
Is it okay to relinquish your name of Death God?
For a hero to have the nickname Death God was inauspicious and would become a topic of discussion, said Katerina as she wryly smiled. Shera laughed, not worrying at all. The name finally stuck, and wouldn't that be a waste? Isn't it suitable enough? No problem then. Please boldly call yourself Death God from here on as well. I shall. Good for you two getting promoted to first lieutenant, Katerina. Due to their successive losses, Katerina had said goodbye to promotion. Now she had finally been able to rise to first lieutenant. Even after promotion, her duties wouldn't particularly change though. She intended to work all the harder as Shera's adjutant. Sir, thank you very much. Also, Lieutenant General Yalda's reinstatement to general has been approved due to his achievements this time. He's in an extremely good humor, and he admires you, Lieutenant Colonel. Enough that he wants you as his daughter, he says. That wasn't a joke, he truly considered taking her in as an adopted child, but he was stopped by Sidamo. Saying he didn't want any more chores pushed on him, he persuaded Yalda desperately it seemed. Kerry also informed her that he wanted to accept her as a bride for Darius, who had safely survived, but Darius himself was begging in tears. It seemed he had some psychological trauma from almost being killed. When Shera smiled, his face paled and he escaped, almost flying away. They also said that we'll get a bunch of medals. When I said please give me something delicious instead of those, I was laughed at. Shera tossed the seed potato into the air like a beanbag, again and again. Katerina was having fun watching her. In this battle, many of my soldiers died too sadly. Very unfortunate. Sir, among 2,600 have died in battle or are missing. However, everyone fought with bravery until the end. It's really lonely, the people that eat meals together with me have decreased. We will be serve you until our ends. Yeah.
I'm okay.
After all, I haven't killed enough at all. I want to eat a lot more. I want to kill a lot more. I can still fight. I will leave not one of the rebel army scum alive. That's what I've decided. After smiling cheerfully, Shera preciously put the seed potato in her bag. She took Katerina back to the cavalry, where everyone was making a stew. It was a rich stew with many wealth potatoes and fish they had gotten from Madros in it. It was really delicious. In the spur of the moment, Yalda and Kerry, and also Darius with his face spasming, participated, and it ended up turning into a grand banquet involving the entire Madros castle. Shera ate various delicacies, drank wine, and greatly enjoyed the feast with all of her comrades. A room in Madros castle. After the feast was over, Yalda and Kerry were silently drinking together. It wasn't high-grade liquor for victories, but it was good liquor that Kerry prided himself on and had prepared to thank Yalda for his efforts. Yalda. Sorry for pushing this inferior role on you this time. It was thanks to you that we were able to kill Gustav and protect Madros. I'm truly grateful. Kerry poured drink into his cup. Yalda with his face full of bruises grimaced, and drank it all in one gulp. Humph. Lieutenant Colonel Shera was the key figure for victory. I was nothing more than acting a buffoon. It would have been difficult to rout the imperial army without her. Shera splendidly lived up to expectations. Where did you find that thing, Yalda? I've never seen such a monster-like woman before. She was originally nothing more than a private soldier stationed at Antigua. She distinguished herself all of a sudden, and now she's joined the ranks of heroes. At this rate, the future of the kingdom is bright perhaps, muttered Yalda while recalling Shera's figure. Her brilliant success story was at the same time Yalda's story of suffering. She had talent that made him as a warrior jealous. But it was a pleasure to have been able to fight together with her. Him saying he wanted her as an adopted child was by no means a joke. If he could wed her to one of his sons and have her succeed his lineage, there would be no better happiness. Yalda, there's one thing I want to ask. How can you have so much faith in Shera? Didn't you ever doubt if she would really betray the Empire? I only let you put on the act because I knew you would never turn traitor. Kerry considered Yalda the foolhardy type of commander. At the same time, he knew Yalda also had a side as a firm warrior who would never harbor treachery. He had a dark countenance like that of a bandit, and he was an easily misunderstood human being. He didn't know if that was good or bad for the person himself though. Which is exactly why Kerry had Yalda act out the fake. Why? Surrender and had him strike the Empire from behind. Yalda had indignantly hit him because his pride couldn't bear the humiliating duty. Do you want to know, Kerry? Yalda haughtily tilted his cup. I really want to know. Let me use it as reference later. Simply intuition. I had a feeling that she wouldn't turn traitor. And I fantastically won the gamble. Truly an auspicious matter. I'm so surprised I can't say anything. I knew you were stupid. That wasn't an answer, Kerry's expression said, and he poured himself more drink and gulped it down. With a triumphant expression, Yalda chewed on smoked meat that accompanied alcohol. Yalda had sent Shera into the main body of the Imperial army because he thought just himself wouldn't be enough. A powerful poison was needed to break the Empire's large army. Just Yalda himself was severely insufficient. And there was only one person under Yalda's command who could shoulder that important duty. The female commissioned officer taking the alias of Death God. That cavalry carrying a black flag with a white crow coat of arms. If he left it to her group, they would overrun the Imperial army and cause ensuing pandemonium, he felt. That was all there was to it. Message from the royal capital to Canaan. There has been a staged attempt at a coup d'état in the royal capital Blanca. The ringleader was the eldest son of the Bazarov family, Colonel Gulf Bazarov and his faction. He planned to assassinate the king and prime minister and schemed to seize power. He was successfully prevented through the workings of Prime Minister Fatsam's agents. The regiment in Canaan is to immediately restrain Sharov Bazarov and send him to the royal capital. If he resists, take him dead or alive. Babur is hereby appointed as commander of Canaan as substitute. Chapter 24, Lunch with the Field Marshal is unusually noisy but delicious. 1 month after the kingdom's army and the imperial army fought at Madros. In Madros Castle's audience room, the lord of the castle and commander of the Fifth Army, Kerry, and an uninvited guest were sitting across a round table from each other. Behind Kerry were waiting bodyguards fortified with heavy armor, and if the man in front of them had any strange behavior, they could immediately take preparations for battle. With only one youthful officer accompanying beside him, the man's smile didn't change even while basking in the animosity from the surroundings. Kerry lightly cleared his throat, and then addressed the man in his usual tone. Yo. I want to say well done coming here, but sorry, you and I are mutual enemies now.
Is it okay for you to come to this castle even knowing that?
Don't complain if I have your head cut off without talking to you, spit out Kerry while putting his cup to his lips. That man, with the name of Thina, replied in a calm tone. How cold. I have come to this castle as a man who loves peace. I hope your excellency can understand. Leave out that mimicry of yours. Don't make fun of me so much, got it? My intelligence unit has their hands on what you're plotting under there. Aren't you quite the low-life sleazebag, spewing poison everywhere? The face of a beast would be more appropriate for you than anyone. Kerry unpleasantly said. The Madrose intelligence unit had their spies in not just the Empire, but also the Kingdom and the Liberation Army. For the sake of sniffing out impending crises beforehand, of course. There was no positive proof, but reports said that there was an extremely high possibility that the talked-about Tanang atrocity had been orchestrated by the hands of the Liberation Army. Countries or armies would always have a dirty side they wouldn't reveal. They wouldn't be able to mobilize or kill people if they tried to stay pure. Only what they find convenient will enter the ears of the populace. No matter if the kingdom stands for justice, after all this, no one would believe it, and no one would even laugh at the idea of the Liberation Army disguising themselves as the kingdom's army and pillaging. Informed Thina, his expression tender, but his eyes weren't smiling. If he made a single mistake, he wouldn't have a head. Prepared for that, Thina had come along to Madrose. It's as you say. No matter how the kingdom denies anything, it'll only be excuses at this point. However, if it's just vilifying the kingdom, I can do that whenever I like. Sorry, but I'm busy. I ain't got the time to go along with your jokes and the naivety of that foolish woman who can't tell reality from her dreams. If you've got actual business, hurry up and say it. Kerry violently struck his cup on the table and glared at Thina with a gaze full of killing intent. Thina lightly shrugged his shoulders and began quietly talking. It is a simple matter. Until we capture the royal capital, I would like you to not move the Fifth Army from Madrose. Are you even listening to yourself? What comes out of the mouth can't be taken back. When Kerry raised his right fist, the bodyguards unsheathed their swords. There would probably be 2 corpses made in this room when that hand was swung down. Of course. Presently, the Liberation Army's fighting power, generously speaking, is 150,000. Though our morale is high, to be attacked from 3 directions, the north, south, and then the Canaan area, would be, as one would expect, quite arduous. I don't believe you would move, considering how prudent you are, but you abandoning Madrose and turning all your forces towards us would be unstoppable, even for us. And your reason for explicitly telling me this? You intend to threaten me? The instant you move your forces from Madrose, the Imperial Army will launch a general offensive at this area. This is precise information gotten from Prince Alan. I also do not wish for further intervention from the Empire. Consequently, I have come to nail them down. I cannot let your troops move from here, stated Thina while lightly tapping his finger on the tabletop. We have the Crown Prince Alexander here as a hostage. If they come invade again, he'll lose his life. The Emperor Alf is not so half-hearted to prioritize a prince's life over expansion of his dominion. Accepting negotiations is also just to buy time to put military preparations in order, said Thina, mixing fact with truth. Thina was currently watching whether the Emperor would prioritize Alexander's life. He understood that the Empire didn't simply say yes in the negotiations because once they accepted one proposal, the demands would escalate to no end. Naturally, the hostage wouldn't be released. So that's how it is. I understand what you're saying. But, your demand is completely rejected. Get out now that you know. You're an eyesore. That is unfortunate. However, I was glad to have been able to have a direct conversation with Your Excellency. If an opportunity arises, let us meet again. It surely will not be too far in the future. Humph, I have no desire to meet with you. Hey, the guest is leaving. Show him out. Sir. Kerry stood up, indicating there would be no further conversation, and left behind the room. Thina and the officer accompanying him, Vander, were pushed by the soldiers and high-handedly made to exit the room. Sir Thina. That became quite unpleasant. Vander addressed his superior while straddling his horse. Negotiations had broken down with the worst possible result, he judged. I'm having a hard time understanding what was so unpleasant. Weren't the negotiations a resounding success? In the first place, I had achieved my goal of being able to meet Sir Kerry at this point in time. Still, that man will absolutely not move from here. More than his loyalty to the kingdom, he only thinks about how to protect the Madros territory. That's what makes that guy tick. Even though he put an end to my negotiations, that hasn't changed. If you understand that, then why would come directly, Sir Thina? Preparations for after liberating the royal capital. I need him to defend against the Empire's expansion hereafter as well. Madros is an outpost region against the Empire, and the only ones who can accomplish that duty are those Madrosians. For that reason, this time's negotiation required us to meet face to face. After liberating the royal capital, I don't want to be under a puppet regime, even if we were to be independent. Thina stated his own thinking in a plain tone. The current monarchy had already fallen in his mind. The aftermath was what was crucial. The Empire would doubtlessly come to interfere with the new political power. That was Emperor Alf's aim. For Thina, he had to keep Empire intervention to a minimum. To begin with, the Empire tripping up this time had been an event beyond his expectations. It was unacceptable for the kingdom to have a momentous comeback, but it was a blessing in disguise that the Empire's might had been curbed temporarily. Above that also, it was a godsend that the Crown Prince himself had been seized. That was same as having the strongest card against the Empire for negotiations. The Imperial army couldn't move with this. At the same time, the kingdom's victory invited unrest among the feudal lords who were currently on the fence, which made Thina's active projects more turbulent. The feudal lords didn't think the kingdom would hold on like this, but it was also hard to believe that the Liberation Army would gain victory without problems. They once again drew inside their turtle shells, thinking that it would be best to wait and see. In the southeast buffer zone with the Union were the kingdom's army, the Liberation Army, and the Union confronting each other, and they had fallen into a stalemate where no one could move. For now, the only thing the Liberation Army could pursue would be to crush the main force of the kingdom's army, capture Canaan, and break into the royal capital. That was the only option. If the flow of battle went in their favor at this point in time, all the people waiting and seeing would all come under the Liberation Army's umbrella. The key to this liberation war would be the next battle. Likely, it would happen in between Canaan and Belter, an engagement that would decide everything. Vander. The next battle is now something we must not lose. Serve with everything you have, with that in mind. The successes you earn will absolutely be rewarded. Thina was buying Vander's abilities. Thina had been the cause for Field Marshal Sharov being dismissed, and he was the one who devised the attempted coup d'état affair. Obviously, it was all a ruse. Sharov had no intention of rebelling. They had sowed discord into Prime Minister Farzam, and forcibly turned mere smoke into a raging fire. Sir, I know my duty. I will head back to Belter from here and begin preparations before the battle. You take the funds and go provision some Cologne cows as arranged. They'll be our trump card in the next battle. Gather as many as you can. 1,000 at the minimum. Don't worry about their quality. Understood. However, just how will you use cows raised for their meat? I'll be treating the soldiers to high-grade beef. Leave it at that for now. Soon, you'll understand. Responded Thina, his mouth corners raising, and he began to gallop his horse. His guards too, with a slight delay, hurriedly followed after him. The Cologne cow was a large cow that grew sharp horns and lived only in the north of the continent. It may seem like a docile beast at a glance, but once it sensed it would be in danger, it has a furious disposition, where it would continue to chase its adversary no matter where it went. Its meat was delicious, and coupled with its difficulty to capture, it was sold at high prices in the markets. Hunters would go out and hunt for Cologne cows, but there were frequent occurrences of them having the tables turned and being killed. Having been promoted to colonel and appointed to a certain duty, Shara leisurely marched, taking along 100 riders while sucking on a long and thin carrot stick in her mouth. Occasionally, she would throw one in front of her horse, giving him something instead of feed. At any rate, there was more than enough of the vegetable sticks crammed into the pouch at her waist. Presenting several sticks wouldn't be much of a deal. "Colonel, you seem to be in a good mood." "MMNN, because I got this bag of vegetables before we departed. As congratulations for being promoted to colonel." "I'm glad I was promoted." Some children had come up to the hero, Shara, and asked her what she wanted as a gift. Hence, when she responded that anything would be fine as long as she could eat it, she got this bag of vegetables the next day. Shara accepted it, more delighted than when she got some medal or a letter of commendation with its fastidious language, "Good for you. Please allow us the privilege of congratulating your promotion afterwards. Don't push yourselves. That aside, you want one too? Thank you very much, I gratefully accept." Shara threw him a green stick, and the rider jumped at it, ecstatic. Shara began crunching another one, while thinking that he was like a trained dog. Incidentally, Katerina, who was promoted to first lieutenant, was away currently on a different duty. She was in charge of training the newly assigned soldiers who would replace the riders that had died in battle. Shara's cavalry had been allotted 3,000 riders. Yalda had boasted that if they gave her 10,000 cavalry, the head of the rebel army's leader would be as good as theirs, but as there were still some doubts left about her leadership ability, despite her individual prowess being recognized, she was not permitted any further increases. Not intending to give Shara, whose birthplace was dubious, any more responsibility, Prime Minister Fatsam's opinion also played a big role. Yalda had been reinstated to general, but at the same time, Barbour was also promoted from lieutenant general to general. As Barbour's authority was greater since he had command over Canaan's defense, Yalda couldn't persist in forcing his opinion. The two were famous for being like cats and dogs, but having his desire for promotion satiated, Barbour had more or less regained his rationality, and even when confronted by Yalda, he did not display any of his earlier hostility. Yalda had also survived through harsh ordeals and seemed to have matured as a human being, gaining the qualities of self-control and patience. That being said though, that was just a story about the two generals. The criticism and pressure towards Shara, the youngest ever to rise to colonel in the kingdom's history, were exceedingly strong, and she was now showered in endless amounts of gazes, viscous with jealousy, envy, fear, and hatred. The especially strong ones came from the major generals, since the next time Shara was promoted, they would be of the same rank. The fear of being caught up with and then overtaken by a person of commoner descent was extremely nerve-wracking. To them, having their positions superseded by this kind of human that they utterly looked down upon was unbearable. The chief of which was Barbour's trusted confidant for many years, Major General Octavio, and the next one was Major General Bourbon. They repeatedly slandered Shara whenever something came up, and it wasn't rare for them to be yelled at by an enraged Yalda. Barbour pretended like it had nothing to do with him as one would expect, but even he ended up making an expression that said he was fed up with them. Humans who had no interest in promotions like Major General Larus were honestly scarce in the kingdom. Hence, having been freed from the gazes of her rotten colleagues, Shara was extremely cheerful, and in the bright early afternoon, was leisurely travelling with her horse while humming. "Colonel, a party of cavalry and carriage is coming from the front. Their flag is the First Army's." "All right, all members form ranks. We will welcome His Excellency, Field Marshal Sharov. Do not be discourteous." "Sir." At Shara's command, the cavalrymen split into two files and readied to welcome the Field Marshal's column of riders. Shara stood in their center and greeted the procession from the front. The rider running at the head of the party proclaimed in a loud voice, "Black flag with a white crow coat of arms, the brave and prestigious Colonel Shara, I suppose. We are cavalry of the First Army attached to Canaan. Please take over the duty of escorting His Excellency Field Marshal Sharov." "Understood. I swear by this emblem that we will see the Field Marshal to the royal capital without fail." Shara saluted, making a conscious effort to be as dignified as possible. Staff Officer Sidamo had really chewed her out earlier. "As a commander, you must put on airs," he had said. She really didn't know how to wear air, but it would be fine if she just appeared commanding, she guessed. Please see to it. We must urgently return to Canaan's defense. Well then, please excuse us. After reporting only what was necessary, he turned his horse around, and the cavalry unit began racing away. The gist of the duty was extremely simple: escort Field Marshal Sharov, who was deprived of his military authority, to the royal capital. The reason why it took 1 month until the escort was because, as his final service, Sharov had decided to curb the unrest in Canaan. There had been the possibility that soldiers who had sworn loyalty to Sharov would spontaneously blow up in frenzy, so they could not immediately deport him. The likelihood had been so great that Major General Laras and others had publicly declared that they would follow Sharov if he revolted. Thinking he must stop them, Sharov had personally set out to persuade them, and was somehow successful in getting them to understand. Because Sharov, so deeply loyal to the kingdom, had persuaded the soldiers seething with righteous indignation, he was stripped of his peerage and rank, and it seemed he would be executed on top of that. Not understanding the logic of the world, Shara tilted her head. She had Katerina explain it to her, but as she thought, she couldn't understand. If they were going to annihilate the rebel army, she thought it would be more efficient to maintain. Sharov standing, however, she wasn't particularly interested in the matter, so she didn't put up a troublesome pretense of opposition. She couldn't help it, since she felt hungry when she thought about something she didn't care about. Eat, sleep, and fight. She wasn't very interested in anything else. From the carriage came out Sharov, restrained on both arms by guards, and he performed a salute with slow movements. Good work carrying out your duty. This would make for a good story, to be seen off by the heroic and illustrious Colonel Shara. It is an honor. This unworthy Shara has the privilege to devote her body and soul to escort your excellency to royal capital Blanca. Shara nimbly dismounted, straightened her back, and saluted. Because it was an unused to posture, her shoulders were stiff. Her stomach was also empty. Incidentally, unworthy was something she heard was good to append before one's own name when speaking to a dignitary. If she did that, it was putting on air. It was one of the words Staff Officer Sidamo taught her. She was also told not to use it too often. Ha ha ha, there's probably no officer more unsuited to respectful language than you. It absolutely doesn't fit. It's truly disappointing that there was no chance for us to fight together. Even myself has wanted to see with these eyes, that prowess deserving of death god. Sir, this petty official also thinks it disappointing. Well then, I'm relying on you on this journey, Colonel Shara. Understood. While rubbing his facial hair, Sharov gently smiled. Shara had considered presenting a vegetable from the pouch at her waist, but the horses were greedily looking towards her, so she put it in her mouth instead, en route to the royal capital. A party had appeared, brought along by the Bazarov family's youngest daughter, but there weren't any particular problems, and the escort duty had proceeded. Because Shara decided for everyone to take a meal break, she had given Sharov the chance to talk to his granddaughter. There were some that thought it was out of Shara's goodwill, but she was actually hungry. Anna. Don't be rash. If the colonel was on duty, you would have already lost your head. Grief, what a small mercy. Grandfather, Sir Sharov. Come escape with us. If you go to the royal capital now, you will be killed. Those guys do not intend on listening to you. They intend on executing you with no right to trial. Even father, even mother, everyone has been brought there. Sharov's granddaughter, Anna Bazarov, raised her voice. Shara acted like she didn't hear, and began wolfing down her boxed lunch. Only when she was eating a meal did she have to give her undivided attention. The other cavalrymen too began animatedly eating, making a din. Myself hasn't done anything bad, so why must I escape? Escaping would naturally be recognized as having something to be guilty about. Even if there were, for myself, the field marshal, to put on such a cowardly display is unacceptable. I have to directly meet with His Majesty and prove myself's innocence. However, listen well, Anna. You continue as you are, and go to the Union. Details are written in this letter. There are many of myself's friends over there. They'll surely treat you well. If Sir Grandfather will not go, then I will also go to the royal capital. You cannot take part in this old man's selfishness. I wanted to do the same for the others to the best of my ability, but I fear that all of my relatives have been captured. Why is Sir Grandfather, who works himself to the bone, being treated like a criminal? Anna covered her face with both hands, tears spilled out from them. In this world, there are many things which do not have a clear explanation. Even myself, now at this age, am learning. Though it seems the price I paid was a bit high. Sharov sighed with a weary expression. But that is ridiculous. I cannot accept it. This talk is over, Anna. You cannot presume upon the colonel's kindness forever. Go live in good health. We are always praying for your happiness. Sharov sent a signal with his eyes, and the soldiers that had come along with Anna tightly held both her arms and dragged her away. They were soldiers who had sworn loyalty to the Bazarov family, and they had more fealty than anyone. They would work for the Bazarov family to the end. It was a shame he couldn't reward their fidelity, Sharov thought. There was some resistance from Anna, but perhaps she gave up before long. She began crying with stifled sounds. What would happen to her from now on, Shara was not in a position to know. Maybe she would be captured on the way and die. Maybe she would safely escape to the Union. Or maybe she would apply herself to the Liberation Army, but that would only be until she was killed by Shara's hands. Shara threw the last piece of meat into her mouth, cleaned off the grease on her mouth, and breathed a satisfied sigh. Sharov spoke up to apologize to Shara. Sorry, Colonel. For my relatives unsightly. This petty official was having a meal, and knows nothing. If the field marshal is ready, perhaps he would like to depart soon. I leave it to you. Shara's cavalry will depart. Begin the march. Destination, Royal Capital Blanca. Begin the march. Raise the flag. Shara began speeding up her horse with her scythe postured on her shoulder. While carrying a falsely accused sinner, Death's procession earnestly advanced to the royal capital. After arriving at the royal capital, Shara was immediately ordered to head to Canaan, and wound up departing with no time to rest. Shara, who was looking forward to the royal capital's treats, complied with a sour expression, after clicking her tongue. It seemed she was never lucky in the royal capital, and she sighed all the while. When they were about to separate, Sharov took Shara's hands and said, I leave the kingdom to you, quietly, but powerfully. When Shara lightly nodded, Sharov nodded many times, his body shivering with regret. Eventually, he was violently taken away by the royal capital soldiers who had grown tired of waiting. Shara merely watched, expressionless. She didn't harbor any particularly strong emotions. Before long, she took a vegetable out from the bag, held it in her mouth, and walked to join her comrades. Sharov was entirely deprived of his peerage, territory, and rank, and above that, was accused for the crime of attempted rebellion, and imprisoned. He was not given a single opportunity to vindicate himself by the kingdom. After a week, Sharov died in prison. He had personally chosen a death not fit for a man of military, it was said, but it was gossiped among the people of the kingdom that he was G. P. G. P. G. poisoned at the hands of Farsam. That there were more people who believed the latter was an indication of Prime Minister Farsam's low popularity. Once even called a symbol of the U's royal family, the Bazarov lineage was wiped out. As for the family members, the men of age were given the capital punishment, those not of age and the females were dropped to commoner status, and this rebellion was temporarily settled. However, this attempted coup d'état ended up planting suspicion in the military officers towards the kingdom and the prime minister, and the scene between them widened day by day. Also, it could be called ironic that the internal insurrectionists that had been suppressed by Sharov's military fame began to move again. Side story, Maiden called hero. Side story. Inside the dim forest, Hero was aimlessly walking, relying only on the slight traces of human traffic. She determinedly walked on the pathless path. The sky was covered by the many trees, and she didn't have the slightest idea what time it was. She was sure it wasn't night, but there was not a ray of sunlight. Sludge-like moss grew thickly on the ground, and the clutter of high-standing trees erased all sense of direction. She could sometimes hear the cries of birds or the howls of beasts from her environment. One almost couldn't feel any signs that humans had been here. Sweat blotted her clothes, its abdomen area dyed red. The inside of her shoes were full of mud, and it felt disgusting just walking. Her wounds had been healed, but her body was terribly sluggish. Her head hurt, and she also felt a bit dizzy. Her stomach was also empty, and she wanted to wash her body. Even if there was an inn right after she left the forest, she had no money, so there was nothing she could do. I guess I'm camping again today. I feel like I'm walking around the same place in circles. If someone could just pass by, I could ask them for the road. When Hero was feeling that she was at the limits of her willpower and stamina, she heard a weird noise coming from nearby. That sound was clanging with regular intervals. Not a metallic kind of clanging, but something more dull than that. Are there demons even here, I wonder? Hero ran her eyes across the surrounding thickets while on alert. There were demons who would strike their stone axes on their shields to form groups and also to intimidate. Much to her regret, the current hero had no weapon on herself. All she had on her were her blood-stained clothes. It would become quite perilous if she was surprise attacked. If they were to come, she would steal their weapon and kill them back. While thinking that, she slowly advanced towards the sound, her body tensed. The strange sounds gradually drew closer. The interval between clangs also seemed to have become faster. It gave her the feeling that something was impatient. Next to that tree, huh? Now, just what's over there, Before her eyes was a large tree that appeared to have lived a considerable number of years. The dull sound was rippling from there. When she pushed her way through the thickets and approached the big tree, the figures of two humans entered her eyes. One was leaning against the large tree, a middle-aged man with his eyes shut as if he was sleeping. A large baggage was next to him, so he was probably a merchant. But, when she looked closely, the man's face was terribly darkened, and maggots were swarming on it. It seemed he used up all his strength somehow during a journey. It wasn't exactly a rare occurrence to be afflicted by sickness and collapse on the road. The other human was a dark-haired young girl clad in filthy, tattered cloth. She looked to be about 6 to 7 years old. She could tell at a glance from her pale cheeks, scrawny body, and crude appearance that she was of a poor social class. That young girl had stones in both hands, and facing towards the man's corpse, was desperately striking the stones. She didn't know what the young girl was trying to do, but it seemed she hadn't noticed Hero at all. Hero, for the time being, tried to talk to her. Hey! What have you been trying to do? Is striking stones a ritual to mourn the dead, maybe? No response came from the young girl. She didn't even look towards her. In a daze, she kept on striking the stones, over and over again. Sometimes her finger got caught, it seemed, something red spread on the stones. Even so, she didn't decide to stop. Her thin hands tirelessly repeated the same action. Maybe she couldn't understand language. In that case, it would be the same as talking to an animal. Hey! Do you understand my words? I asked what you were doing. This, burn. When she more emphatically asked the young girl, she got a response this time. Unlike an animal, it seemed words got through to her. Also, she was able to understand what she was doing. This young girl was trying to make a fire. But unfortunately, no matter how many years would pass, that wish would not come true. Striking two identical flints together would not start a fire. The young girl had probably learned the motion by watching others, but impossible things were impossible. With that method, you won't get a fire even spending 100 years. If you don't strike that rock against a steel, you won't make any live coals. Even though it's just starting a fire, there are various procedures. I see. Unfortunate. The young girl seemed somewhat dispirited, her shoulders dropping, and simply because she was done with the 2 stones, she threw them away. Then, she took out a rusty knife from the man's bag and grandly held it above her head, trying to stab the corpse. Hero hastily called out to her. Wait just a moment. I don't know what grudge you have against him, but isn't he already dead? Really, I thought to eat him after grilling him. Raw will break the stomach. But that looks impossible, so I'll eat him like this. I'm so hungry I'm about to die. Are you perhaps trying to eat a human? I want to eat meat. I tried eating the grass around here, but it was very bad and I couldn't eat it. There's food if I go home, but there's no share for me. I looked through this person's bag, but there was no food. So, I decided to eat the meat that fell here. Hero felt a slight headache at these dull responses, but she decided to persuade her and make her stop. It wasn't really Hero's business, but she didn't want to see this kind of child fishing around for human carrion. Now that she knew, she couldn't overlook it. Stop the foolish business. Even if you're hungry, there are things one must not eat. Humans must not eat humans. You too will steal my food? Said the young girl in low voice that did not suit her outward appearance, turning towards Hero. A strong warning went off in Hero's mind. Don't be deceived by that childish appearance, it said. Take your attention off her and you'll be attacked. Absolutely do not be negligent, it said. As proof, the young girl's eyes became terribly hazy. From her half-open mouth dangled drool, and in her hand was gripped the rusted knife, as if to say she would devour Hero if she got in the way. There was probably nothing in the young girl's head but hunger. If she didn't have the figure of a young girl, those eyes would only remind one of a starving wolf. I won't eat such a thing, so no thanks. However, I cannot overlook you eating a human. There is no way I can overlook you becoming a demon. Because I'm a hero. That's so. But, you really just want all the meat for yourself, right? You also want to steal meat from me. There's no way Before, the dead body of a rabbit I brought home was all eaten up. Everyone had meat, but I got nothing but the bones, yet I found the meat. That was so unfair. The young girl slowly stood up, lowered her hips, and leapt towards her. Her movements were rough and full of openings, but her killing intent was on par with demons. The knife aside. If Hero was bitten in a bad spot, she wouldn't be able to avoid death. You brat. Hero knocked away the knife thrusted at her, and grabbed the young girl by the throat. Though she had just awoken, she hadn't weakened so much that such a sloppy attack would hit her. Despite the young girl being in anguish, she struggled with both hands and both feet, putting up a frantic resistance. Of course Hero didn't intend on killing her, but it was clear that the instant she let go of her, she would be attacked. Hero brought their faces as close together as possible and tried to intimidate her. Just spirit won't amount to anything. You're still too naive. Listen well, you gluttonous gourmand girl. If you promise not to attack me, I will release you. If you can't promise me, I'll strangle you here. The young girl bared her teeth and shook her head side to side. It seemed she fully intended on attacking her. She completely took Hero to be a thief that would snatch away her food. More than she feared being killed was her anger towards having her food stolen, it appeared. Quite a nerve you've got. But, even when kids are my opponents, I go at it seriously. Because I won't hesitate to kill demons. Think carefully. Still, the young girl shook her head sideways. Moreover, it was faint, but the corners of her mouth were raised, probably her determination indicating, if you're going to do it, then hurry up and do it. Absolutely by no means was this an expression appropriate for her age. Even though she's just a brat, she's got some guts. Wait, this isn't a time to be admiring her. Hero, still seizing the young girl's throat, was troubled. Killing her like this would definitely leave a bad taste in her mouth, but, She would be attacked again for certain if she released her. Just what should she do in this situation? It had been a blunder to go investigate the scene in the first place. If she didn't know, she would have walked right past. It was entirely her fault that she got embroiled in this trouble. After thinking like that for a short while, Hero decided to suggest a compromise. Then, let's do this. You want to eat meat so much you're willing to die. I can't overlook you eating human meat. Therefore, I will prepare some other meat for you. Other meat? I will hunt an animal around here and feed it to you. How's that sound? Hero asked for confirmation, and the young girl finally nodded her head obediently. The murkiness of her eyes thinned to some extent, and it seemed she had regained her senses. Though in exchange, the volume of drool coming from her lips had increased. As a bonus, her stomach was also making sounds. Tired, Hero unintentionally let out a sigh. This should be good. Using the rusted knife that the young girl had, Hero brought down a pitiful wild rabbit and wild bird. Inside the bag the man left behind were some utensils that seemed to be used for cooking, so she helped herself without reservation. She appropriately took off the fur and skin and removed the entrails. She cut the red meat dripping with blood into suitable sizes with the knife, stuck them on an iron spit, and thrust the handle into the ground. She bunched together the wood chips she had scraped up, started a fire with magic, and heartily began cooking them. An aroma that stimulated the appetite began drifting about the area. The young girl was sitting and watching her work, but she had a face that said she was at her limits. Though it was only half cooked, she reached out her hand, and Hero unreservedly slapped it away. While holding back her hand, the young girl made the saddest expression she had made so far, the face of a young child who had her precious toy taken away. Wait a bit more until it's done cooking. Eat something half done and you'll break your stomach. It's fine if it breaks, I want to eat right now. Geez, your gluttony goes so far, it's amazing. Well, this one looks the most cooked, so put this in your mouth. She passed the young girl a spit with small meat stuck on it. The young girl made a whole-face smile and indulged in them. She didn't immediately swallow, she chewed them well and savored the juices. After much time had passed and she finished them, she had an expression of supreme bliss. This was the first time Hero had seen a human that enjoyed a meal to that extent, so she spontaneously burst into laughter. Even though there's no seasoning, you have a face like you've eaten a feast. You must have really been hungry. Delicious. Hey, is this one almost done? It's slightly charred so it's fine to eat. I'm fine with just this one so. Hero urged her to go ahead and eat, and the young girl resumed her meal, holding skewers in both hands. The area around her mouth was drenched in meat juices. Not caring at all, she shoved the next piece, and then the next piece, into her mouth. Hero was also hungry, so she grabbed the closest skewer and bit into the meat. It was brimming with the flavor of the wilderness. She wished she had some spices to cover up the bad smell, but she probably couldn't ask for such luxuries here. After not even 30 minutes, the young girl had finished all the meat. Hero had only eaten one skewer, but just looking at the young girl made for full, so she didn't particularly complain. Hey, what's your name? I'll praise that fearsome gluttony of yours and listen to it, once. I'm Shara. I live in a village close to this forest. The young girl calling herself Shara carefully licked the grease stuck to her hand. Perhaps because she was satisfied with her stomach full, the turbulence had completely vanished from her eyes. And in that village, is your family? There is, but they said they don't need me. They tried to sell me, but I looked like I'd die immediately, so I wasn't sold, they said. So I was told that I was useless in the family. They give me barely any food. Even though the Demon King had died, it seemed this world hadn't changed. It hadn't changed at all from Hero's time. It appeared she could hear many more of these kinds of stories from hereafter. She could easily understand the slave dealer's reason for not buying Shara. Looking at that complexion and body, it was unavoidable to be deemed she wouldn't live long. However, She felt a sense of discomfort somewhat listening to Shara indifferently explaining her own circumstances. If she acted more her age, Hero thought she should be crying more. How old are you? Compared to your appearance, I feel like you behave admirably mature. Probably around 6 years old. I don't really care about age, so I don't really remember. The only thing important is what can I eat today? Said Shara, turning back to the man's corpse. Seeing Shara licking her lips, Hero felt a bad premonition and gave her a warning. Like I said, stop turning your appetite towards humans. Starting now, fix that outrageously bad habit. Can I just try eating one bite? I'm curious what it tastes like. Just one bite? Absolutely not. Also, it tastes disgusting, so give it up. You've eaten humans before. Isn't it obvious I haven't? Don't ask stupid things. You haven't, so how do you know it's disgusting? That's. You know, because it clearly sounds disgusting. Was it really disgusting? She had no way of knowing. Having said that, she also couldn't take a bite and check. First and foremost, harboring appetite for fellow humans would make one no different from a demon. Taste aside, if you eat a human, you'll turn into a demon. So you can't. You absolutely can't. Declared Hero, though she was artlessly lost for words. Why do you turn into a demon after eating humans? Just because, then, animals that have eaten humans will also turn into demons? Shara raised questions in rapid fire. She wasn't trying to argue her down, they felt like genuine questions. Would animals that eat humans turn into demons? Probably not, Hero thought. Even if a wolf were to eat this corpse, that would be an all too reasonable event. It was nature's providence, so to speak. But things that only targeted humans, and more so reveled in eating them, could be none other than a demon. So far, only those dreadful things had a rotten smell. Even if they had been formerly human. Naturally, she had slaughtered them all, and she would hereafter as well. Those guys that gleefully eat humans will turn into monsters. Whether they be animal or human. Then, why are we fine even though we eat other animals? I joyfully ate rabbit and bird, but I'm not turning demon. Why, you ask? Are only humans special? Why is that? Hero was hard-pressed for a reply. That's just how it was the only thing she could say.
That didn't explain why it was okay to eat, but humans couldn't live if they didn't.
Same with other animals. Were only humans permitted to eat other animals? To begin with, who decided what and what not to permit? It was a somewhat difficult question for Hero, who wasn't a clergyman. She hadn't seen God before, and so also didn't believe in him. But there was one thing she could say. Anyway, humans must not eat humans. Because I, the Hero, said so. There's absolutely no mistake. As for the other trifles, think about them after you grow older. Humans must not eat humans. Right. It's an absolute, because I, the Hero, said so. Oh. Responded Hero, sticking out her chest, and Shara quieted down. But her gaze went towards the man's corpse again. She didn't understand at all, it seemed. Hero scowled at Shara. Hey you intent on sneakily eating it after I leave, huh? It's written all over your face. Really? Shara began feeling and patting her face. Her small face became smeared with grease. I meant that's what your face was showing. All right, then let's do this. If you promise that you won't eat humans from now on, I will get you much more meat. Also, I'll teach you how to make a fire. How about it? I can eat more meat. Shara took the bait. Right. What if I break that promise then? Nothing really. You'll just become a human that doesn't keep her promises. However, humans that don't keep their promises won't be able to enjoy their meals, I'd say. Responded Hero with something suitable that came to mind, but Shara was intently listening. After thinking about it a while, Shara deeply nodded. Got it. I will never eat humans. Promise. You're promising a hero. If you break it, I'll know immediately. Never break. All right, well, I shall go search for game again, something bigger than the last one. I'll teach you how to make a fire after that. Hero randomly strolled around the area, searching for game. She sort of didn't discover anything, but finally, she successfully brought down a giant boar. She took out a fire-starting tool that was in the man's bag, and then taught Shara the method for starting fire using a flint and flint hammer. Using finely crushed or small pieces of dried leaves, a fire gradually grew bigger. This was something Hero's companion had taught her a long, long time ago. It was one of the fundamental knowledges when on a journey. Hero didn't know if Shara would make use of this from now on, but because she promised that she would teach her, she patiently did so. Promises had to be kept. It won't be easy to finish all of this. Can I eat all of it? Learn what moderation means. After spending time and disassembling the boar, Hero taught Shara a way to preserve the animal so it would last a long time, as well as how to judge if meat was rotten or not while she was at it. Shara intended to eat the large animal in its entirety right here, but it was obviously impossible. She didn't think this knowledge would fundamentally solve her problems, but at least Shara seemed really happy that she would be able to eat meat tomorrow again. In the end, Hero buried the man's corpse. She willfully used his tools, so she had to say thanks. Shara also helped out by the way. After the job was over start to finish, the area had become dark. The forest didn't have any sunlight streaming in the first place, but the darkness had further thickened. With this, I finished teaching you all I can. All that's left is for you to keep your promise. Thanks. Shara regardfully put the remaining meat in a bag and then said her thanks. Compared to when she was eating, it felt less sincere, but Hero thought of that as just part of her personality. By the way, is there a big road around here? I can't live if I don't earn money somewhere. Go straight from here and there'll be a large river. Downstream of it is a large city called Arta, so the villagers say. I see, thanks for telling me. Ah, are you going back to your village alone? I can send you back if that's the case? Inquired Hero, but Shara nodded saying she was fine. I know this area well, fine. Oh. Well, take care of yourself as much as you can.
Don't eat rotten meat, okay?
Hero waved her hand, and then left behind the place. Shara stood stock still, not particularly saying anything. Hero found the river she was looking for and was putting her thoughts in order while walking along its current. After this, would Shara live without problems? That was quite hard to believe. She was called useless by her family, and it. Why? Seemed she wasn't receiving adequate meals. They probably disliked killing her themselves, so they were hoping she would hurry up and die. Poverty taken to the extremes would easily thin the bond between parent and child after all. Continuing to hunt in the forest was also difficult with Shara's constitution. She would only be able to forage for mushrooms or fruits from trees, or maybe search for animal carcasses. There were also many dangerous animals in the forest. There may also be robber types of people hiding. Good luck could not continue forever. Tomorrow, she may be on the side of being eaten. Even knowing that, Hero could not do anything. There were a great many children like Shara, and she couldn't save every individual one. A hero wasn't God. She couldn't go around giving salvation to those seeking it. In the end, there was only one thing Hero could do. To kill, and kill, and kill all of the demons. It was only for that sake that a hero existed, that Hero existed. Really, this world sucks as ever. Hero sighed, when. Hey! Dash! A voice suddenly came from immediately behind her, and Hero hastily created distance and turned around. There was Shara's figure, head tilted quizzically. Hero had been concentrating on her thoughts, but she hadn't been negligent with her guard. To have her back taken was the same as already having received a blow. If Shara had intended to kill her, there would probably already be a knife sticking out of her back. Hero hadn't intended on being careless, but she was unable to notice her. "I forgot to ask earlier, and I was thinking if you could tell me. Don't talk to me all of a sudden from behind me. I almost reflexively smacked you with everything I had. I'm sorry." "Not," her face truly said. Hero had only known her for a short while, but she somehow knew. "So, what do you want to ask me?"
"Is it okay to eat demons?" "Huh? Is it okay to eat demons? You want to eat demons?"
Checked Hero while stunned. There was no sign of this gluttonous girl before her eyes joking. She looked serious, for her appetite to be of this degree might even be considered a type of talent. Though she didn't know if it would be helpful or not. "I really want to try eating one."
Was it okay to eat demons?
Could one even eat them in the first place? Hero hadn't thought of something so ridiculous, and also didn't think she wanted to eat one. There was probably no reason why one mustn't. If they hadn't been formerly human, that is. There were many who had outward appearances of animals or bugs. Those guys weren't anything that would cause a rush of appetite. In fact, they made one want to squash them. Well, as long as they weren't formerly human, I think it's fine. But, you'll surely hurt your stomach. Those guys are rotten by nature. Got it. If I find one someday, I'll try eating one. Speaking of which, what do demons look like? Not at all getting it, Shara asked again. You'll know with one look. They have atypical appearances different than humans. I'm telling you this now. If you do find one, run away as fast as you can. If you don't want to die, that is. Thanks for teaching me so many things. Bye then. Shara's lips happily bent, and while happily striking the fire starters, walked into the forest. It seemed Shara could somehow kill her own presence. She had probably naturally done it to herself with all the times she'd entered and exited the forest up until now. Hero didn't think she would die for the time being in that case. That wouldn't fill her stomach though. After Hero watched Shara's retreating figure, she sat down on the spot with a complicated expression. But, after becoming unable to bear it after a short moment, she stopped stifling her laughter. Cuckoo, ah ha ha ha, first time seeing someone so stupid that wants to eat demons. Have humans become stronger? Or have demons become weaker? Either way, that gluttonous girl probably wouldn't lose to them. I have to annihilate the demons, before she eats all of them. Hero vigorously sprang up, fearlessly laughed, and glared at her surroundings. There were 4 people visiting her. They were probably highwayman types that targeted travelers. They had human appearances, but they needed no mercy. I show no forgiveness to humans who have fallen to demons. You men who smell rotten, I will massacre you all. Ah, I won't. Why? Eat you or anything, so rest easy and die. Hero bared her teeth and held out a hand. When dazzling white light issued from it, the highwaymen postured with their weapons and flusteredly jumped at her. This girl can use magic. Shit. Quickly, kill her. Too slow, you fools. The white light burst, and 4 shrieks echoed in the forest. It seemed she held back a bit too much. They were still living, on the verge of death. Because she had just awoken, she wasn't back to her normal condition, she guessed. Normally, she could turn them into small pieces with one blast. I'm still not back to normal, huh? How honestly irritating. Spare us. You hurt my ears, don't speak the human language. The highwaymen wept and begged for their lives, but disregarding them, she stepped their faces. With magic, she killed the ones who had escaped death. There was no negotiating with demons. She had decided that long ago. After washing the filth from her body in the nearby river, she lied down in the shallows and gazed at the starry sky. What kind of people would there be at the city she was heading to? What kind of demons would there be? What would she do over there? After thinking about various things, Hero slowly closed her eyes. The last thing Hero thought was that she currently looked like a drowned body, and nothing more, something so trivial. Chapter 25, crops grown. Yourself will absolutely be delicious. Chapter 25. Where's 24? Lunch with the Field Marshal is unusually noisy but delicious, you ask? Oofufu, go look for it. The day after the veteran General Sharov died in jail. There were many people secretly mourning in royal capital Blanca. Rumors had spread that the attempted coup d'état incident was a fabrication of the prime minister's, and everyone sympathized with the wiped-out Bazarov family. Voices of dissent were raised not only among the populace, but even amongst the soldiers. The character known as Prime Minister Fartsam had no popularity in any case. Among the people, he was regarded as the ringleader behind all the exploitation. Among the soldiers, he was reviled as the main cause of their insufficient wages. Among the military officers, he was made fun of as the someone who proudly rose to his position only through flattery. Among the civil officials, they hated the way he wielded his power as much as they hated serpents. Even Barbour, who had a favorable relationship with Fartsam, innerly looked down on him. Although the people's evaluations of Fartsam weren't wrong, in the first place, the greatest cause was also King Christoph not concerning himself with politics. The king did nothing but seclude himself in the royal palace, having women waiting upon him and drowning in sensual pleasures, and if he felt like it, he would offer a prayer to the star god for his eldest son, who had left the world at a young age. This man no longer had any interest in what would become of the kingdom. There was not a trace left now of his triumphant face when he had won the succession struggle and took the throne. Your Majesty, please excuse me for interrupting your pleasure. This is Fartsam. Fartsam respectfully greeted Christoph, who with clothes disordered and face pale languidly propped himself up. Next to him lay two concubines, wearing only thin lingerie on their bodies and looking up at Christoph with bewitching gazes. After important matters had been sanctioned, Prime Minister Fartsam, the only man given approval to enter Christoph's private room, would thus came to report. Judgment of right from wrong was entirely done by Fartsam, and the king only received the after reports. The basis for that judgment was only whether or not it benefited him. The Prime Minister in essence held the highest authority in the kingdom. Fartsam, what do you want at this hour? It was already afternoon, but Christoph had no feeling of time. He signaled to his concubines, making them prepare drinks. The dim room became almost chokingly saturated with the smell of spirits and the stink of a man and woman's intercourse. Fartsam proudly began to speak while smiling. Sir, Sharov, the man behind the rebellion, has died in jail, so I have come to report. I see. So Sharov died, The man once even called the cornerstone of the kingdom. Gee. The gaze of Christoph's lifeless eyes wandered. His concubine passed him a glass with alcohol in it, but he didn't react. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Are you not feeling well? Not moving and still sitting on the bed, he gripped the glass. He showed no signs of saying anything. Judging that he was acting as usual, Fartsam continued to report on another matter. About negotiations with the Empire, I have requested mediation from the Star Church. A pastor I am well acquainted with is proceeding to the Empire as an emissary. Likely, negotiations for an armistice will be settled in the not-too-far future. Also, I have given General Barbour, newly appointed to commander of the First Army, orders to recapture Belta. With the Empire's first attack foiled right now, the rebel army will absolutely collapse if we inflict a decisive blow here. Soon, days of peace will visit the kingdom, no doubt about it. Now that his greatest political adversary, Sharov, had been eliminated, Fartsam had nothing to fear. Due to the activities of the death god he had heard about, the Empire had self-destructed on their own. After that only remained crushing the eyesore rebel army. For that sake, he had reinforced Canaan with an elite unit of 50,000. A large force of 150,000 was now gathered in Canaan. He had also sent messenger to the Fifth Army in Madros in the north and the Second Army in the south, telling them to head towards Belta. There was no way the mishmash rebel army could handle a large offensive from 3 directions. Fartsam. It's thanks to you that I was installed to this position. I am incompetent, and a human with no redeeming features whatsoever except being born as a member of the royal family. I don't have a single part of me that would win against my dead older brother. Even I understand that. It was thanks to your efforts that I could acquire the throne. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart," said Christoph, smiling like a reptile. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? Without your Majesty, the kingdom..." Farzam was perturbed at these unexpected words. He hastily went to say flattery, but Christoph interrupted him in a strong tone. "Consequently, though you decided to implicate and kill my loyal retainer Sharov, though you decide to endlessly wallow in your own profit, I will permit it. I don't mind if you use my name and wield my authority as you please. I permit you to." "Why, Your Majesty?" "But, when something happens, the only thing I won't permit is abandoning me. You and I share a fate. Only you surviving and living, I won't have it. When my kingdom crumbles, I'll have you die with me." Throwing aside the glass, Christoph roughly tossed letters from out of his breast pocket. Those were confidential messages that Farzam had secretly sent to influential nobility in the Union. Letters absolutely not to be seen by the king. They were something that should not have existed. They were insurance in case the kingdom was defeated by the rebel army. They were proof of betrayal, and by all rights it wouldn't have been strange for him to be immediately granted death. Those are? An insolent spy that had creeped into my bedroom so kindly left them here. Wasn't he your subordinate? If he was of the rebel army, I would probably no longer have my life. It seems you have no popularity even among the subordinates under your supervision. But, I don't care. I permit you to. I saw nothing," said Christoph as he tore and threw away the secret messages. With a desperate look, Farzam tried to explain. "Why, Your Majesty? You are mistaken. I work only for. I don't need your excuses. You're dismissed. Exterminate the rebel army immediately and bring Altora's head before me. I put my expectations in you, Prime Minister Farzam," simply said Christoph, and he collapsed on the bed with a weary expression. Beside him lay down the concubines, joining him. Having lost his bearings, Farzam left the king's bedroom, his complexion pale. Ridiculous. How did those secret messages get in His Majesty's hands? Just who? Farzam's intelligence unit that he had raised was comprised of starving and dying orphans who he had rigorously trained and brainwashed so they would absolutely obey his orders. Consequently, it was entirely improbable for them to betray. He had driven into them that if he gave them the order to die, they would carry it out. But, I can only think that there is a traitor on the inside. Maybe I need to investigate. The ones who did the work in the shadows so that Christoph could take the throne had been Farzam's intelligence unit. They broadcasted a scandal of Christoph's older brother, seized the weaknesses of the influential, assassinated, threatened, kidnapped, anything they could do they did. Many agents had died along the way, but Farzam had thus ascended to Prime Minister, and Christoph had ascended to the throne. His agents would die for their benefactor who had gathered them. They were probably delighted in hell too, thought Farzam from his heart. Humph, what drivel. He sure acts haughty for a mere puppet. Well, fine, I won't lose. I won't ever let go of this power. This country is mine. I won't hand it over to anyone. Like hell I'd hand it over. Having risen to Prime Minister from a mere retainer, Farzam's attachment and his desire for political power was almost unnaturally strong, and the sole thing that could stop him, the king, was utterly apathetic towards politics. And that's what had been rapidly eating away at the mighty kingdom. The infamy of these two would be left behind to posterity as feeble-minded Christoph and sycophant Farzam. Having finished their escort duty, Sherah's party had departed from the royal capital and temporarily stopped by at Cyrus Fortress before heading to Canaan. It was to link up with Katerina and the others who had finished training. These new recruits, who had even been unsteady on their horses, had now become able to fairly manage their horses. Though Katerina, who was in charge of their training, wasn't satisfied at all. Hey, you conscript. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't be manipulated by your horse before you understand? What's packed into that head of yours? Shall I try opening it up? P. Please excuse me, First Lieutenant. W. Wah. The instant the new recruit looked away, he fell off his horse and became muddied. Katerina's face turned red, and she tightened the grip on her cane. If you don't get my words, I can only drill it into your body. Like a horse, I'll discipline you until you break. She took out a whip from her waist. After flexibly waving it around, she menacingly whipped the ground. The new recruit's face changed from pale to white. The other soldiers watching acted like they didn't see anything. Shara, showing up at the training grounds, spoke up to the trainer who was swinging around a whip with a dangerous smile floating on her face. Katerina. Well done training them. How are these reservists, I wonder? They seem decently enthusiastic. Colonel. Why, you have returned? Quickly hiding the whip, Katerina saluted. Having suddenly thought of a good idea, Shara, while licking a hard candy, suggested. You rather fit the part. If you want, you should lead the cavalry instead of me. I don't know war tactics well after all. How about it, I wonder, Katerina? I think it's a good idea. Shara Pon patted Katerina's shoulders. Not joking around, Shara was wickedly serious. If Katerina said yes, she would actually be the commander probably. She promptly refused. Why, you joke. This cavalry owes its existence to the colonel. It is extremely unfit for the likes of me. Quite adept at flattery, Katerina. Suit yourself. By the way, what happened to /that/ I wonder? Sir, those are also growing well. They sprouted the other day. I see. Then I'll go check. Good work training for such a long time, First Lieutenant Katerina. Shara threw away her scythe and walked in the direction of the castle's courtyard. Katerina thought to prop the scythe up on the wall, taking it in her hands, but its weight was more than she imagined, and she couldn't lift it. She lost her balance, and the scythe loudly hit the ground. The surrounding soldiers curiously observed her at the sound. I knew it was heavy. But if I don't easily swing this around, I can't become like the colonel. The colonel's physical strength was indeed fearsome, thought Katerina to herself. She pushed up her glasses and nodded. Many times. Shall I help you? Hey, that's the colonel's scythe. The new recruit from earlier, unable to stay idle, approached. It seemed he misunderstood that Katerina was weak. The other soldiers tried to stop him, but their warnings didn't reach the new recruit's ears. With a mischievous and cruel smile, Katerina ordered the new recruit. Good. Carry the colonel's scythe back to the barracks. Do it by yourself. You'll go without food until you're finished carrying it. By all means, if you find it impossible, come crying to me. Understood. Even a child could do something like that. I see. I look forward to it. The new recruit proudly drew near the scythe after subtly insulting Katerina. Able to imagine the outcome, Katerina lightly sighed and headed to the barracks afterwards. The new recruit would come crying to her 3 hours later. Cyrus Fortress Courtyard. Several fields were ploughed squarely in a corner. There was planted the seed of the wealth potato that Shara had brought home from the Empire as a spoil of war. Taste aside, it grew quickly, was strong against disease, and could be cultivated without regard to environment. Even in this mountainous area of Cyrus, it was sprouting favorably. Sprouts are coming out. This many. I'm really looking forward for them to grow up. Stooped over, Shara was gazing zealously at the small sprouts. A soldier coming to water them called out to her. Welcome back, Colonel. If you want, do you want to try planting one too, Colonel? It is kinda noisy over there with everyone trying to plant all the remaining ones so. But, farm work. A hazy memory flashed in the back of Shara's mind for only a second. A poor lifestyle, an all-consuming hellfire, a brandished naked sword, scattering fresh blood, the smell of impending death, a brigand with a vulgar smile, death's scythe on her thin neck. Then what? A nearly heinous sense of hunger assailed Shara. She frantically endured while trying not to let it show on her face.
Come on, it is just burying a seed potato. Hey, are you okay, Colonel?
Your complexion. I'm fine. I'll also go try planting some then. Be careful so I don't accidentally eat one. Ha, it is not like you will get poisoned eating it, but please do not eat them if you can help it. If you persevere, one will multiply to dozens afterwards, and we will take them home. Indeed, I'll be patient as much as I can, joked the soldier, and Shara lightly brushed her hands and stood up. She threw the last vegetable from the pouch at her waist into her mouth. At first, it had a dull, flour-white taste, but it gradually exuded a sweetness. It seemed to be a fruit, pretending to be a vegetable. A dried apple. Since it was dried, so she couldn't judge if it had been red or green. It didn't look too good, but the more she chewed it, the more delicious it became. Shara chewed the dried apple slice to her heart's content. Her sense of hunger abated a little. Hey, say what you like, but you're crowding them too much. Do it more like this, evenly. We're making a potato field inside a fortress that'll only make the military police mad. Shouldn't we make it as small as we can? HMF, and just what's wrong with a self-sufficient fortress? If they have complaints, I'll kick 'em around. Come on, spread them out. The Earth's nutrients won't spread to all of them. Geez, don't go too far or you'll bring trouble for the Colonel. Wait, see, Colonel. Salute Colonel Shara. Welcome back, Colonel Shara. A youthful man, noticing Shara, hastily stood up and saluted. The surrounding men covered in mud followed suit. They raised their voices and welcomed their superior officer's return. At ease. Continue your work. Actually, I thought you'd allow me to plant potatoes too. Shara pointed at the wooden box with seed potatoes inside. There were still a few dozen left. Sounds great. With the Colonel's divine protection, they'll to grow up properly, I bet. After we harvest them, let's call them death potatoes and sell them to the guys in other units. Joked in a low voice a young man while cheerfully whistling. The Colonel can hear you, you big retard. The youthful man pushed that carefree man. Laughs leaked out from the surrounding men. When the youthful man glared at them, they frantically shut their mouths. I said at ease, right? So don't worry about it. More importantly, Shara urged him to hurry and hand over a seed. Then Colonel, please take this, thank you very much, like this I wonder. Shara was handed a seed potato from the young man and buried it in a small hole in the field. The soldiers gently covered it with soil. Perfect, Colonel. Elated, Shara steadily planted the seed potatoes, and an hour later, had used up everything in the wooden box. Phew, well done, Colonel. We're done with the seed potatoes now. They'll be fine if we reliably take care of the field. Afterwards. From what I heard though, these potatoes will grow fine even if we leave them alone. I see, it was very interesting. It might not be bad to grow one's own food. I'll say. But the fun part is after a few months. Cooking something you grew yourself, and then eating it with gusto together with everyone. That is when it feels most worth it. While excitingly smiling, the youthful man actively shook off the mud on his hands. Well, that's if they aren't all taken away by the higher-ups. Really, there's nothing good about being a farmer. The young man gave a bitter smile while scratching his own head. The crops they raised themselves would all be theirs. There was no such happiness. No matter how much they produced, their crops would be taken away as tax. After the terrible harvests, they would all be taken away during tax collection time. The reason the man enlisted was because of food troubles. If someone didn't earn money, his family couldn't live. For the peasants of the kingdom, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call these few years hell. Even so, That they somehow hadn't starved to death was because everyone had their secret fields. As this final amount of food was given with priority to the workers, there wasn't anything given to the useless. It was very much like Shera's former condition. These are our spoils of war, so they're all ours. We just have to take care that the military police don't take them, muttered one soldier while glaring at the military policeman peeking over at them. Later, there was the danger of having their fields dug up and cleared. I see. I know, let's make a notice so no one will dig it up. Using a nearby piece of scrap wood, Shera created a simple sign. The cavalry members were watching, interested. Colonel, what will you carve? That it's our field, and in a way that even idiots will understand, I think. Shera took out a small sickle from her waist and carefully etched on the wood. After several minutes, she stood the signboard ostentatiously in front of the field. Field of Shera's cavalry. Damage it and I will kill you. Colonel Shera. Zaid. How is it, I wonder? Shera turned around to the soldiers while putting away the sickle. She took the opportunity to viciously smile and murderously glare at the military policemen. Their faces paled, and terrified, they dashed away like escaping rabbits. I think it is great. Very much like the Colonel. It is super easy to understand, and yeah, truly fine, certainly. There won't be any idiots who'll meddle with it. Whether it be bugs, birds, or sticky-fingered, evil military policemen, they'll restrain themselves for sure, I think, said the man, laughing as he looked back at the place where the military policemen were. After the men busily cleaned up, saluted, and left, Shera sat down in front of the field. The sun set, and not losing interest, Shera earnestly continued to gaze there at the earth's surface, until Katerina would come to call her. Chapter 26, The Royal Capital's Confectionery is too delicious. Shera's cavalry of 3,000 that had departed from Cyrus' fortress were maintaining their spirits in the city of Canaan for the decisive battle that was expected to arrive. Orders hadn't been given yet, but a rumor had been spreading throughout the entire army that troops were gradually being dispatched to recapture Belta. No matter how thick-headed the person, if they witnessed the 50,000 elite troops being dispatched from the royal capital and supplies being further stockpiled, they would probably figure it out even if they didn't want to, all the more because Barbour, the commandant of the First Army, was declaring the destruction of the rebel army more than usual. While the entire First Army Corps was all in a hurry, Shera had been summoned by Yalda, and she boldly headed towards the castle. Today, she wasn't wearing the black armor that she habitually wore, but a tailored uniform reserved for high-ranking officers of the kingdom's army. On her white keynote military uniform, all the medals she had been conferred thus far were boastfully attached. Shera had complained that there was no need, but Katerina had forcefully persuaded her, saying that formalities were important, so she had begrudgingly put on the stupid medals. The castle guards that passed her, after being fixated by her vast numbers of medals and insignia of rank, hastily saluted, with cold sweat dripping down their backs. A short, female officer. Medals, proof of magnificent military achievements. And with an insignia of colonel rank, there was no doubt, this was the rumored god of death who even village children knew about. The number of enemy generals that she had killed were countless. She was a monster who could slay thousands alone. The cavalry under her banner were all stalwart men who didn't fear death, disrespect her and be perpetually haunted, etc., etc. The rumors were embellished, and she was feared as a symbol of awe and terror by the non-commissioned officers. Expressionless, she gave the men with stiff smiles a glance and headed for Yalda's room. Before long, she stood in front of her destination's door. She slightly tidied her wrinkleless uniform, firmly knocked, and announced her arrival in a carrying voice. "This is Shera. Please excuse me." "Enter," was the only thing said from inside. It was the voice of that staff officer who was skilled in giving long lectures. While thinking the voice somehow nostalgic, Shera quickly entered the room. There was General Yalda with an upbeat smile, and Staff Officer Sidamo with a frown. "It's been a while," Colonel Scherer. I have heard of your exploits. To have caught up to me so quickly, my God, you're an ominous woman. Sidamo's official rank was colonel, and merely a year after Belter had fallen, Scherer had caught up to Sidamo. Sir, thank you very much. Your words are encouraging. From here on as well, I will do my best, I regret to say. Put more emotion into your speech. Also, that's not how you use the words, I regret to say. Use your head a bit more. Sir. Please excuse me. He's going to start lecturing again. Scherer had thought and furrowed her brows, but she would be troubled if it got even longer, so she immediately apologized. There's this constant sense of discomfort when you speak formally because your speech doesn't coincide with your expression. As an officer, you must have an appropriate attitude and a conscious conduct. All the more so because you're a colonel now. Please forgive me, I will be careful from now on. She said in a loud voice, but it was apparent that she was childishly incompliant. Now able to read Scherer's feelings better than before, Sidamo deeply sighed. What this woman before him was thinking right now was simple. This is boring. I'm tired. Hungry. Sidamo pinched the wrinkles between his eyebrows and was about to let out a torrent of criticisms, but Yalda interrupted him while laughing. Ha ha ha, oh come now. It's so very like her, and I think it's great. It's fine to let that disrespectful attitude go on. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you cannot be soft on her. We might even hear slander towards Your Excellency from this imbecile. I don't really mind. The Colonel's activities more than compensate for this trifle of a fault. Also, we didn't call the Colonel here today to teach her respect. Got it? Staff Officer Sidamo. Sir. Yalda tapped his desk with a finger a couple times, and Sidamo produced 2 packages from deeper in the room. He put these slowly in front of Scherer on the table, and returned to beside his boss. Colonel, the left package was sent from His Majesty to you. Open it. Sir. Excuse me. Urged by Yalda, Scherer began opening the small package that was on her left. I hope it's delicious food, she expectantly thought. Carefully and gently opening the package, what jumped into Scherer's vision was an even gaudier, shiny, gold, fat medal than the ones already on her. Scherer didn't hide her crushed, disappointed expression, and she silently put the lid back on the box, closing it. Colonel Scherer, do you have something to complain about? As surprising as it sounds, it's a medal awarded by His Majesty the King. How about looking happier? I have no complaints whatsoever. This is too great an honor. Her words didn't match her demeanor. A feeling of gloominess oozed from her body. In that case, hurry up and try putting on the medal. If you parade around the town wearing that Star of the Patriot Knight, everyone will acknowledge your greatness. It's a marvelous medal suitable for a hero. This is honestly a special occasion. The people's evaluation of Scherer probably wouldn't change much upon her medals increasing even further. No matter how numerous her medals became, she didn't have that special something. Scherer put the small box gently into the vegetable pouch at her waist and decided she saw nothing. The vegetables had all been eaten, so now it was just an empty pouch with the smell stuck to it. Cheer up, Colonel Scherer. Sidamo, you have a terrible personality. When did that happen to you? Yalda asked with a sarcastic smile, and Sidamo plainly replied. Ever since working under Your Excellency, I became like this all of a sudden. That's so, that's so. Well, my bad for troubling you. Go polish up that mean personality some more. I don't need a goody two-shoes staff officer after all. I expect you to do it, Staff Officer Sidamo. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Umu. Well then, Colonel. Try opening the next box. The thing you desire should be in there. I specifically called an artisan from the royal capital to make it. It's my personal, custom order. Sir. Scherer opened the big box on the center of the table. Inside, was an absolutely delicious-looking confectionery, decorated with generous amounts of multicolored fruits. The instant she took off the cover, sweet and sour smells tickled Shara's nose and accentuated her hunger. Crusted in melted sugar, this round confectionery let off an enticing glitter. Its appearance made one want to gobble it up immediately. It looked like someone almost haphazardly dumped many species and many varieties of fruit on a pie base. Yalda's custom order pie had a strange look to it, but the satisfaction it would give was unmatched. Shara gingerly poked it with her finger, and then licked the syrup stuck to her hand. It was sweet and extremely delicious. It couldn't be expressed in words. She couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed the Yalda pie with an eagle grip, when "Colonel Shara, do you know where you are?" "Ah." Shara froze with her hand inside the box. Sidamo repeated his question. "Colonel, I'm asking you, do you know where you are?" "Excuse my discourtesy." Crestfallen, Shara withdrew her hand. Seeing her despondency, Yalda desperately held back his laughter. He felt like he was at another place, watching two disobedient siblings arguing. "Good. Now close the lid, and convey the correct words you ought to say to His Excellency. Now." Shara held the lid aloft as told, and, with a never-before-seen sluggishness, she closed the box. Then, in an all-too-apparent sullen manner, she turned to Yalda and saluted. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Umu. You should enjoy it later. I don't really mind, but there's a noisy-mouthed staff officer right next to us. Sorry, but be patient for now. It's upsetting to be called noisy. You cannot be soft on her. This imbecile is a woman who would likely even eat in the middle of a war council. This is a good chance, so we have to firmly train her here." Shara was about to say that she did eat during war council in Belta, but she stopped herself, since she felt like the sweets would go even farther away. While pacifying Sidamo, who started ranting, Yalda turned back to Shara. "Colonel, our business is concluded. Probably soon, the orders to depart will come. I'm not exaggerating when I say the next battle will decide the fate of the kingdom. Give everything you have. Of course, we will also fight to the death. I expect much more greatness from you. Sir, please leave it to me. I will absolutely massacre the rebel army." "Very well. In the event of our victory, I will invite you to my estate in the royal capital. I've hired many skilled chefs, so you'll surely be satisfied. Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Shara had actually not even once entered the royal capital. No matter what, she had to win the battle. She wanted to get delicious treats. These were chefs employed by a high-ranking general. No doubt, there would be some foods she had never seen before. Just imagining them made her mouth water. "Save imaging the luxurious food for after we win, Colonel. Before you drool, put preparations for the battle in order first." "Understood." Shara cheerfully responded to the exasperated Sidamo, preciously hugged the box with the confectionery in it, and left in hasty steps. She planned on eating it immediately after returning to her room. This was a matter of utmost precedence. Yalda saw her off with a fond expression. Sidamo lightly cleared his throat, and he addressed Yalda. "Your Excellency. Actually, there is a formal matter of such gravity which I must discuss with you." "What?" Standing on ceremony all of a sudden. "Don't tell me, you've fallen in love with Shara and want to establish a formal marriage interview. Sorry, but it won't work out. I must have Colonel Shara marry into my Gale family. Sorry, but restrain yourself for me," said Yalda in a tone that didn't make one think he was joking, and Sidamo scowled at him with an expression as if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He cleared his throat louder than before, and continued talking with a displeased demeanor. "That is an unnecessary worry. I wouldn't, come hell or high water." I see. That's a relief then. So, what is it?" "Sir, actually, I have obtained a strange piece of intelligence from those that have returned from the north. The members of the rebel army have provisioned a large quantity of Cologne cows from the northern region," said Sidamo, and Yalda rubbed his jaw, intrigued. Speaking of Cologne cows, they're a famous livestock known for their delicious taste, but they have one more peculiar trait. Yes. Those cattle have a brutal and ferocious personality, and if they were somehow so inclined, their disposition would make them endlessly run towards a target. If a large quantity of them were thrown onto the battlefield. So that's the case. That would be somewhat troublesome. Soldiers who knew nothing would probably be thrown into chaos if they were attacked suddenly by a relentless herd. Very well, tell Barbour for me that I want him to make it common knowledge amongst the soldiers beforehand. He might not like it, but that's preferable to losing. If he says no, I will arrange for it. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Also, about that used at the Alusha engagement. Ah, the sorcery mine's right? I know without you telling me. Even now, I still have bad dreams about that defeat. If only my character had just been a bit more prudent. I can't express how much regret I feel. Yalda's gaze dropped, and Sidamo was a little worried, but Yalda bitterly smiled, saying his worry wasn't needed. Your Excellency. We have to warn them about that too. We cannot repeat the same mistake. Send out droves of scouts and have them constantly observe the plains. We won't fall into that rut again. Agitated, Yalda hit his desk. Sidamo deeply lowered his head and departed from the room. He had taken measures for the situations he could think of. He had devised a counter-plan for the sorcery mines, and had advised caution against the schemed Cologne cows. But he had a bad feeling. Like he had overlooked something. That kind of unease scrambled through Sidamo's mind. I should consolidate my thoughts one more time. There isn't much time until departure for the front, but we must have perfect preparations. We cannot permit any more defeats. Next week, Barbour, the Army Corps commander of the First Army, gave his orders to all the soldiers gathered in Canaan. Take back Belter, and destroy the rebel army in its entirety, he triumphantly and loudly said. Leaving behind 20,000 guards for Canaan and Roshanak, a large army consisting of all 150,000 departed for Belter. The supreme commander of the kingdom's army was General Barbour. Yalda's United Legion was incorporated into the First Army, and Yalda was placed under the command of Barbour, who was younger than him. Yalda had once been an Army Corps commander himself, but victory of all things was more important than his own useless pride, so he obediently followed. That sounded splendid when it came out of his mouth, but his face was flushed, and a blood vessel was furiously bulging out, said Sidamo waiting next to him. Leading the other divisions were Octavio and Bourbon, Barbour's confided generals. There was also Major General Larus, who had displayed solid talent under Sharov. Favoring discretion, Larus had opposed the dispatch this time until the end. The words the passed away Sharov had left Larus were to never move from Canaan, thoroughly fortify the defenses and wait for the enemy to destroy themselves. Aggressively assertive for quite a while, Barbour had rejected that policy and endlessly stated his own cherished opinion at the War Council. Now that they had won the war against the Empire, taking back Belter was the same as deciding the war. If they didn't make an offensive here, then just when would they? That opinion was supported by the staff officers and generals, but even so, Larus showed his disapproval, and in the end, he was silenced by a royal edict. Yalda had not given his own opinion and followed the War Council's plan. Even if they defended and followed Sharov's advice, it was hard to think their prospects would change for the better. But making a large offensive to take back Belter carried with it the risk of not being able to recover if they lost. If they won, fine. But, if they lost, it was all over. If Canaan fell, the Liberation Army would gradually get their hands on the royal capital. In that case, the feudal lords who decided to wait and see would unanimously turn towards the rebel army. This is the only battle we absolutely cannot lose. We will win no matter what. I, Yalda Gale, will wager my life, and wipe out my disgrace from before. Yalda steeled his resolve, and strongly gripped the flag of the Third Army, blotted by mud and blood. He would once again obtain the glory of victory, and this flag would flutter for his now deceased subordinates. This was a duty he ought to carry out, for shamelessly living on as a defeated general, Yalda thought. Mid-March, a grim-faced man approached next to Shera. Shera disinterestedly turned her head, and inclined her head quizzically, since she remembered that face from somewhere. "Who are you again, I wonder? I feel like I remember you from somewhere." "Congratulations on your promotion, Colonel Shera." The man casually handed over a small bag to Shera. When she took it and checked inside, the bag was full of roasted beans. These were the strange-tasting beans that were Belter's specialty. Shera's memories began steadily clearing. "Ah, I remember. You're Major Conrad that was at Belter, right? So your wounds have healed. I thought that they were serious enough that you couldn't move now though." "Yes, Colonel Shera. Thanks to the Colonel's hard fight, this life was saved. In this battle, to repay that debt, I intend to work with the resolve to work my body to the bone." Conrad spoke in bits and pieces as if checking each and every phrase. "Respectful language almost deathly doesn't suit you. Can you speak like you always do without pushing yourself?" With a self-satisfied face, she said words that had been said to her once before. Conrad shook his head side to side, saying he couldn't abide by Shera's advice. "Rank is absolute in an army. Please excuse me, but I cannot do that." "I see. Doesn't really matter to me. Well, you were finally saved, so don't overexert yourself. This time, you'll probably die. That's just my intuition though." Conrad was blatantly informed of his death, but he responded to Shera without a change in expression. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have brushed away the doctor restraining him and participated in this battle. Conrad had something he had to carry out, even at the cost of his life. "In this battle, I have to kill the enemies of His Excellency, David. If I can accomplish that, this petty life is worth it." His once superior officer David had died at Belter. He was a noble who valued him despite his poor socializing skills. David's reputation among others was unfavorable, but for Conrad, David was a man who he owed a debt of gratitude. He himself would clear up David's regret without fail. With just that tenacity, Conrad had made a recovery from wounds so serious he couldn't move. "I see. I can't stop you then. I expect great things from you this battle. For the kingdom's victory, let us expend all our power, together." "Sir, understood." The conversation between both of them, both unsuited towards respectful language, ended shortly. Conrad once again saluted atop his horse, and he returned to his own unit. Shera expressionlessly saw him off, took out a bin from the pouch, and threw it into her mouth. Spicy. The seasoning on today's beans was so spicy that even Shera grimaced. The Liberation Army received news that the kingdom's army of 150,000 are in the middle of marching towards Belter. As they had obtained intelligence that forces were gathering in Canaan beforehand, their war preparations were already complete. It was the same for the Liberation Army too. They couldn't lose this battle. Now that the Empire couldn't take action, they had to let the world know that the Liberation Army could take control of the royal capital by itself. For that sake, they also had to achieve victory no matter what. The commander of the Liberation Army, Altora, gave her orders to her gathered Liberation Army comrades. "This battle will decide the fate of the Liberation War. Even now while we're doing this, innocent people are starving and suffering. We are not permitted to fail. We must overthrow the current monarchy, spreading its harsh tyranny, no matter the costs. For that sake, much blood may be spilled, and many comrades may lose their lives. I will carry all those sins, and then, we will undoubtedly kill Christoph, the source of this misgovernment. This, I swear to you. To build a world where no one has to suffer, where everyone can live in smiles, please, I want you to lend me your strength." Altora unsheathed her sword and majestically raised it towards the heavens. Cheers rang out like an explosion, and shouts of "Long live the Liberation Army," roared. Gazing at them with a triumphant expression, Altora lived up to everyone's cheers. The soldiers of the Liberation Army were not fools. They didn't think they could live in complete harmony like the princess described, but even so, it was hard to put into form their hatred and resentment towards the current kingdom tormenting them. That outlet for their seething rage that turned it into a just cause, that was Altora and the Liberation Army. General Beiruz received the signal from Altora, and with a roar unbefitting his age, he gave his orders to the lined-up army. "We will win this battle, and take back our abundant livelihoods in the kingdom. For that, we must make Canaan fall no matter what. Fight until you die. Justice is on our side. Begin the march. Begin the march. Target, Bertusberg Plains." The Liberation Army, totaling 130,000, departed from Belta to intercept the advancing army of the kingdom. They planned to annihilate the approaching enemy army, and instantly take Canaan lacking in men. If this went well, they could probably put an end to this war. Both armies would crash in Bertusberg Plains spread between G.P. Belta and Canaan. The largest forces of the kingdom's army and the Liberation Army would clash in this battle. The plains had good visibility and gentle sloping terrain. Characteristically, there was a high ground called Karna's Plateau, and it rose up, looking down in every direction. Viner, tactician of the Liberation Army, had successfully deployed a formation quickly on that high ground. They built a quick encampment on it, and a division led by Gamze was deployed for its defense. Gamze was also a general who burned with the desire for revenge. He had quit his post as staff officer and now led an army unit. Also, 2,000 Cologne cows provisioned by Vanda from the north were firmly bound, covered, and stationed at the rear of the army. Half of them were attached to wagons with their canopies covered. In these carts were stacked a certain something. On the other hand, the kingdom's army also spread out their forces and confronted the rebel army from the front. Having the advantage in numbers, the kingdom's army roughly planned to take the momentum and suppress them with a frontal attack. At the same time, an operation was worked out to take back the threat of Karna's Plateau. Barbour and the main body of the army was the center wing. The left wing was Bourbon's division, and the right wing was Yalda's legion placed in the back. Schere's cavalry was entrusted with the role of advance guard for the center wing. They would inevitably become the foremost front line and see the fiercest battle. Casualties would naturally be high, but there was also the honored duty of starting the battle. Schere's entrusted role was to drive a wedge between the enemy's center and left wing. Highly valuing Schere's prowess, Barbour had given Schere this important duty and had stifled his confidant Octavio's opposition. Assigned as her support was Major Conrad formerly of the Fourth Army, who recently had recovered from his wounds, and Octavio, who had opposed until the end. Barbour's main body and Bourbon's division would be a decoy to stalemate the front, and the main duty lay with the right wing led by Yalda. Desiring experience and valor, Barbour had ventured to select Yalda, who he had a dog-cat relationship with, for this duty. Now that his desire for promotion had been satiated, he intended to do everything he could for victory. He also had reason to harbor doubts about the leadership ability of his confidant Octavio and the others. After they divided and isolated Karna's Plateau, Yalda's right wing would circle around, aim for the side-thin defenses, and annihilate them, which would bring the operation to its final stage. After gaining control of the high ground, they would use that momentum and descend on the enemy headquarters. This was Barbour's drafted operation. Your Excellency Barbour, why did you let General Yalda command the detached right wing? Not only that, I cannot believe you left the role of the wedge to that little girl. Please entrust such an important role to the senior generals of our First Army. Knowing the details of the operation, Octavio appealed to Barbour while sending spit flying. Why was Yalda entrusted with the detached right wing that seemed to have the most reward? Above all, he couldn't accept that he, of such long service, was to be the rear guard of a little girl who recently became a colonel. If this operation went all, Shera would have the achievement of successfully dividing the enemy, and would be promoted to Major General, the same rank as Octavio, despite her humble birth. He couldn't even laugh. Just imagining it made him dizzy. Octavio. We must win this battle no matter what. Colonel Shera's almost terrifying prowess is known not only by our allies, but also the enemy. I have deemed that she is the most suitable for the role of cutting in and breaking apart the enemy line, and that you are the most suitable to back her up. Barbour level-headedly declared. Octavio persisted, but Barbour took no notice of him. Your Excellency. You're annoying. This is a decided matter. We cannot make changes now. You should obediently follow my orders. B. By your will. Barbour scolded, and Octavio was unwillingly cowed. Normally, he was very daring, but in crucial moments, he had a timid side to him, which Barbour had seen through. Octavio left the pavilion, and took along his adjutant who was waiting outside for him back to his own camp. Barbour rubbed his temples. He now finally realized Sharov's troubles. He had been able to complain as much as he wanted precisely because Sharov was there to complain to. Now that Barbour was burdened with the lives of the entire First Army, he wasn't allowed such behavior. Shit. Sir Octavio. Are you fine with this? The adjutant who had been listening asked Octavio, whose face was red. Was it really fine having the role of a little girl's rear guard? He reminded. Octavio's promotion went hand in hand with his. Humph. War is something that once started, judgment on scene takes priority. Commanders who adapt themselves to the situation are who we need to be our generals. Besides, that Colonel Shera will sadly overextend, too hasty for merit, is another situation we can consider. If that happens, then there will be nothing we can do. I understand. It cannot be helped if that happens. It is a common story where someone dies in battle, too impatient to distinguish themselves and too lustful for promotion. The adjutant had a seedy smile. Octavio continued further. In fact, it might be better to abandon that little girl, and when the enemy is negligent, we cut into them. Cuckoo, if she has as much prowess as the rumors say, she'll probably survive. There's absolutely no need for us to support. I'll win this battle, and the nuisances will disappear. It goes without saying that Shera, who had been promoted with frightening speed, was included in those nuisances. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He had to quickly deal with this dangerous sprout that was likely to threaten his position, and he would nip it in the bud. It was these kinds of pointless political disputes that had been corroding the kingdom's army, but the persons themselves didn't care at all. Leading her cavalry and standing on the front lines, Shera took out a package she had fastened to her horse and devoured the final slice of the Yalda pie. Mixes of fruit juices gushed in her mouth, and Shera had a beaming, happy smile. To be able to enjoy the tastes of so many fruits in just one pie, perhaps Yalda, who had thought of this, was a genius. Shera's impression of Yalda improved. The surrounding soldiers were watching her affectionately. There was an alluring, gap feeling about death who everyone feared stuffing her cheeks with sweets like a plain village girl. Colonel, you saved His Excellency Yalda's present for this day? I thought you had ate it all. You had seemed much captivated by it. Inquired Katerina, and Shera shook her head up and down while slowly chewing. Today is a special day. I'll be able to kill tons of the rebel scum to my heart's content. That's why, I thought to eat something good before the important battle. Shera had prepared the tastiest food she could, and that was this Yalda pie. If she could go to the royal capital, she intended on using all the money she had and going on a shopping spree. Yalda's feast, this delicious treat, she thought about going to the royal capital right now immediately, but she held back. Eating was important, but dealing with these scum was just as paramount. So that is the case, I understand now. Actually, I wanted to share some with you, but I ate all of it and there's nothing left. Sorry. If we go to the royal capital, I'll buy you all your share. Look forward to it. Not at all. Your feelings are enough for me. Katerina courteously declined. To be honest, she didn't like sweet things that much. Oh, said Shara. She licked her fingertips and stretched. Ah, dogs of the rebel army as far as the eye can see. Annoying trash in swarms. Infestation to the extreme. Don't you think so, Katerina? The vexatious forces of the rebel army were spread out far in front of them, and their green flag that made her irritated just by looking at it was fluttering. Genuinely displeased, Shara narrowed her eyes and grimaced. Her happy feelings instantly changed to something darkish. When Katerina handed her a hard candy, she threw it into her mouth without saying anything and pulverized it savagely. Thick killing intent began radiating from her small body, and her expression changed to something feral. Your orders, Colonel Shara. Kill everything within reach. Don't overlook a single rebel army scum. Kill all of them, whether they be civilian soldiers or young soldiers. No buts, kill them. Slaughter the rebel army. The colonel's orders are absolute, you must carry them out. If you understand, let's hear the colonel's orders. Katerina raised her voice, and all the cavalrymen lifted their spears and yelled. Death to the rebel army. Victory to the colonel. Death to the rebel scum. Victory to Shara's cavalry. Victory for Colonel Shara. Hail Colonel Shara. They shouted praise towards Shara, not loyalty towards the kingdom. Soldiers not of Shara's cavalry were petrified and overwhelmed by their spirit. Shara smiled contentedly at her cavalry, then glanced at the flock of prey spread out before her, and deliciously licked her lips. Well then, let us conquer. Shara easily rotated her scythe above her head and began galloping with all her energy, taking the lead. Her cavalry hoisting their black flags, a step behind, followed after her, kicking up a furious cloud of dust. The Battle of Bertusburg, the fight to decide the fate of the kingdom's army and the Liberation Army, began. Chapter 27, I Won't Eat This Meat. 3 hours after the battle began. The kingdom's army couldn't contain themselves and moved first. The Liberation Army followed suit, and the center advance guards of both armies collided in the middle of the plains. In the skirmish between these two vanguards were Finn of the Liberation Army displaying his spearmanship and Shara with her scythe. Together with archer support, they both resolutely attacked the line of battle drawn by the infantry and grievously overran them. The adjutant Mila came to advise Finn, who swung his spear even while doused by blood. Colonel, Major Karnak's unit is being attacked by enemy cavalry. They're likely to be annihilated at this rate. Mila pointed behind her. The line of battle was in a sorry state, and cavalry carrying black flags were crushing the infantry with the force of a tsunami. Karnak was shouting, trying to somehow rally the troops, but he had no effect on the infantry being pushed back. They would be routed eventually if this were to continue. The main bodies of both armies had not yet moved, so this loss would not be a fatal blow probably, but the tides would turn in favor of their adversaries. They must protect Karnak's unit. Finn swept off the head of a kingdom soldier, and immediately gave his judgment. The Lion's cavalry will change course and cover Karnak's unit in the back. Mila, I leave the rear guard to you. Please leave it to me, Colonel. 100 riders follow me. Lure the enemy. Oh you. The rest follow me. We will take Death's Head this time for sure. We will honor our comrades who died on the road here. You. The cavalry raised their voices, responding to Finn's encouragement. The morale of this unit comprised of elite soldiers was the highest in the Liberation Army. 100 riders followed Mila, and they began to ride to attract enemy soldiers. Not wasting the opportunity, the main body of Finn's unit began heading to Karnak's unit in the back. Conrad's unit of the kingdom's army went to obstruct them, but the cavalry's momentum would not come to a halt. They couldn't let Shara's back be attacked like this, and Conrad's unit pursued with raging spirit. Karnak's unit. He had been granted 5,000 infantry, but their casualties had already exceeded 1,000. More than half of his remaining soldiers had wounds of some kind. Though they weren't homogeneous in their birthplaces, his soldiers had high morale, and shouldn't have by any means been defeated by the kingdom's army. But that was exactly the disaster occurring before his eyes. The line of battle they had frantically trained for had completely collapsed. Red blood flowed all over the earth, and evil demons were squeezing the last drop of life from the soldiers on the brink of death who couldn't move. Major. Let us escape. We are no match for death. Give the permission to retreat. An adjutant with a sobbing face approached, but Karnak gripped him by the collar and shouted at him. You fool! This battle decides the outcome of the liberation war. Do you think that our vanguard in front of all the others could retreat? However. Shut it, death god though she may be, she's human like us. She's nothing but an embellished and spread rumor. And take a look, Colonel Finn's cavalry is heading our way. We just have to hold out a bit longer. Then we can launch a pincer attack. At Karnak's words, the adjutant focused far in front of them. Certainly, there was a party with the lion's flag galloping towards them. But he didn't think they could hold out until they would arrive. Because, Major, we've been surrounded. Endure. Take a square formation. Line the spears and don't let them cut into us. Remember your daily training. Show the enemy no weakness. Karnak haphazardly wiped his streaming sweat and grasped tightly his personal weapon, a trident. After the line of battle had been broken, Shera's cavalry raced in a circle and broke into Karnak's unit from all around them. While constantly moving, never stopping in their movements, they continued to create fountains of blood. Stationary cavalry was fragile. As Shera understood that through instinct, she strictly ordered her soldiers to never stop moving. To supplement that, Katerina was preventing Liberation Army soldiers from reinforcing Karnak's unit. The black flag with a white crow coat of arms was already well known among the Liberation Army. A tragedy of slaughter was playing out while death's flag fluttered. There was no one who would willingly jump to their deaths. They tried their hardest to fire arrows from a medium range. About time, I wonder. Sir, I think this is sufficient. All right, smash the enemy's formation. Everyone follow me. Oh you! Shera's cavalry that was trampling them with circular movements nimbly took an arrow-like formation under her orders. Their completely disciplined movements would not lose to even the most seasoned of soldiers. This taut, rippling arrow was mercilessly fired at the hiding spot of their pitiful prey. Stay back. Death is. No, I don't want to die. Mom, why, what have I done to deserve this? The hands of the soldiers holding their spears trembled, and their faces paled. It was outrageous. What possibility was there to stop death? But even so, they had to fight. A platoon leader person tried to rouse them, stimulate them, and encourage them. Save your complaints for later, said the spears. They're coming. A juvenile-faced female could be seen at the forefront. Wielding a scythe dripping with fresh blood and a joyful smile on her face, she swooped down on them. Her black armor was already smeared with red fluid. A young soldier who made eye contact felt his knees give way, and he soiled himself. Hi, I can't. Monster. Pikes. Forward. The platoon leader gave his order, and the pikes were sent out. Their tips were easily cut apart, and the large scythe split the bodies of several men on the return swing. The cursed cavalry instantly surged into that opening. Soldiers whose strength left their legs were trampled by scores of horses and became pitiful corpses. The head of the platoon leader was sent flying by Katerina's sword. A few riders of Shera's cavalry were impaled by spears, but they paid no attention to them and continued to run as they were. Raising mad laughter, they continued to kill soldiers, brandishing their spears, and then they suddenly toppled, like dolls whose strings had been cut. Or rather, it would be more appropriate to say they had used up all their life force. They followed Shera's orders to trample and slaughter until their final moments. They died with extremely satisfied expressions. The robust square formation was crushed in one breath, and the demented blade gradually approached Karnak. His adjutant had already died in battle. That was a stroke of luck probably. Why? Why? He had died before confronting the monster before them. Definitely, that was a fortunate matter. At least, more fortunate than him. Karnak lowered his hips so his gaze wouldn't meet Shera's atop her horse. His target was the horse. He would stab the horse, and kill Death when its posture was in disarray. He could see himself winning on equal footing. The horse must fall first. Major of the Liberation Army, Karnak. Here I come. A dog shouldn't bark so proudly. I don't care about a trash's name. Shera spurred on her horse and approached Karnak. Her scythe was held out horizontally, and she planned on splitting his torso with one blow. Karnak postured straight in front of her. He concentrated all his nerves on this one attack. Got it. Dash. Karnak's trident sailed true, and it pierced the throat of Shera's horse. Karnak was showered in its blood. As Shera's balance was broken, she couldn't swing her scythe. Karnak extracted his trident and waited for the moment the horse collapsed. Once it fell, he would kill Death. So he waited. Waited. And he waited. Why? Why won't it fall? Why won't it die? Is even your horse immortal? Who knows why, I wonder. Dumbfounded, Karnak studied the horse. He was sure his trident had torn the horse's throat. Yet, why wasn't this horse dead? Why wouldn't it fall? He couldn't kill Death if it didn't fall. In the horse's empty eyes, the agitated figure of Karnak was reflected. That moment, he thought he saw it smile. Like it was scoffing at the few seconds he had left to live. No, the horse was certainly laughing. The horse of a monster was after all, a monster. Why, you monsters? What the heck are you all? Fallen into a state of panic, Karnak again lunged with his spear. Didn't you guys give me the name? Death. So that's what I am. Farewell, then, Karnak, and even his trident was cut apart by her large scythe. His body split into two, and his organs splattered onto the ground. With blood dripping from its throat, Death's horse crushed underfoot Karnak's skull with all its weight. Like smashing a fruit, brain matter scattered. Satisfied? Shera tenderly brushed her horse's mane, and it lightly neighed, showing its agreement. Colonel. Enemy cavalry are approaching from the rear. They have a lion emblem. Today is just preliminary fighting, I was told, so we'll fight them while heading back, form ranks. Shera's cavalry is changing course. Understood. All units move out. Begin changing course. Follow the colonel. From Karnak's position, they again reformed the ranks, and Shera's cavalry began heading towards the center wing of the kingdom's army. Finn's cavalry rushed into them, obstructing them. Behind Finn raced Conrad to support Shera. They crossed, and it became a momentary battle with only one blow exchanged. They must not stop. A cavalry that stopped its movements lost its offensive ability and would become a target for archers. At the head of both cavalries, Shera and Finn were confronting each other while galloping. Death God. I knew I should have killed you that time. Just how many people will you kill until you're satisfied? Until I kill all of you, I won't die. I'll kill you like that dog earlier. Enemy of Karnak, my name is Finn, the Lion General Finn. Oh, how great for a dog. I don't care about any of your names. Finn's spear and Shera's scythe crossed. Soldiers of both cavalries collided while wielding their weapons. Many riders fell from their horses at this collision. Riders died, their heads separated from their shoulders. Helmets were smashed, and soldiers fainted in agony holding their heads. There were people crushed under horses, and unable to move, their breathing ceased. During all this, Shera and Finn were swinging their weapons, unleashing intense blows trying to take their sworn enemy's head. They never stopped moving, and their horses galloped while they exchanged many, many furious blows. Ha! Die! Blood coming from her head, Shera's frenzied attack was stopped in the nick of time, and Finn sent out a sharp thrust of his own. Despite gritting his teeth at the weight of her blows, he was somehow standing firm. If Shera was the hero of the kingdom's army, then Finn was the hero of the Liberation Army. They could not have made it this far with only luck. They exchanged many bouts, they exchanged many tens of bouts, but neither of them could inflict a fatal wound. Both Shera's cavalry and Finn's cavalry were holding their breaths while watching attentively. Their cavalries had already crossed each other, and normally, they should have stopped their duel and returned to their groups. But currently, neither Shera nor Finn could be stopped. Then, they could only watch and believe in their leader's victory. In the center of the battlefield, the general skirmish still going on, a weird space was created where only these two riders crossed weapons. Conrad's unit who came to back Shera, and a unit of the Liberation Army that had come to pursue Shera, couldn't move. Ha, Shera. If you have this much skill, why are you supporting the rotten kingdom? Asked Finn in a tone with not a trace of his normal collectedness. If she had this much ability, she should be able to distinguish herself even in the Liberation Army, no doubt. There was value in just trying to extend an invitation. Having actually crossed blades, Finn thought so. This woman was certainly strong. You guys are more rotten. The ones who stole my last bit of food was you guys. I will never forgive you, shouted Shera in a rage. Come to the Liberation Army. You won't die futilely here. Let's overthrow the kingdom together. Princess Altora will surely build a world where no one will suffer. Shut up. I'll make it so you can't spout that nonsense ever again. I'll kill you at Altora. Mad, Shera unleashed an attack charged with all her power. It was an blow unleashed with her eyes bloodshot and her teeth clenched to their limits. It was Shera's greatest swing, loaded with all of her energy that would smash even the strongest impediment without any resistance. Her scythe howled in displeasure. Of course even Finn couldn't receive this blow, he judged, and he promptly threw himself off his horse to evade. Finn's horse in the wake of the scythe was cleaved in two, spasming while its viscera flew out of its torso, and it died. Shera with her breathing ragged approached Finn with his posture broken, to give him the finishing blow. This is the end. Regret that mouth that made fun of me. I'll cut you limb from limb. Coup. Having thrown his spear away, Finn drew his sword while on the ground. He wouldn't be able to stop the next blow like this. He would be cut along with his sword. And he would die. Finn steeled himself, when? Save the colonel. Repulse that death god. Archers ready. Fire. Receiving Adjutant Mila's orders, the archers volleyed at Shera. Several fired arrows struck Shera's armor and her horse, hindering her before her final blow could reach her prey. Arrows were fired again. She didn't receive any fatal blows, but Shera couldn't go on the offensive. Dash, you trash, get out of my way. Kill the death god. Use any means necessary. Kill her here. Another volley, fire. Aim for that thing's horse. Shera spun her scythe to brush away the drizzling arrows. Seeing that opening, Finn corrected his posture and ran towards his own soldiers. Shera clicked her tongue, and returned to beside Katerina and the others while knocking down arrows. She could have killed that man with one more blow. But, he was lucky until the very end. And, her luck was bad. That's all it was. Are you unhurt, Colonel? Damn it, to intrude upon a one-on-one fight. Katerina and the others had restrained themselves from interfering in the commander's one-on-one fight in fear of incurring Shera's displeasure. She deeply regretted her mistaken decision. Yeah. When I thought about a duel, I got too heated, and lost. This isn't a match, but a battlefield. There is no cowardice or cheating. Next time, don't hold back, you guys. Kill them all. Sir, understood. Horns resounded, calling them back. From both armies. The sun would set soon. The first day of battle would probably end here. Well then, let's go home. I'm hungry. I've moved a bit too much. All troops pull back. Don't be negligent with your guard. Shera gave the order to pull back, and the cavalry took formation, surrounding their commander, and began repatriating. The first day of the Battle of Bertusburg ended with 6,000 casualties for the kingdom's army, and 8,000 casualties for the Liberation Army, dead and wounded included. The fiercest battle unfolded in the center wing. Constantly, the kingdom's army was superior as Karnak's unit was destroyed. Bourbon's division of the left wing succeeded in causing a stalemate, and Yalda's legion of the right wing had waited for the sun to set, and began marching towards Karna's plateau. There would be many more casualties after this first day, and both commanders, Barbour and Altora, struggled with their power of command. With one order, they would create many thousands, many tens of thousands of casualties. They especially could not miss an opportunity to put a strategy into action. Also, they could not allow their inner anxiety to show on their faces. It would cause unrest in those around them and would probably become a weak link closely tied to their defeat. These rigorous days that shaved away at their spirit would continue until this fight was over. Until then, they wouldn't know who held glory, and who held ruin. Having narrowly avoided death, Finn thanked his own good fortune, and thanked his excellent adjutant. Mila. You saved me today. Really, thank you. That I'm able to live on like this, is thanks to you. Finn fixed his eyes on the face of his adjutant and said his thanks. Her face red, Mila flusteredly shook both her hands. No. It was nothing. When I thought that you, Colonel, would be killed, I was frantic myself. Also, protecting you is my mission. All thanks to your accurate judgment. I got greedy by mistake. If possible, I thought I could win over the death god to our side. Now that I think about it, that was a stupid endeavor. There is no way death could understand the language of humans. It was the first time Finn had been struck by such powerful killing intent. It wouldn't be strange for plain soldiers to be unable to move with their knees quivering. That monster returned safely despite receiving so many arrows. That horse too. I cannot believe it. She really is like death itself. Muttered Finn, touching a wound on his cheek. Shera had said earlier that the ones who stole my last bit of food was you guys. Around when the Liberation Army was in a dire financial situation, there was a rumor that Thina had provisioned food from somewhere. Perhaps death was spawned from those sacrifices, Finn thought. Which meant that she was an irreconcilable enemy. There would be no accommodation. Until she met her end, she would swing her scythe, killing, and killing. Persuasion would absolutely not get through to her. Thina's thinking was always grounded in reason. He was a man who wouldn't mind killing 100 by his own hands to save 10,000. That probably wasn't wrong. But, for those people included in the 100, they wouldn't forget their resentment. And that resentment which burned hotter than the fires of hell. Though thinking about it won't change anything. Nothing can be done about it, now that it's come to this. The only solution is to kill death, if we can, that is. The biggest problem was whether or not they could kill her. Frankly speaking, she couldn't be fought one-on-one. He couldn't believe it, but Shera surpassed him in physical strength. Finn was probably better in technique and spearmanship, but strength was what it came down to in a battle to the death. Superficial technique would be blown away in the face of overwhelming strength. Really, Finn had been driven one step away from death. Next time, we will fight with you. Death God though she may be called, if we all fight, I am sure we will manage somehow. Justice is on our side. We will not lose to something like death. Finn smiled at his constantly optimistic to a fault adjutant. Finn was captivated by that side of her. But, for that very justice, how many thousands of lives had been lost today? It would be fine if they had resolved to die. But, what about the volunteer soldiers or the militiamen? And who would take care of their families left behind? What even was justice? Finn didn't know. But he couldn't vocalize that. He had gambled on the Liberation Army's victory. That's why he had decided to rise up. He would keep running until the end. No matter how much blood would flow, he wouldn't die until then. Like he could let himself die. He would necessarily live until the end, and leave behind his name as a hero. Momentum has gone to our adversaries for the beginning of this battle. We have to recover from here. Starting tomorrow, we have to work even harder to make up for our disgrace today. Sir, we will serve with everything we have. That night, Shara was having a meal next to her beloved. While gently petting her dear horse lying beside her with his eyes closed, she was drinking now cold soup. Seeing her, Katerina hesitantly asked her, "Colonel." Katerina took out her cane from her waist. If Shara wished it, it wasn't impossible for this corpse to move. She began preparing her sorcery, and waited for the signal. No need. Even if you force it to move, it won't be my horse anymore. So, I will separate from this child here. It's a little lonely though, since this child has always been with me. Shara quietly shook her head sideways. If Katerina used her necromancy, they could certainly be together like always. But it would be different, she thought. The soul accompanied the self. In that case, what was here was only a lump of meat. Though she looked at this meat, she felt no surge of appetite. Even if she ate it, she wouldn't be satisfied. So she wouldn't eat it, it surely wouldn't be delicious. Forgive me for being so obtrusive. I beg your pardon. Deeply apologizing, Katerina fixed her askew glasses. It's fine. I honestly thought about eating it, but I'll stop this time, since I don't have the appetite for some reason. So, I won't eat this child. After this meal, I'll give him a burial. He carried me all the way here, even with his throat cut. Don't you think he did his best? Sir. While his throat was perforated and his entire body was showered with arrows, he had carried his master back to her allied camp. That wasn't something that could possibly be believed, yet, this horse had done it. While dribbling bloody saliva, he had carried out his duty. It was originally Colonel Voller's horse of the Imperial Army, but he had been tamed by Shara. Since then, he had carried death and gone through fierce battles together. After struggling along to the ally camp, he silently kneeled, and snuggled his face up next to Shara's, and then expired, like he had used up all his vitality. While still riddled with arrows, Shara took out all the arrows on her horse. After cleaning up her horse's body as much as she could, she thus then had a meal together. The people not of Shara's cavalry gazed uncannily at her. How could a person who showed such lack of mercy towards her enemy show such deep compassion towards just a horse? They couldn't understand. The cavalry members could understand the feeling. Like the saying, horse and man are one being, a horse was one's partner. The soldiers of Shara's cavalry, no longer able to bear this treatment akin to a criminal being publicly exposed, chased away the onlookers, and then only Shara and her horse's body were left. Can you prepare a horse for me to ride tomorrow? If possible, a strong horse like this child. The fight will yet continue. Katerina, sorry, but please. Please leave it to me. I will procure the finest and swiftest horse, then, I will take my leave. Please call me if you need anything. I will leave one man behind nearby. She gave a signal and called one cavalryman over. Katerina gave her orders in a small voice, and the soldier stepped back. Katerina wanted to stay behind too, but there were many things that needed to be done. An enemy night raid wasn't impossible. They couldn't slip in their vigilance. Yeah, please do.
I will stay a little longer, so you go ahead.
Katerina saluted and left the place behind. In the darkness now returned to silence were left Death and her beloved horse. Until Shara felt satisfied, she kept on brushing the cold body. With an expression unfit for a grim reaper who spread death, she rested her head on her horse's abdomen, caked with dried blood. Oh yeah, I haven't given you a name yet. We've been through so much, so I'll give you one now. Stay with me a little longer, until I can think of a good name. The pale horse that raced across the battlefield with death on his back would never move again. Chapter 28, Beans from the Major are bitter and astringent. Second day of the battle. No large-scale conflict occurred like the day before. It ended with small skirmishes where only arrows were fired. Third day. The war was a complete stalemate. Both armies fell into a situation where they couldn't act. Both lines of battle glared at each other, and the sun idly set. Then the fourth day. Yalda's legion had arrived near Karna's plateau. Receiving that information, Barbour gave the order to commence the recapture of Karna's. As planned, Octavio instructed Scherer and Conrad's unit to drive into enemy lines. In tandem, Barbour and Bourbon's units gradually advanced their lines to attract the enemy. The Liberation Army also deployed Finn, Beirut's, and Altura's main force. This nightmare of a day would become the bloodiest day for the Liberation War. Under the strong, blazing sun unthinkable for spring, the battle began. Yalda's legion took formation to the west side of Karna's plateau. Yalda grimaced, seeing the firm encampment built on the plateau. This won't be good. They've built a tougher formation than estimated. This'll be tough to break in a short amount of time. The enemy's commander seems quite competent. Your Excellency, this is not a situation to be admiring them. We must capture it in haste, warned Sidamo, and Yalda decisively nodded, saying that was obvious. I know that. Launch the signal flare. Inform the detached force on the other side to begin the assault. Sir. Obeying Yalda's orders, a soldier launched a signal fire. This was to signal Scherer and the others who should have been deployed to the east. The plan was to divide the enemy's left wing and then pressure Karna's plateau from both sides. Afterwards, they planned to gain control of it. The success of this plan hinged on matching their timing. Sidamo. Advance the infantry. Target the encampment on Karna's plateau. Coordinate the longbowmen and rain on them incessantly. And break the enemy's defensive position with catapults. Understood. Messenger. Tell all the infantry to march. Have the engineers construct catapults and then go support them. Absolutely do not expose them. Advance while staying together. Understood. After instructing the messenger, Sidamo studied Karna's plateau. From the encampment on the high ground proudly fluttered the Liberation Army's flag. It seemed nearly all the garrison was deployed to face them, which meant that their east side was short of hands. If they attacked there, that would absolutely turn the tides. They could not overlook this chance. It was his given duty as a staff officer to seize even a moment's opportunity. Rouse yourselves, everyone. This fight will decide the kingdom's fate. We must win. Encouraged Yalda, and the long-serving soldiers that followed him from Antigua and Belta fervently cheered in response to their commander's inspiration. The training and morale of these soldiers that had gone through many hardships together were of a relatively high level in the kingdom's army. There was no longer anyone here who would abandon the kingdom. Fighting erupted in the west of Karna's plateau. Bourbon's division had attracted the enemy's right wing. Their leader Major General Bourbon was an extremely passive and indecisive man, but this duty could rather be said to be perfect for him. He hesitated at everything and took much time before making a decision. Your Excellency Bourbon. Your orders? I received instructions from General Barbour to attract the enemy, but maybe we should attack. Or maybe defend. I didn't learn about this, you know. To stalemate the war front, we first. Your Excellency. Wait, I'm thinking. I'm a man who's made it to Major General. No matter the situation, I must move prudently. Losing here will create a situation we can't recover from. If we don't take the time. Let me think a bit more. In that one practice simulation, what did I do again? Carefreely, Bourbon tried to remember the contents of the simulation. His staff officer drew closer, losing his temper, but Bourbon was not at all agitated. "Your Excellency, we do not have such time. Battle has already started. You have to immediately give the soldiers instructions." "Shut up. I'm thinking right now." "Why, Your Excellency? Should we attack? Should we defend?" Bourbon didn't know which was better. Should they assertively launch an attack? Or should they devote themselves to defense? He hesitated and couldn't give instructions to his subordinates. Ironically, that turned out for the better. Confronting them, Beirut's vanguard of the Liberation Army came for a resolute attack, but Bourbon's division didn't go at them from the front, but evaded, slippery like an eel. Bourbon's inability to make a decision ultimately became instructions for them to make the decisions on site. On the other hand, as Beirut had long years of experience with commanding, his subordinates unconditionally abided by his instructions, believing that he would lead them to victory if they followed him. That dependence brought forth some delay in their movements, and they couldn't catch up with the kingdom's army arbitrarily moving, making decisions on site and adapting themselves to the moment. What the commander of the kingdom's front line prioritized above all was to not die. He would fight such that he wouldn't violate military regulations, deal with it adequately, and then retreat. And then when he judged that there was an opening to take advantage of, he would adequately launch an attack, distinguishing himself. Though their morale may be low, they were picked troops thoroughly trained by the now deceased Sharov. There were many excellent men among their non-commissioned officers. Likely, had Bourbon directly took command, they would have probably been quickly cornered and routed. That man had no experience fighting while leading a wing. "Ara, the enemy seems quite capable. They pretend to attack and then withdraw, they withdraw and then attack. Avoid chasing too far, there's likely troops in ambush. Do not be pulled in." Beirut threw down the cane symbolizing his command and raged. They were an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. They skillfully warded off his momentum. It would be to the enemy's plan to attack them if they chased too far like this. "Your Excellency, how about ordering a general offensive? From what I can see, it is hard to say the enemy's movements are deliberately commanded. Shall we apply some pressure and see what happens? Unexpectedly, they might readily collapse." A staff officer who held doubts about the leadership ability of the kingdom's commanders didn't think those commanders could wield their command in such a way. He sensed that, likely, the on-scene non-commissioned officer was moving of his own accord. Of course, Beirut understood that too. The enemy had no plan. From his long years of experience, he could tell that from intuition, but Beirut shook his head sideways at his impatient staff officer's proposal, while having an expression of regret. "Our tactician firmly forbids the general offensive. Until his strategy is put into action, we must not launch a general offensive," he told me. Perhaps the enemy commander is a genius, or maybe an incomparable idiot. It would be impossible for me to do what he's doing. Entrusting command to on-site judgment, if that goes poorly, the entire force will fall into chaos. Presently, Beirut had to continue this clumsy battle since his main unit was ordered to not move. The right wing had completely fallen into a stalemate, likely, as the enemy had expected. Endure until the start of the operation. This battle's victory and defeat lies with Sir Tactician's command. You have to win at all costs, I leave it to you, Sir Thina. Bertusburg Plains Eastern Front, stalemate. Divide the enemy's left wing. Having received Octavio's orders, Schere's cavalry and Conrad's unit fiercely and resolutely attacked, cutting into the border between the plains and Karna's plateaus east. The cavalry led by Schere cut a hole in the Liberation Army's line, and plunged forward while rigorously coordinating with Conrad. "Colonel, everything is as planned so far. I will send the signal to Major General Octavio." Katerina dismounted and began preparing to raise the signal fire. "All right, I leave the signal to you. Someone, send contact to Conrad. Tell him to maintain his position until His Excellency Octavio arrives. Afterwards, we will invade Karna's plateau." Understood. Cavalry once merged with Conrad will fortify the line. Absolutely do not stop your movements. You'll be sniped. Move around and trample the enemy. Shera pointed her scythe and raised her voice, the morale of her cavalrymen raised in conjunction. A messenger began running to Conrad's unit. They had achieved their first aim of dividing the enemy, but that was just like temporarily splitting the seas. If they didn't immediately build a dam, the waters would once again swallow them. Around them, the Liberation Army began reorganizing their lines to surround them, and it was only a matter of time before their preparations were in order. Shera's cavalry had risked their lives to open a small hole. The rush of Octavio's division was essential for this operation's success. Shera's cavalry was 3,000, Conrad's unit was 5,000, and Octavio's division was 30,000. That was the total number of men invested into diving the enemy's left wing. If all went successfully, Karna's plateau would be taken back, and besides that, they could even aim for the enemy's headquarters. The orders given to them by the division commander Octavio were simple and clear. As soon as the signal flare came from Shera's cavalry, he would instantly give the order to charge. For something as simple as that, even the weak-hearted Octavio could accomplish it, Barbour had judged. Your Excellency Octavio, the signal flare has come from Shera's unit. The adjutant Gerard reported to Octavio while peering through a spyglass. Octavio detestably smiled and replied, "Cuckoo, the judgment of a novice commissioned officer who doesn't know the art of war is unreliable. I decide when to move the division. It's still early for the assault." "It's too early, don't you think?" "Sir, it does appear that the occasion is premature. Too impatient for merit, Colonel Shera has erred in her judgment. I believe the judgment of the man polished through hundreds of battles, His Excellency Octavio, should take precedence." "Fumu, then let's go with that. Contact all the units. Strictly order them not to move no matter what until my signal. They are not to move no matter what occurs. Transgressors will be charged with violating military regulations and will necessarily be given strict punishment. Tell them that." "Understood. However, this is just as Your Excellency predicted. Your discerning eye leaves me in admiration," flattered Gerard, and Octavio pleasantly laughed. "It seems that the Star God is our ally too. If General Barbour is promoted to Field Marshal, I will also surely be promoted. The rebel army will be annihilated, and the nuisances will die here. There will be no one standing in my way. Of course, you'll be following me too. I'm not a man who forgets loyalty. Sir, I will follow Your Excellency to the ends of the earth." "Well then, let's watch together the final moments of that little girl who doesn't understand her place, the collapse of the famed death god of the rumors. Just how will she die? Kuaha. This is so pleasing." Taking out the spyglass on his waist, he gazed with a sneer at the place where Shera's unit was fighting. The Liberation Army was hastily moving their lines to surround Shera and the others. The gap that they had gambled their lives to open was closing without any resistance. "Stupid little girl. This is what you get for thinking to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Cuckoo, cry, resent your own stupidity, and die." Octavio's division didn't move. Without Octavio's division supporting their rear, Shera and Conrad's units had been completely isolated. In not even an hour, they were entirely surrounded, and like drawstrings being pulled tight, they started being pressured by the Liberation Army. Katerina had sent up signal flares many times, but Octavio showed no signs of moving. They only watched them from far away. Why won't they move? At this rate, the opportunity we created will. Katerina threw down the fuming cylinder emptied of its flare. Shera calmed her while bitterly smiling. "We were abandoned by that trash Octavio. It's so refreshingly easy to understand. But why? If they don't rush in right now, this operation will be a complete failure. For that garbage, I'm probably more of a hindrance and of an eyesore than the rebel army." And so, he would throw away victory, and he would choose to let 8,000 soldiers die. Isn't that it? Slowly rocking the scythe on her shoulder, Shera informed Katerina. All while gently brushing the body of her new horse that she wasn't used to riding yet. As soon as she made it back, she would kill Octavio. Absolutely, kill. Shera etched that onto her heart. No way. While touching her glasses with trembling hands, Katerina stood in mute amazement. This kind of unreasonable thinking, letting their chance of winning slip from right under them, was absurd. Why did such a fool have the position of a division commander? It was entirely incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the reality was as Shera stated. Octavio's division would not move. Colonel. At this rate, we will be annihilated without accomplishing anything. We ought to leave behind one unit to buy time, and the other will invade Karna's plateau, as per the strategy. Yalda's legion is, even now, conducting an offensive. We have to back him from our side. Sweat-smeared and dust-covered Conrad, out of breath, proposed to Shera. His infantry in a square formation was eagerly taking up bow and arrow and lunging with spears, not letting the enemy approach. The cavalrymen, who must not stop moving, were tracing a circle while battling with the enemy. But even so, they were at their limits. The enemy's forces were growing denser. Soon, their dam would break. The numbers were too different. Still, we're not in a position to go support, and if we do that means. Katerina voiced her doubts. Conrad's proposal would end up sacrificing a unit. Of course, they need to be ready to be annihilated. Actually, they would certainly die. But, if we take back Karna's plateau, this battle is still up in the air. If we can't take back the plateau here and we're annihilated, this battle is lost. So, we must launch an offensive no matter the cost. Well then, I and my cavalry will stay. To the east of here is seen the flag of the rebel army's supreme commander. Probably, Altora is there, I think. If we kill her, this battle will be over, won't you say? We'll act as the diversion, and kill the chief of the dogs while we're at it. Shera pointed at the company lined in the distance. On the Liberation Army's flag was drawn the crest of the royal family. It was Altora's flag. Still, struggling over there, no matter how one theorized, was impossible. They would have to break through many lines of battle stretched around that destination, and then further crush the defensive encampment. If one considered that enemies would come in support from all four sides, it was as impossible as overturning heaven and earth. No matter how hard Shera fought, she couldn't defend against a rain of arrows. Even if Shera could defend, her horse couldn't. Once she lost her legs, she would be surrounded by infantry and eventually killed. Conrad shook his head sideways and objected to Shera's opinion. Colonel, with your cavalry, you can break through this encirclement and attack Karna's plateau. Also, my infantry, I'm afraid to say, do not have any mobility. Let us remain behind. Major Conrad. Rank is absolute in an army. Didn't you say that the other day? A superior officer's order is absolute. That's what it means to be an army. Abide by my orders. Your unit will immediately commence an assault on Karna's plateau. Shera knocked down a flying arrow, and ordered. She took out a sickle from her waist and threw it at a man commanding the archers in the distance. The sickle stuck into the breastplate of his armor, and her target stopped breathing. The archers of the Liberation Army were unnerved, and they momentarily stopped their attacks. Judging there was no more conversation, Shera decided to give the order to assault Altora's encampment. Conrad let out a deep sigh, and took out a certain thing. This method would be faster than talking to this woman. You haven't changed at all since Belter, Colonel Shera. Even on the verge of death you can be so aloof from the world. This way of talking suits you more than awkward formalities. Also, if you understand, hurry and go for me. We'll go take the head of the rebels now. There's no time for idle chatter. Conrad pulled on the reins Shera was holding, and took out 2 large beans. There was one roasted bean with an X mark on it. Roasted beans, a product of Belter that Shera had coveted before battles. We'll decide it with this. Like how we did it at Belter. The one with the mark is the winner. The winner will advance toward Karnas, and the other will remain here and buy time.
Okay. I want to say I refuse, but you wouldn't accept that, would you?
Asked Shara with an amazed expression. Conrad nodded. That's correct. Listen to the opinions of your seniors. Fine. Let's hurry up and do this, there's really no more time. Conrad mixed them in his hands, and held a bin in his left and right. Shara chose the left. When his large hand with clots of blood stuck to it opened, there appeared the bin with the X mark on it. Your luck is good, Colonel Shara. As agreed, you are the winner. The Colonel will go to Karnas Plateau, leave the rest to me. Conrad threw the bin with the mark to Shara, and hid the other. Show me your right hand. Open your right hand and show me, Major. Not abiding by Shara's words, Conrad threw the bin gripped in his right hand into his mouth and exaggeratedly chewed. There is no time, Colonel. As quickly as possible, head to Karnas Plateau. Shouted Conrad, and Shara silently turned her horse's head. A promise was a promise. She was the winner, and Conrad was the other. That was it. Katerina, have the cavalry form ranks. We will charge towards Karnas Plateau. Yes, sir. Understood. Conrad, I leave the rest to you. Let us meet again. Please leave it to me. Someday, once again. Conrad split his unit into 3, and he made one go northward as a decoy and another one advance with the aim of enemy Supreme Commander Altora's encampment. The last one would support Shara's assault until their end. None of them could hope to return alive. The enemy had to protect Altora while preventing their withdrawal and further obstruct Shara's charge. The line of battle should be greatly disordered. Conrad would participate in the assault at Altora's camp. He had decided to wield his spear until his life died out. Shara reorganized the cavalry, and commenced the assault towards Karnas. Conrad's infantry cut into the enemy line to cover for them. The exhausted soldiers died one after the other, but Shara's cavalry was steadily advancing. Conrad took one last look at death, and strongly burned the sight into his eyes. Despite being a little girl, she was a brave woman like from a fairy tale, yet even so, she had a gluttonous disposition, as well as behaviors and expressions unbefitting of a hero. Conrad couldn't hold back a sarcastic laugh. A senior staff officer standing next to him spoke. Major, I have brought something nice, do we have permission to raise it? You will also be quite pleased with it, Major. What is it? This. What the senior staff officer took out was the flag of the ruined Fourth Army. It had the now deceased David's coat of arms on it. I permit it. Humph, you're a fine hoarder. I didn't really like General David that much, but you've taken good care of us, Major. It has been an honor, coming this far together with you. The surrounding soldiers looked at Conrad fleetingly, and nodded in agreement. Then, they pointed their spread towards Altora's camp in the distance. Everyone had resolved themselves. Sorry. I'll have you accompany me until the end. Your orders. Fourth Army of the U's Kingdom, Belter Infantry Battalion, will begin the assault. Show them our mettle. Take Altora's head, the leader of the rebel army. Forward. The Fourth Army's flag fluttered grandly. Conrad held his spear aloft and began running, acting as the vanguard. The soldiers followed after him. Everyone was tired, and their breathing was erratic. A hail of arrows created many corpses. Regardless, they charged into the enemy's line while shouting angrily and showing no fear. Long live the Fourth Army. Long live Conrad's battalion. Long live the U's Kingdom. Charge. Here we go. Conrad's spear pierced a Liberation Army soldier's throat. He immediately pulled it out and mowed down the body of a flustered young soldier. The guys from the kingdom are coming. Get ready. Don't these guys fear death? Don't let them break through. Ahead of them is Princess Altora's camp. The enemy has split into 3 directions. Why, your orders to pursue. The enemy's a small force, what's there to be scared about? Can't you calm down? The kingdom's army charged until their ends, unafraid of death, and threw the liberation army surrounding them into chaos. The enemy forces had split into 3 directions. Who and how would they pursue? The commander's instructions were slow, since at this rate, it was certain their encirclement could be crushed. Just by his wavering, the number of victims increased. Conrad's unit fought heroically. They broke through the line at 3 sites, and they used up all their strength struggling to the defensive encampment. Ha, ha. In front of Conrad, who wielded his spear all alone with wounds all over his body, appeared the Liberation Army's second-in-command, Alan. He thought it strange that he was forced to kill a soldier. A commander with much renown, I suppose. I am the Liberation Army's vice-commander, Alan Keeland. I would like to have a bout with you. Major Conrad of the Kingdom's Army. Here I come. Sword and spear struck each other. Alan made the best of his sword's lightness and unleashed a flurry of blows. Conrad awaited his chance while blocking them with his spear. He made Alan overextend, and immediately afterwards brushed away the blade with Alan's weight behind it. Coup. Eat this. Conrad's thrust grazed Alan's cheek. Alan flinched for an instant at the extreme sharpness of that spear thrust. Seeing this opportunity, Conrad went to unleash another one, but he collapsed to his knees the moment he did so. His stamina had been exhausted. Shit. Prepare yourself. Alan's longsword was swung down from above. David.
Your Excellency, I, Apo, Logi, Z.
Colonel, the rest. Conrad fell forward. After Alan decapitated Conrad, he ordered for him to be courteously buried. He had been a magnificently brave warrior, rare in the kingdom's army. Conrad was killed, the isolated soldiers were dying like following after him. The diversion unit that headed to the north was similarly annihilated. The unit that supported Shera, when they exhausted their arrows, charged in, and were extinguished one by one. Riding parallel beside Shera, Katerina turned and looked behind her for a second. Conrad's unit was swallowed by the masses, and she confirmed their annihilation with her eyes. At the same time, corpses planted behind them exploded, throwing up a smokescreen. Colonel, Conrad's unit was annihilated. That's so, unfortunate. What, we'll surely be able to meet sooner or later. While swinging her scythe with one hand, Shera took out the bin Conrad had duped her with and put it in her mouth. It was very bitter. And astringent. Shera's face crunched up. Thanks to the blood that had been on his hands, it also tasted of iron. Colonel. Nothing, it was just a bit bitter. From behind them, enemy cavalry came in pursuit. The speed of Shera's cavalry, advancing while crushing the enemy in front of them, was helplessly slow. Katerina sent a signal with her gaze to one rider, such that Shera wouldn't notice at all. She didn't need to know. Fight until you die, and by time. This was the order Katerina had conveyed to them beforehand. In the end, she too intended to hold her ground and fight to the death. 300 soldiers farthest in the back silently turned around and began charging at the enemy pursuit force. They were like sacrificed pieces. So that their superior officer could advance forward, they were to buy time. Katerina judged that they wouldn't be able to make it if she didn't prepare sacrifices, no matter how much skill Shera had. Glaring at Karna's plateau, Shera didn't notice. Also in a way that she didn't notice, Katerina and the others advanced while surrounding Shera. So this side really is lacking in men. The enemy garrison has sent their main force at Yalda's legion. We'll go and raid the enemy encampment. We cannot waste the valuable time Major Conrad has created for us. Indeed. As planned, we will capture Karna's plateau. I will absolutely do so. Shera and 2,000 riders forcibly tore through the sporadic resistance while determinedly rushing up the high ground. Yalda was making a fierce attack from the west. Karna's plateau had unexpectedly been pincered according to plan. Of course, It could also be said that Shera's cavalry was being pincered too. How long could the 300 riders prevent that? A hopeless struggle to the death began. The cavalry holding their ground to hinder the pursuit were loyally carrying out their duty. "We are Shera's cavalry. You shall not pass. Long live Colonel Shera. Victory for the colonel." Shera's cavalry swung their spears, shaking off fresh blood. Many arrows stabbed into their armor, and there was also someone who had one stuck in the middle of his face. Yet even so, the cavalry didn't lose their will to fight, and continued to be an obstacle halfway up Kana's plateau. They had earned more than 30 minutes. They were approaching the limits of their endurance, but for their lord, they kept on, wielding their spears until their deaths. 200 riders remained. Don't be scared. The enemy is wounded. Spearmen, advance. But they're monsters. They shouldn't be able to move. Silence, this is an order. Advance. Receiving orders from a Liberation Army commanding officer, a spearman unit comprised of 500 men timidly sallied forth. Seeing that from behind, Vander encouraged them, presenting a certain premium. He had received orders from tactician Thiner and had come to this place leading a unit. Those who kill that cavalry will be awarded 1 gold coin per head. Everyone liven up. A 1 gold coin. Per head? Yes. Authorized by tactician Thiner. For the Liberation Army's victory, forward. The eyes of the soldiers changed. If they had 1 gold coin, they could live a life of luxury for months. Although the enemy soldiers were strong, they were already on the verge of death. They could crush them if they all went at once. Vander raised his right fist and had the soldiers under his command wait on alert. They were equipped with mechanical bows, crossbows. Crossbows were a weapon that anyone could regularly earn results with. It took time to reload them, but their power was guaranteed. In a way unnoticed by the spearman unit, they formed file and notched their arrows. Spearmen, charge. Kill the enemy. 500 men under the infantry commanding officer commenced the assault. Undaunted, the cavalrymen of Shera's unit flourished their weapons, spreading death. It instantly became a melee, but the spearmen that had the advantage in numbers were completely pushed back. These cavalrymen, who had given themselves up for dead and in a sense had become death soldiers, were not afraid of being injured. Their fighting spirit was incomparably different from the soldiers of the Liberation Army who had attachment towards life. Save me. I knew this was impossible. Vict 0 Rye for Colonel Shera. A rider pierced the head of the soldier seeking aid with a lance held in reverse grip. A spear from the side stabbed into the rider's abdomen, and he coughed up blood. He snapped the spear, and while toppling, gouged out the face of the paled man with its tip. The infantry lost his life, and the rider was still living. Seeing this state of affairs, Vander executed the one order he had been given from Thiner while shuddering inwardly. No matter how many sacrifices must be spent, kill the death god and her cavalry. He lowered his right hand, and the crossbowmen fired their arrows. The arrows pierced into not just the cavalry, but also their own allied infantry. Why? Captain. What are you doing? Are you sane? Angrily shouted another infantry commanding officer encircling the cavalry. Firing arrows that would friendly fire their allies was not a sane command. Silence. Those guys cannot be killed if we don't do this. In that case, these are unavoidable sacrifices. They will throw away their lives and be pierced with death's cavalry. Next, fire. The second volley was fired. The cavalry and spearmen were mutually pierced and died. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Stop this for now. First Lieutenant. This is a battlefield. This is a plan to keep sacrifices to a minimum. Don't you understand? With an aggravated look on his face, Vander admonished the first lieutenant still young in years. But, it is not right to friendly fire allies. They are our allies, right? Those guys are Death's cavalry who will simply deflect our arrows. So live decoys are necessary to stop them. They are charging of their own free will, brave and steadfast for the Liberation Army's great cause. I can only respect their determination. There's no problem, wouldn't you say? Because you were the one who lured them with money. Do you curse their deaths? Our men are fighting for justice. There shouldn't be anyone among our comrades in the Liberation Army who works for money. Their deaths are something to proudly boast of. TSK. End them. Leave not one of them alive. Give them rest. They can't be saved anyway. Vander snapped his fingers, and a third volley was done. There was not a single man moving after that attack. The soldiers of Shera's cavalry on the verge of death were finished off by the soldiers surrounding them. The arrows had been coated in poison. No matter how much fighting spirit they had, it was meaningless if their bodies couldn't move. This was the weapon prepared to reliably kill Death's soldiers. This is wrong. The young first lieutenant threw down his sword. The soldiers under his command tried to pacify him, but he indignantly shook them off. First Lieutenant, watch your words. Any further rash remarks will be taken as violation of Army regulations. I will overlook it this once. Think well before you speak from now on. TSK. I will begin the pursuit now. Excuse me. With a strained face, the young first lieutenant returned to his unit. Vander saw his former self in that man's image. This is for justice. I'm not mistaken. I'm different from those guys who killed children. I am fighting for the people So, I'm not wrong. Right, I'm not wrong. I should be right, repeated Vander in his heart, and he clenched his fist. Before him were strewn the corpses of his former comrades, and the corpses of his current comrades. He was in the right. If he didn't believe so, he wouldn't make it out of the battlefield. Therefore, he wasn't wrong. I am not wrong, groaned Vander, running up the high ground while gazing at the cavalry raising that cursed, black flag. He had one more duty. The messenger carrying a certain directive had probably already reached the plateau's Garrion. Kingdom's army, Barbour's headquarters. Send a messenger to Octavio. Order him to immediately advance. Barbour turbulently kicked his desk and ordered a messenger. He had received reports that Shera and Conrad had already attacked and successfully divided the enemy. He was furiously angered at why Octavio hadn't begun the assault according to plan. They would be set back at this rate. No, they were probably already too late. If he resists, have the military police restrain him. Can that man not even march his troops? The messenger hastily ran, and Major General Laris next to Barbour observed the state of the battle using a spyglass. The opening that Colonel Shera had created, risking her life in a charge, was already filled. The surrounded soldiers that had charged in had a high possibility of being annihilated. They would die in vain. This was around the time Yalda's legion would be climbing Karnas from the west. They couldn't change the operation now. Due to Octavio's foolish decision, the danger of being defeated drew near for the kingdom's army. They had divided their large army to take back the plateau. If that came to naught, the pace of this battle would lean towards the enemy. Shit. They're useless, every last one of them. Why can't they just take command? What the heck have they been learning while rising to a general, those retards? Octavio, this won't end with just a warning. Barbour's angry voice resounded emptily. Laris headed back to his own unit in silence without answering Barbour. He knew that Barbour didn't have the capacity for leadership. How would this have ended if Sharov were here? While remembering his now deceased superior officer, Laris deeply sighed. It still isn't decided who the victor and loser will be. It'll be difficult, but we have to recover somehow. No matter how completely rotten it is, this is the country His Excellency Sharov had decided to protect. I must repay the favors I've received from His Excellency, even at the cost of my life. Having received Barbour's urgent demand, Octavio's division finally decided to move out. The horns trumpeted sonorously while they exultantly pushed forward to the line of battle. The units in front of them were awfully exhausted after doing battle with Shera and Conrad. Octavio was convinced that if they were rushed by his large army from the front, they would certainly be broken through. Kill the foes of Shera and Conrad's unit who had fought hard in vain and were annihilated. O brave warriors of the glorious First Army, advance forwards. Don't fall behind. Relentlessly trample them. If you want achievements, they're yours for the taking. All units, charge. While spitting out shameless words, Octavio raised his sword. Clad in gorgeous armor without a flaw, he had a triumphant smile on his face. In this man's mind, he had already won. High ground encampment built on Karna's plateau. Gumze's division of the Liberation Army was being forced into an unsparing fight. The aggression of the kingdom's army making an onslaught from the west was severe, and the 20,000 soldiers given to him was split in half for defense. Precisely because it was a plateau, its terrain was rugged, and it took time to rearrange the units. He had been told by a messenger that the enemy assault unit to the east was completely surrounded at the foot of the plateau, and that their annihilation was only a matter of time. Having no more pressure from the east, Gumze had decided to meet Yalda's legion, who was making a suicidal attack, with all of his forces. He was enthusiastic about letting them taste a charge from the high ground. Face the enemy soldiers, and descend upon them. Messenger, order the entire garrison to take the momentum and charge from the high ground. Distinguish yourself as much as you want. Our numbers are the same, and we have the advantage in morale and terrain. We cannot lose. Understood. We'll get our revenge for the humiliation at Gulbaha Ridge. All units get to it. If we distinguish ourselves here, the Belter faction will be no more. We must annihilate the enemy division no matter what. It's not at all enough to just defend a high ground. Like I'll go along with Thina's whims. Having finished organizing, the garrison at the worst possible time launched a general offensive at Yalda's legion, attacking them. When? Why, Your Excellency Gumze. Enemy raid. Calm down. The division to the west is the only enemy. Seize all of them. That's not it. Enemy cavalry are flooding from the east of Karnas with unstoppable pace. The black flag with a white crow coat of arms. It's death. Death god Shera is here. Don't be ridiculous. Aren't those guys completely surrounded at the foot of the plateau? Have you lost your... An explosion blasted apart the defensive encampment as the enemy cavalry appeared. Running ahead of them was Death painted with blood. A corpse dangling from the tip of her scythe, she dashed towards him. Death threw the corpse like a sandbag, and pillars of flame erupted along with the shock of an explosion. His soldiers writhed as they lost their lives. The cavalrymen behind her spread out and trampled the guards who had fallen into a state of panic. Gumze doubted his own eyes. Strange. Though I shifted the soldiers in the east, how could they have been broken through so easily? I should have kept 5,000 guards there. A misgiving flitted through the back of Gumze's mind. Wait. There was a report that one of Thina's subordinates was moving around the plateau for some reason earlier. Don't tell me, this was Thina's? Fresh, warm blood splattered on Gumze's face, engrossed in his thoughts. When he suddenly snapped out of it, before his eyes was death. All of Gumze's bodyguards had already been killed. In such mere short amount of time, a hideously cold-blooded spectacle had played out on the high ground encampment. You're surprisingly lax to be looking elsewhere in the middle of a battlefield. Well then, hurry up and die, Ku. That evil blade was swung downward at him, and tore Gumze's upper body. As he had reflexively lurched back, he had avoided receiving a fatal wound, but it was now impossible for him to avoid the next blow. While looking at his scattering, red blood like it had nothing to do with him, Gumze was convinced of his own death. And he understood why he would probably die. He had been tricked by Thina. No matter how great she was, he didn't think she could break through 5,000 deployed in the east in such a short amount of time. No matter how strong she was, they should have at least been able to stall for time. But here death was. Right, there were no guards. That man had given death a helping hand. Or rather, he ought to say that Thina had used death's scythe. Why? This Karna's plateau was a gallows prepared for him. This was an execution for Gamze, who would obviously become Thina's political opponent after the war. And the executioner was the female officer in front of him. Gamze somehow unsheathed his sword with his slightly trembling hands. Thina, I wish I could kill you directly. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The moment he tightened his grip on the sword, the crooked blade wailing in malice took off his head. Having taken control of the high ground, Shera dismounted and picked up Gamze's reaped head. His head had a resentful look on it. Give us a shout of victory. With everything you have, so Yalda's legion can hear. Convey to everyone that Karna's plateau has fallen, that we've the enemy general's head, and that the operation has gone properly. She threw the head to Katerina and have her instructions. Sir, please leave it to me. Shera noncommittally scattered roasted beans that she had gotten from Conrad on the red-stained earth. She wasn't thinking of anything in particular. It's just, she felt like she should do this. She closed the pouch and retied it to her waist. One mustn't waste food. Katerina installed the flag of Shera's cavalry on the plateau's encampment. Then, she raised the enemy general's head and yelled. Shera's cavalry has taken out Karna's plateau. Victory is ours. Long live Colonel Shera. Hail Colonel Shera. Long live Shera's cavalry. Hail! Hail! The cavalry members triumphantly waved their battle flags. Though they had been abandoned, they had under Shera captured Karna's plateau. While looking down at Octavio's division, the soldiers of Shera's cavalry forever raised their weapons to the sky and shouted in victory. War cries resonated across the corpse-riddled plateau. The Liberation Army to the west of Karna's, shaken by the captured plateau, began being routed all at once. Yalda crushed them as he ascended the high ground and successfully merged with Shera. Karna's plateau had completely fallen under the influence of the kingdom's army. Liberation Army Camp, Thina's Pavilion. Sir Thina. Karna's plateau has fallen, and Gamze has died in battle. The death god is shouting in victory at Karna's. I see. As arranged, bring the special duty oxcart unit to the front. Wait for the signal. Understood. Having received that report from his spies, Thina glared at Karna's plateau with a cold, penetrating gaze. A black flag was fluttering on the high ground. Mostly according to plan. I've gotten Gamze, who would probably become an obstacle later on, to die, and I've chased death away to the high ground. My calculations were slightly off since the kingdom's army was much too incompetent, but that's not a problem at all. Enemy division is approaching from the front. Do not make any movement. Tell everyone to pull them in as far as they can. Also have the archers on standby. Until I give my instructions, you must not move. Those out of line will be strictly punished. Sir. After the surrounding soldiers left, Thina stabbed a knife into one point on the map that was on the table. The sharp blade pierced where royal capital Blanca was. At last. Now just remains my signal. With just that, this war will be put to an end. Everything is in the palm of my hands. Let's fully witness the kingdom's end. Cuckoo. He stifled the laughter that almost leaked out, and he headed to the front lines after tearing the map with the knife. The state of the kingdom's army as it was brutally annihilated, the soldiers of the kingdom's army that would die screaming in anguish, this comedy of unsurpassed laughter that would soon unfold. He needed to watch this from a special, front-row seat. This was his retribution to they who had raised him, used him, and then thrown him away. He wouldn't let it end just yet. Prime Minister Farzam and King Christoph until he sent them to hell, his revenge wasn't over. He would never let it end. With restraints installed on their heads, a unit of Cologne cattle attached to wagons were released, in a way that only the lines of the kingdom's army lay in their field of vision. They breathed wildly through their noses, and they would begin intimidation and showing aggression towards the foes, but they couldn't move their heads in the ways they wanted. Their fury seemed to be rising. The color of their eyes changed to an aggressive red. The special duty sorcerer's deployment is finished. Whenever you are ready, on your mark. Special duty Oxcart unit, commence the assault on the First Army. Vina plainly gave the order. The soldiers moved behind the oxen and took up their torture weapon, a curved short spear with a turn. Oxcart unit commence the assault. Commencing the assault. Target, enemy foremost line, the infantry line. All right, get 'em. The soldiers stabbed the rears of the oxen with their spears, twisted, and gouged into them. They bellowed almost deafeningly, and the Cologne cattle began charging. An appropriate word to describe their stampede was headlong. Only the kingdom's army in front of the beasts entered their eyes, while pulling the carts loaded with gunpowder and sorcery mines, the herd of Cologne cows plunged forward. Forgetting themselves at the sharp pain, the Cologne cattle fought only to charge forwards, and forwards. They did not falter even when hit by arrows. Here they come. First line, raise the shields. As long as we can stop the first charge, there's nothing to fear. Archers, shoot them down as best you can. Brace shields. Don't break the line. The kingdom's line went to stop them. Since they had gotten intelligence beforehand that the Liberation Army would probably be using cattle, they entered defensive postures with shields set. So that not even a bug could squeeze through, the soldiers huddled their bodies, lowered their waists, and braced their legs to stop the cattle's rush. The instant the ox carts with momentum behind them brushed with the large shields braced by the soldiers, the sounds of chain explosions boomed on the battlefield. Chapter 28, Beans from the Major are bitter and astringent. This word again, as seen in chapter 17 and 23, literally death soldier, meaning someone who is prepared to die in battle. Think of it like martyr. Pretty sure the author is making wordplay, but it sounds so corny when I contextualize it. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Chapter 29, I'm a little tired so I don't really want to eat. Right now. Shrieks and screams of the kingdom's soldiers echoed on the plains. The cluster of ox carts wreaked havoc on the line of battle of Octavio's division. They had done fine up to pushing back with their shields. Immediately following, the carried sorcery mines exploded at the special duty sorcerer's signal for ignition. To enhance its destructive power, the carts were packed with large quantities of gunpowder and sharp, metal scraps. Those scattered in all directions, maiming the limbs of the kingdom's soldiers or flat out penetrating their bodies, and many lives were stolen. Those that died were still counted as lucky. Soldiers struck by the iron shrapnel were in agony. They were deprived of their strength to fight, and they couldn't even die, only able to writhe in intense pain. The sorcery mines were gotten from the Empire, but they didn't particularly excel in killing or wounding. Sure, they had destructive power, but they could blow away several tens of men at most. If their purpose was to cause losses in men, a large quantity of them needed to be invested, and the cost and labor would be too much. For the sake of reducing costs with more or less the same effectiveness, Vina had improved the weapons, which originally had to be laid, for use in a charge. The role expected of these ox carts was to unveil a depiction of hell and to drain the enemy's fighting spirit, to reveal all too sickeningly that even if the soldiers stopped them, they would die, and to display that if they evaded, the oxen would plunge even further deeper into the formation and spread the damage. It was their aim to force the enemy into two unreasonable alternatives. Against the kingdom's soldiers who had low morale, these ox carts were almost painfully effective weapons. There was no soldier of the kingdom brimming with loyalty and bravery who would volunteer to be a shield, seeing the disaster before their eyes. 200 ox carts each were sent into the center wing and left wing as the first wave. The battle lines of the kingdom's army had fallen into chaos, and there was no longer any control. It was inconceivable that either generals, Octavio or Bourbon, had the leadership ability to rally the present state. In this like a bolt-out-of-the-blue situation, They only stood in simple amazement. And there were still prepared many more ox carts, loaded with weapons of slaughter. Calm down. Don't break the line. You must not let those ox carts through. Don't joke around. Do you think us shields? Do you think to go against orders? If they break through the line, they'll explode inside the ally camp. Stop them here and keep the damage to a minimum. I won't forgive running away. Like I can follow that order. You retard. What did you? Knocking down the officer loyal in his service, the kingdom's soldiers began running away for their lives. The second wave of ox carts broke through the advance guard and detonated inside the formation of Octavio's division.
What is this?
Just what the heck is going on? Adjutant, explain. I do not know. But, at this rate, our division will be annihilated. Your Excellency. Your orders. The adjutant sought instructions for Octavio, but he was in panic and not in a position to give any. Wait. Those oxen are coming this way. Hurry and stop them. Make them stop. Bodyguards, stop those ox carts. Protect His Excellency's body. Why have they been allowed to penetrate this far? What are the front-line soldiers doing? The bodyguards around Octavio blocked the ox carts using their bodies as shields. No matter what kind of person their chief was, bodyguards had to protect at the expense of their lives. The Cologne cows' rush was stopped a small distance away from Octavio's headquarters. The Liberation Army sorcerer watching with a spyglass chuckled, and sent the signal for detonation. Half of the bodyguards enveloped in the explosion at point-blank range died instantly, and the rest squirmed on the ground while sustaining fatal wounds. The entrails of his bodyguards flew around before Octavio's eyes. Death had come this close before him. Octavio felt deep-seated terror. This is the enemy's new weapon. I must go report to General Barbour. If he doesn't immediately receive the particulars from me. Gerard, I entrust command afterwards to you. Cried Octavio tremblingly, wiping off the clots of blood stuck to him. He didn't want to be in this kind of place. Why did a high-ranking general like him have to be in danger of death? In Octavio's mind existed only the thought of leaving this place immediately. Why, Your Excellency, if Your Excellency escapes now, our allies will be routed. We must rally our position, somehow, here. I beg of you, please, refrain yourself and take command. This is something only Your Excellency can do. Shut up, silence. I'm not running away, I'm just going to directly report. I'll be back instantly. I give command to you until then. Why, Your Excellency? Are you abandoning us? I leave it to you, Gerard. I won't forget your loyalty in my lifetime. Octavio quickly got on his horse and began heading towards Barbour's headquarters while taking his remaining bodyguards. Left behind in hell, Gerard muttered one phrase while his face was turning pale. Despair, disappointment, regret, he fully let all of it out. It's over. This is hopeless. The kingdom's army, his own fame, and the U's kingdom. Rampaging ox carts were imminently approaching. In the end, after calling to mind as many defamations as he could think of against Octavio, Gerard's time came. Octavio's division of the center wing completely fled. News spread that the commander had taken off, and the soldiers of the kingdom's army were falling apart, routed. Vina released oxen which were not carrying sorcery mines and had them drive into the infantry again. The soldiers of the kingdom began escaping at the mere sight of them. The flow of battle had instantly gone to the Liberation Army. Warbone's division in the left wing was in mostly the same state. The commander had not run away, but he couldn't give out effective orders. He couldn't even make the decision to retreat. This was karma for having him here entrusted with command. The non-commissioned officers, prioritizing their lives, threw down their weapons and deserted. Beyrus of the Liberation Army wouldn't let that chance go by, and he decisively carried out a general offensive. He stood at the head of the army and overran the left wing in a single stroke. Major General Bourbon escaped to the rear with what little troops he had under his command, with a staff officer and bodyguard dragging him by both arms. Barbour's headquarters in the middle of the torn-off middle and left wings. Laras, seeing through the nature of the enemy's weapon, immediately spread out the soldiers, trying to keep damages to a minimum. For the ox carts, he ordered them to halt the oxen's feet. Though it was a makeshift plan, it was also the best means in this situation. Throw your spears, stop the oxen's feet. Don't rush, calm down, and aim. Spearmen, throw. Despite being on the back foot, Laras's soldiers followed directions and threw their spears. With several spears striking their legs, the Cologne cattle's balance was broken, and they toppled sideways. The ox cart's weakness was the weight of the wagon. Their advance could be stopped by pushing it over from the side or attacking the oxen's legs. From behind, the infantry braced with shields, archers disposed of the ox carts with fire arrows. The sorcery mines wouldn't explode so long as they weren't given a signal of magical power, but the loaded gunpowder was another story. When they ignited, the carts scattered iron shrapnel with a thunderous roar. Tell the soldiers on the front lines to aim for the oxen's feet with their spears, or try to topple them over with an attack from the side. We can't deal with them any other way in this situation. Absolutely do not stop them from the front, don't die in vain. Sir. Laras raised his voice, and the messenger saluted and headed to the front lines. To think they'd let regular herds of cattle infringe this far. If we lay out stakes, or maybe defense fences, we can cope. But we won't make it in time. Shit, at this rate. Looking around him, all he saw were injured officers and men. Looking at the front lines, his allies were completely routed. Just what should he do in this situation? Laras turned around, and headed to Barbour's headquarters with quick steps. Now that their main forces had collapsed, the next to be surrounded would be their headquarters. They had to make a decision. Laras recalled Sharov's final words, and cursed in his mind. As Field Marshal Sharov said, I knew we shouldn't have started an attack. We should have hardened our defenses and waited for an opportunity. If we were in the mountains, this predicament would have been impossible. Headquarters. Messengers were coming back and forth in a flurry. Octavio, who had made a getaway and came here, was giving a frantic explanation to Barbour, who had a vein bulging on his head. The disapproving gazes of the staff officers shot through Octavio. Barbour was holding back his anger while grinding his teeth. Why, Your Excellency? That is the enemy's new weapon. It has terrifying power. I had to come report immediately and came here without looking back at the danger. Please understand. I absolutely did not run away. And so, what happened to your soldiers? Did you, the commander of all people, abandon his soldiers and scurry home alone? And you still call yourself a division commander? Do you have no shame as a major general? Why, you are mistaken. I was just too anxious about your Excellency's well-being, and I could not stop worrying. Shut up, you fool. Know some shame. Barbour's fist impacted Octavio's face. Blowing blood out of his nose, Octavio prostrated. Forgive me. And that's not all. You bastard, why didn't you rush in like the plan said? What were you thinking, idly letting our chance of winning escape? He kicked Octavio's body. That didn't quell his anger. The signal flare. The signal flare did not go up. All the blame is with Colonel Scherer. It should have been impossible for such a lowly little girl to accomplish that important duty in the first place. Protecting himself was more important than victory or defeat. If he was tried for violating military regulations, it would be capital punishment. Octavio frantically pleaded to avoid that. The signal flare did in fact come from Scherer's unit, and reports say you disregarded it. Octavio, I'll have you make up for this misconduct with your life. Barbour was clearly at the limits of his patience. He unsheathed his sword and pressed it against Octavio's neck. Frightened, Octavio grinded his forehead on the ground as a sign of remorse until he bled, and he apologized profusely. With tears and mucus streaming down his face, his figure as he begged Barbour for sympathy wasn't very much like a general's. "Your Excellency Barbour, we do not have the luxury to concern ourselves with this idiot right now. I believe we should save dealing with him after this is over. The morale of the soldiers, which are already low enough, will drop even lower," advised the returned Laurus. Even as a joke, he hadn't ever heard of judging a man entrusted with an entire division during a battle. Their precious time was being wasted even now like this. In the first place, just who was the person who appointed this fool to division commander and gave him an entire wing? After glancing at Octavio, Laurus gave Barbour a cold look. "Military policeman, restrain this buffoon. I'll lop off that filthy head another day." "Why, Your Excellency, pardon me. Please, have mercy. Your Excellency, Barbour." Silence. "Policeman, hurry up and take him away. I can't bear the sight of him." "Sir." The policeman grabbed Octavio's hair and left the headquarters. His crying voice faded into the distance, the place fell into silence, and Barbour adjusted his loud breathing. He could hear the sounds of explosions in distance every so often. "Major General Laurus. How's the situation?" "The battle is on the brink of being the worst-case scenario. There are already strong indicators of defeat. It probably would not take even an hour until the entire army is routed. Will we fight until the end, or will we escape? I would like instructions from you, the Army Corps Commander." Where did it all go amiss? Shit. Why? Didn't we have the overwhelming advantage until just a while ago?" Barbour derangedly mangled his pavilion with his sword. While expressionlessly observing him, Laurus stated his opinion. "We can still maintain semblance of an army. Yalda's flag can be seen from Karna's plateau. A withdrawal is possible right now, and we could probably minimize the damages. Your Excellency, your prompt decision." "Why, you're asking me to run away? The kingdom's fate hangs in the balance of this battle, do you understand that? If we retreat, we no longer." Being defeated in this battle meant losing their hegemony of the Canaan area. The taking of the city of Canaan and Roshanak's stronghold would be forced down their throat. Those places would be helpless in enemy territory. If they lost control of Canaan, the gates to the royal capital would be opened, and all the feudal lords that had stubbornly stayed on the fence would all go join the Liberation Army. And if that happened, it was over. There is no longer anything we can do. Will you have everyone die here? Or retreat, rally our forces, and attempt to come back somehow? Your Excellency Barbour. You must decide. This is your final duty as an Army Corps Commander. ... TSK. Barbour couldn't do it. If he wanted to choose a proud death, he ought to bravely fight to the death here. But the lives of several tens of thousands of men were in Barbour's hands. As a commander, wasn't it the right choice to save even one more soldier? His pride as a warrior, or his duty as the highest commander? Barbour anguished, caught between the two. He couldn't answer. "If you will not do anything, I would like you to let me return to my unit. I want to die together with my subordinates if I am going to die. Sorry, but I do not have any interest in staying with you until our final moments," cold-heartedly declared Laurus as he turned on his heels, but Barbour detained him in distress. I understand. We'll retreat. Order the entire army to retreat. We cannot be wholly annihilated here." "Understood. I will notify the entire army. I will also send a messenger to General Yalda on Karna's, excuse me then." Laurus saluted and began preparations for the retreat. Barbour covered his face with both hands and crumbled down on the spot. For this man who took command of the First Army after Sharov died, this was his first, but greatest failure, and it crushed him. At the same time, Karna's plateau, high ground encampment. One could witness all too clearly the sorry state of the kingdom's army from the high ground. Yalda and Sidamo had troubled expressions. As for Shara, she finally was able to have a satisfying meal and was cheerful. She got hungry after being active. Today's lunch was Cologne beef jerky taken from the enemy camp. She didn't know why they had such an expensive item, but who cared, and Shara chewed well and savored the delicious meat. The more she chewed, the more the taste came out, the taste of high-grade Cologne beef. A cavalryman next to her was humming. Shara drank water from a bamboo flask, put the meat between two slices of bread, and bit down. If this meat was fresh and eaten just slightly grilled, it would probably be supremely delicious. But she couldn't be spoiled. It was happiness just being able to eat. Sidamo. I think we ought to descend the plateau and immediately retreat. We would die in vain trying to attack the YG enemy lines right now. Yalda cast aside any wishful thinking and calmly surveyed the situation. If he were a commander on the front lines, he would have charged in even if he had to do it alone. This battle's significance was just that immense. He far from intended on shamelessly surviving after being defeated. But, as a division commander right now, he had to take the soldiers home to the royal capital, while keeping sacrifices to a minimum somehow, for the royal capital's defense. I am of the same opinion. The soldiers have expended all their energy to take this plateau and are exhausted. Regrettably, we would probably be annihilated before reaching the enemy lines. Even fighting on willpower has its limits. In that case, we ought to immediately change course and head to Canaan. We can still repel pursuits. This situation has happened before. Sidamo, at the same time we withdraw, send scouts to Canaan and Roshanak. Have them verify that the flag of the kingdom's army is being flown. When Yalda was defeated trying to capture Salvador, Antigua fell during his retreat. This situation resembled that. Nay, this situation was probably even worse. It wouldn't be strange for the enemy to have already reached them. Have they already fallen, or have they? If we tell them of our defeat, what those guys on the fence will do is evident. We must avoid being pincered. For now, we evacuate. Before we're surrounded. Colonel Shara. We'll be changing course. Your unit will stand as the vanguard, and will head towards Canaan. Use your mobility and throw the enemy into chaos. Make them know the terror of death. Sidamo shouted his instructions in an angry voice rare for him. Suddenly receiving a directive, Shara choked a couple times, and then saluted. The dried meat had caught in her throat. Understood. I leave all decisions to your judgment. Colonel, don't die in a place like this, let's meet again. Yalda patted Shara's shoulder and left to command his soldiers. Seeing Sidamo chasing after him at a quick pace, Shara spoke up to Katerina. We've gone through so much securing this place, yet it seems like it was a waste of effort. Just why did we fight, I wonder? Conrad's death, and the many deaths of her important comrades. The remaining forces of her cavalry were probably around 1,500. All their sacrifices to take control of the high ground amounted to raising a flag and everyone shouting, Colonel. So be it. When we return, I'll kill that pig Octavio. In a way he'll really feel it, and never forget. Sir. Also, I won't forgive you for moving my cavalry without my permission a second time. Engrave this upon your heart. Shara glared at Katerina through narrowed eyes. Katerina lowered her head in shame as she touched her glasses with trembling hands. Sir. You understood. Please, forgive me, Colonel. I don't want to be saved if it means abandoning my subordinates. After all, I would rather be with you all, my comrades who I've eaten together with for so long. You need to include me too, and I won't ever allow you to leave me out. With a faint smile, Shara affectionately tapped Katerina's shoulder. See, Colonel. All right, let's go. It won't do if we're not the vanguard. Shara's cavalry will descend Karna's plateau, and change course for Canaan. We'll trample anyone who dares get in our way. Understood. Sherah's cavalry, move out. Yalda's legion and Sherah's cavalry gave up Karna's plateau and withdrew, aiming for Canaan. While repelling the pursuit units, they had a splendidly successful retreat. There were hardly any casualties, but that was ultimately because the Liberation Army soldiers, upon seeing Sherah, had gotten cold feet. Sherah was feared to that degree. On the other hand, the remaining soldiers of Barbour, Larus, Octavio, and Bourbon were relentlessly pursued by the Liberation Army, and they received heavy losses. All will to fight gone, people kept surrendering or deserting, bringing about a state which could only be described as a scene after a disaster. The city of Canaan, hearing about their defeat, acted on a secret agreement made previously and changed affiliations to the Liberation Army. They postured to repel the retreating army of the kingdom. Obviously the feudal lords would protect themselves. They immediately persuaded the guards, and as a result of giving speeches to the populace, there was no one in opposition, and the city of Canaan fell into the Liberation Army's hands. Opinions in Roshanak's stronghold were split. Should they continue in their loyalty to the kingdom, or should they surrender to the Liberation Army? In the end, a fight to the death broke out, and when the gates were thrown open by the advocates of capitulating, the Liberation Army surged in, and the stronghold fell, the resistance of the guards in vain. Having lost the critical position that was the Canaan area, the kingdom's army continued to take flight and headed for the royal capital. The soldiers that had numbered 150,000 before the battle had now already diminished to 40,000, only 20,000 had died in the pursuit, but the number of deserters was unordinary. Yalda, who had volunteered to be the rearguard, stretched out a formation across the thin road connecting Canaan to the royal capital and resolutely resisted. They smashed a unit of the Liberation Army that was impatient for success, and he displayed such command that he routed them. Ha ha ha, that's not nearly enough to surpass I, Yalda. Come at me with at least 100,000. Like I'll easily be killed by you. Rebel army youngsters. Sidamo, raise it. Let them know that Yalda is here. Sir. At the signal, Sidamo hoisted the flags of the ruined 3rd and 4th Army Corps. They were symbols of Yalda's glory and his failings, but they were also his pride for having fought and survived with his soldiers. The blood-smeared, mud-caked flags caught the wind and sailed, like showing themselves to the Liberation Army. As long as I'm here, the kingdom will not perish. To the bitter, absolute end, I will fight. Ha ha ha. Sidamo, sorry, but you'll be accompanying me to the end. If you must resent your own bad luck. I've prepared myself for that way ahead of you. I as well must beg your excellency's forgiveness, but I will be interrupting you a bit. Send the signal to the scouts. When Sidamo gave his order, his soldiers turned to the cliffs and waved red flags. Conspicuously, they used their whole bodies to wave them. A short second later, sounds of an explosion roared from the cliffs on both sides. And a few seconds later, a landslide of boulders sealed the narrow road. The Liberation Army spread out in the front hectically began backpedaling, else they'd likely be caught in the avalanche. They hadn't known this area's geography in detail. Having researched the topography beforehand, Sidamo, assuming the worst, had prepared a plan to impede them, a plan to stop them on their final steps, in the very worst-case scenario. Nice going, staff officer. But this means that you were resigned to losing. I'll have you court-martialed. Why? Said Yalda at an attempt at humor, and Sidamo feigned ignorance with an innocent face. It is difficult to ascertain what you mean. Anyway, with this, we have bought a short amount of time. Let us garrison Cyrus and Saye and ready ourselves. All right, then we move out. This is not a retreat. Don't forget that this is just changing course. Ha ha ha, I'm absolutely not making excuses. This is empty bravado. Move out. We're to move out before the enemy readies themselves. Sidamo, hearty as usual. What a reliable man. All right everyone and all you staff officers, follow his example and stick your chests out. We are the elite unit that took down Kana's plateau. We march. I intend on making a triumphant return. Heroically laughing, Yalda swept up his formation and marched. He knew that the situation would become unsalvageable soon, but as a man of military, he would fight until his end. He had resolved himself a long time ago. From that day his suicide was stopped. Barbour, Bourbon, and the restrained Octavio entered into the royal capital. Octavio was house-confined until the investigation was over. Yalda's legion entered Sayeh fortress, and Laris's division and Shera's cavalry garrisoned Cyrus. They had to buy time in these two fortresses until the First Army could finish their reorganization. They tried raising supplies from the surrounding cities, but the feudal lords refused them. Their defeat was widely talked about due to Thina's workings, and the feudal lords had the strong impression that the kingdom was already finished. Unable to prepare sufficient supplies in both fortresses, Cyrus and Sayeh, it seemed likely that a siege was heading their way. On their separation, Yalda had strongly taken Shera's hands and spoken to her with a mischievous feeling smile. A smile wicked like a brigand's wrinkled his face. "Colonel Shera, let's meet again at the royal capital. When we repel the rebel army, come to my estate like I promised a few days ago. I'll prepare a huge feast to your pleasure. Look forward to it." "Acknowledged, Your Excellency. I will visit without fail." "Sidamo, you say something too. We won't be able to meet for a while." "I only have one thing to tell you, Colonel. I said this before, but if you're going to die, die outside. It takes money and hard work to raise cavalry. Dying inside a castle is nothing but wasteful, do you understand?" Colonel Shera completely understands. "Then good, let's meet again." "My God, you guys have no sense of glamour. Well, it's probably good that you stay true to yourselves. Wah-ha-ha-ha." Remembering their conversation, Shera was resting in one of the rooms in Cyrus. Shera was slightly tired. Her body was wrapped round and round in bandages. Her arrow wounds hadn't yet healed. It wouldn't be a problem on the battlefield, but her body was slightly feverish. So she could recover before the next battle, she had secluded herself in her room like this. When she reclined on the bed face up only in her undergarments, a grand knocking came at her door. "Colonel, excuse me for interrupting your rest." "What is it?" languidly replied Shera. "Sir, there is an urgent matter that must be conveyed to you, Colonel, and I have come to report." "What is it, I wonder? I'm changing right now, so will you tell me while I'm at it?" Shera received the most crucial piece of information from the cavalry soldier. "Sprouts of the Colonel's potatoes have come out." "Potato sprouts?" A mass of seed potatoes appeared in the hot, hazy depths of her mind. Sprouts shot up from the seeds one after the other, and collectively became stalks as tall as trees. The stomach wouldn't be filled by potato sprouts or stalks, but when they grew that big, it honestly seemed like a substantial meal. The potatoes that the Colonel planted. They seem to be growing well, and sprouts have come out. Hearing that, the giant potato sprouts in her imagination vanished somewhere. "I'll come immediately, stand by at the field." Shera jumped off the bed, just so that she could say it faster, and replied loudly. Whether the potatoes would remain safe was extremely important. She had to deliberately check. This wasn't the time to be lying down. YG. Understood. I will do my best to not let the crows devastate them. From behind the door, the footsteps of the soldier enthusiastically leaving could be heard. Shera stood up, opened the window, and looked up at the sky. The blue sky, with not a single cloud. Blowing against the wind swayed the kingdom's flag and the flag of Shera's cavalry. Around them, crows were circling. Was it perhaps because they had no food and was searching for some? There were no bread crumbs left over there though. Shera closed the window. The crows looked over her, as if demanding food. "After everything, I'm back here. I wonder if my final home is this fortress. It would be nice if I could eat my own grown potatoes." Shera's home Cyrus fortress was already preparing for battle. Defense Commander Laris was endeavoring to raise supplies until the time came, and was also striving to fortify the ramparts. He prepared for enemy trench warfare, laid out many traps, and deepened the outer moat. Laris did everything he could. After the Liberation Army gained total control of Canaan, they would sortie in no time and head for both Cyrus and Saye. The battle would begin extremely soon probably. There's many things left to do, so we have to keep doing our best, just a bit more. It's not over yet, right, wouldn't you say? Just a little bit more, let's do our best. Only for a moment, Shera looked over her shoulder and smiled, then she turned back and began walking, but there was no one behind her. Chapter 30, Fun Fortress Life. The kingdom's army has been defeated at Bertusburg Plains. Canaan has fallen, and the Liberation Army is beginning to march towards the royal capital. The sensational news was advertised everywhere by the Liberation Army, and it had even reached up to Madros in the kingdom's northern region. Leader of the Fifth Army, Kerry, urgently assembled the military and staff officers to discuss about their policy hereafter. Everyone's faces were gloomy, and they couldn't conceal their unease. With his arms crossed, Kerry's eyes were shut in his seat. Your Excellency, now that Canaan has been lost and the First Army that was the bulk of the kingdom's forces was devastated, the kingdom's fate is in a precarious situation. You must decide, said a staff officer, resolved. Resolved, for something everyone understood, to abandon the kingdom and side with the rebel army. This was the only road that would ensure Madros' survival. So it ultimately comes to this. Old man. That isn't the case, right? Yalda and his group risked their lives and fought to save Madros. Isn't it our turn now to save them? Kerry's second son, Captain Darius Madros, slapped the round table and stood up. He normally wouldn't have been permitted to participate in the war council based on rank, but he was attending as Kerry's son. Either way, he would one day aid his older brother and protect Madros. He needed to accumulate experience. The eldest brother, Denim Madros, was taking command at the front-line forts. If he were to die by chance, Darius was obligated to succeed after him. That was the destiny of those born into the Madros family. Sir Darius, what you say certainly stands to reason. As a warrior, that is correct. But you fail as a politician, admonished the staff officer in charge of Darius's education. What failure? To even throw away our pride, why must we join the rebel army? What justice do they have? They aimlessly spread the fires of war, just who is the one tormenting the people? Then tell me, Darius, what concrete plan do you have? If you have one, let's hear it. You don't need to hold back, tell us your great idea to save the kingdom while protecting Madros. Right now. There's not much time left. Pressed Kerry in a composed tone. Darius hesitated. There could be no such convenient plan. In order to buy time, send out the troops. Even a little is fine. Support the First Army until they can rally themselves and fight back. There's significance in the Fifth Army showing themselves. We can show them that we won't abandon them. Our Fifth Army is occupied keeping the Empire at bay. We cannot deal with a threat from behind us. If you plan to save the kingdom, you must also forsake Madros, and such an act is impossible for me. My mission is to protect the lands and people of Madros. I don't even have to think about it. You would throw away your honor and pride for that. Exactly. Whether it be honor, whether it be pride, do you think you can survive with such crap like that? Every man on this earth, if shown an opening, are beasts who would steal for their own profit. Even if I have to drink mud, eat bugs, and cover myself in filth, I will protect Madros. At the very least, I've seen the Liberation Army's tactician. That man plans on using us. We probably won't be treated poorly. Shit. Darius kicked away his chair and went to leave. He too saw himself as a man of the Madros family.
But, was it really okay to take it this far?
Hadn't Yalda saved them from the Empire's invasion? And hadn't Shera braved the danger, stepped into the heart of the enemy, and saved Madros? In their predicament, why did they have to turn their backs on and point their blades towards their benefactors? The young Darius couldn't agree. Well, whether you agree or not, my decision won't change. If you don't like it, then go to the royal capital yourself. I won't stop you. The Fifth Army will capitulate to the Liberation Army, however, on the condition that we won't participate in the attack on the royal capital. Oh, I'll do so, you piece of shit old man. I'm different from you and my elder brother, I'm just a fool. Do as you like, but don't call yourself by the surname of Madros. Not just me, you'll trouble everyone living in Madros. You'll live as simply Darius, and you'll die as simply Darius. You're disinherited. Don't show yourself before me again. Ha, you don't save to tell me, you rotten shits. I'll show you my spirit. He kicked open the door and went outside with squared shoulders. Kerry sent a signal with his eyes, and a senior bodyguard followed after him. Perhaps this could be called a final sign of parental love. Now that the idiot has left, let's restart the discussion. Immediately go and greet the Princess of the Liberation Army. Tell her we'll release the prisoners. Take the fastest horse. The faster we go, the better the impression we'll make. Sir. But, tell her that we cannot participate in sieging the royal capital. We won't surrender that far. If she says no, threaten her that we'll fight against her. If this area becomes Empire dominion, that'll also be to their detriment. There's no need for us to excessively depreciate ourselves. If they sent soldiers to the royal capital and Madros became undermanned, the Imperial Army would once again draw close. The Liberation Army wouldn't want this area to be occupied by the Empire either probably. Understood. This discussion is over. Everyone return to your duties. Proclaimed Kerry, and the military and civil officials saluted and stood up to leave. Kerry stared at the ceiling with a weary face, still seated. God, I didn't think they'd lose. If you'd won at Canaan, Yalda, we'd be able to see each other again. You really do have rotten luck. While he clicked his tongue, the face of that idiotic and heroic warrior floated in his mind. I must protect Madros. Just like you have your unyielding pride, I have Madros. I cannot have the people suffer for my selfishness. Yalda, sorry, but I cannot come aid you. If only I were a bit younger. Kerry suppressed his own desires and endured. The Liberation Army had the momentum. He couldn't gamble now of all times. Yalda would fight until the end, and then he would probably die. That man was that kind of human. With his pride as a warrior in his chest, he would sacrifice himself for the kingdom. For the sake of Madros, Kerry had resigned himself to letting his comrades and friends die. Tactician Viner of the Liberation Army went to the neutral city of Arta for a conference. A vacant house on the outskirts with no signs of life. Disguised operatives fortified the surroundings. Why they had chosen a place all the way out here was because both parties were in positions where they had to conceal themselves. Next to Viner was Vander under his direct control. He had been promoted to major for his deeds at the previous battle. This young man who was walking well on the road to success could also probably be called Viner's right-hand man. Knowledge, connections, the art of spy work, and also strategy and tactics were driven into him, and he was trained so he could work as Viner's assistant, answering the expectations placed on him. Vander achieved splendid results. It seems they have arrived. I see. Don't be discourteous. Our company is a man of a different standing than us. Muttered Viner with a sarcastic feeling. A person appeared from the back door wearing a black hood, his body covered. The person's name was Fartsam, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom. So he could conduct negotiations with the Liberation Army who should have been his sworn enemy. He had directly visited this place. He had made a trip under the pretense of observing the front lines of the kingdom. Several people in black clothes stood behind Fartsam. They were an intelligence unit of the Prime Minister's protégés, and disposable pieces. Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Sir Fartsam, or am I mistaken? You're correct. I am Prime Minister Fartsam. And would it be appropriate to take you as Sir Thina? Indeed, no doubt. What are you standing around for? Please sit, though, I cannot provide any hospitality in this kind of place. Invited Thina, and Fartsam took his seat vigilantly. If he snapped his fingers, there would be instructions to immediately cut Thina down. Sensing the hostility, Vander put his hand on his sword's grip and got ready for battle. There were soldiers concealed above the ceiling. This situation would obviously happen since they were mutual enemies. By the way, is Princess Altora in good health? I never would have thought I'd hear those words out of your mouth, Sir Prime Minister. Was it not you who entrapped that lady's father and drove him to death? Asked Thina in an amazed tone at Fartsam's shameless remark. The Prime Minister, without at all any display of agitation, exaggeratedly denied the claim, making a hurt expression. What an unhappy misunderstanding. I did nothing more than investigate into a likelihood. The one who doubted that person and exiled him was the late king. I did nothing. It hurts me that you've misunderstood. Fufu, as expected of Sir Prime Minister of the Kingdom, your tongue is quite glib. How many people have you driven to death with that skillful speech? I only faithfully perform my own duties. Never would I harbor treachery. I swear upon the stars. There exists no human as upright and clean-handed as me. Smoothly and fluently turned his tongue. How dare you prattle on like that? Thina was about to burst out, but he resisted. Entertaining monkey shows were needed even in a place like this, and he had to have the monkey dance for him as much as possible. Thina advanced the conversation. Well, let's leave it at that. Our greetings have deepened our friendship to this extent, so now let's move on to the main question. It seems Sir Tactician of the Liberation Army is busy. How different it is for those with momentum behind them, as I would expect. Haha, it is all thanks to you. My work is piling up like mountains, because the guys who ought to have done it originally hadn't, you know. I don't even have time to sleep. It's so troubling. While releasing killing intent, they both bared their teeth at each other. This was duel of words. Let's not beat around the bush. There's no need for excessive tedious talk. We of the Use Kingdom would like to propose peace talks with the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Oh? His Majesty Christoph wishes to hand over the throne to Princess Altora after an interim period of half a year. Afterwards, he would like to be promised a retirement in the north. His Majesty does not wish for any more useless fighting. Fartsam held out a letter with a king's seal on it. Of course, it was a forgery. There was no way Christoph would accept such a plan. But Fartsam intended seeing this through. He could save the king's life and could also retain some political power. It was possible for him to take back his authority if he waited for a chance to. If he were the one doing it, it was possible. Fartsam had confidence in himself. He couldn't handle a spear, but he had made it to the top with his brains and speech. But I could not possibly accept this. We already have our hands on the royal capital. There is no need for us to give you an extension of half a year after all this. What you can do is promptly give us your unconditional surrender. That's about it. Obediently surrender the royal capital and take your judgment like a man, how about it? Thina threw away the letter. He mustn't show weakness in negotiations. Furthermore, the Liberation Army was in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. There wasn't any reason to accept such a foolish policy. In that case, why had Thina come to this meaningless negotiation table? I see. Certainly, your opinion is reasonable. But, if you don't accept this proposal, we will resist in the royal capital to the last man. The people's blood will flow, the royal capital will be destroyed, and who would like that outcome? Think about this carefully, indeed. The problem was the royal capital. It was their target of liberation, they couldn't destroy it. The royal capital becoming a place for a decisive battle would also make bringing in siege warfare a terrible idea. They couldn't purposefully destroy the kingdom's greatest metropolis city that would later become their dwelling. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to avoid causing casualties among the royal capital's populace. It would be terrible if the people's resentment turned towards the Liberation Army. For the righteous Liberation Army, they currently couldn't allow any injury to befall the innocent people. If they affected the current reign, the ones standing to gain would probably be the Empire and the Union. Especially the Empire, who would be wholeheartedly delighted surmising the chance to create a puppet regime. Under the name of assistance, they would possibly deploy soldiers to royal capital Blanca. You've struck where it hurts. This humble Vina has misread Sir Prime Minister. I apologize for my impoliteness. What? I also care for the citizens of the kingdom. This humble Fartsam would give away his life for the kingdom. Fartsam had a seedy smile. I thank Sir Prime Minister for his kindness. Then, shall we compromise? P. Those are the words I wish to hear the most. By all means, please allow me to hear your proposal. In response to him, Vina proposed a matter Fartsam hadn't expected. We plan on capturing Cyrus and Saye afterwards. During that time, I would like Sir Prime Minister to keep a tight grip on the military and civil officials, and arrange to open the gates as soon as we arrive at the royal capital. I can't understand the meaning of what you're saying. Just what do you mean? We should have been discussing about peace. For me to do such an extreme act of disloyalty, why? Fartsam was bewildered, not understanding at all. Vina shrugged, and spun his tail indifferently to persuade him. It's a simple matter. I want Sir Prime Minister to become a patriot hero. If you perform a bloodless surrender to save the royal capital's people, everyone would praise you, Sir Prime Minister. And, if you persuade the king and he abdicates, your fame would be limitless, no doubt about it. For such an esteemed person, we would have to prepare a corresponding rank. Though he was masking it with pretty words, behind them importantly lay a demand for betrayal. He was saying to freeze the military while they were attacking the fortresses, to make the king abdicate, and to hurry up and surrender the royal capital. Change sides, and I will prepare for you suitable rank and fame, Vina was saying. Princess Altora, who will succeed the throne, and her fiancé Prince Alan will one day produce a prince. He will be a star of hope, burdened with the next era of the kingdom. His guardian will be you, Sir Fartsam. I request of you. You, who unites both good and evil, would surely be able to guide him. Vina took out a letter with Altora's seal on it. It was all empty promises now, but this article had value that would one day bear fruit. And you have proof that you'll soundly keep that promise? First of all, we've prepared the money to cover everything. Use it by all means, and work to avoid any futile bloodshed. Also, please take this. Vanda opened a stuffed wooden box, and it was packed with an enormous quantity of gold coins. Money for the plan. Vina offered it to the Prime Minister. And one more thing. An item which could be called his trump card. Carefully packaged, it was. This is. Yes. One of the holy relics handed down the royal family, the mirror that only members of the Unicafe lineage are allowed to hold. I dedicate this as a substitute for proof. I think you understand that Princess Altora is of the same intention. There were two holy relics of the Yu's kingdom. The sword in possession of Christoph's Unimat family, and the other was the mirror of Altora's Unicafe family. Their value couldn't be put in terms of gold, and they were practically national treasures. The air left Fartsam's lungs. It wasn't a counterfeit. He could tell just by looking at the etched characters. Fartsam was a man who had come into contact with many high-class items and was experienced in appraisal. I do understand. I will exhaust my body and endeavor to avoid useless fighting. For the sake of the people. For the people, those words didn't match him at all. For his own gain, how many thousands, how many tens of thousands of peasants had been killed by him? Vanda was hard-pressed to hold back his desire to kill. If he relaxed, it seemed like he would cut him down. I am in awe, Prime Minister. What magnanimous judgment. However, the instant troops from the royal capital reinforced the fortresses, this conversation would be as if it never happened. Please, I beg of you to understand. I know. But it will take a month at the very least. Naturally, I'm aware. We will be making a very slow attack. Please take your time to persuade everyone. Negotiations ended. Fartsam would abandon the fortresses for his own protection. He had no intention whatsoever of committing a double suicide with that fool Christoph. If he could settle into the role of a guardian, there would be many chances to restore himself. Deciding to forsake the current kingdom, Fartsam would exert his skill and contrive to take hold over the military and civil officials. This was something he was doing even now, and it would be extraordinarily easy. Fartsam left the private house behind. In it were Thina and Vanda, who looked like he couldn't agree. Sir Thina, why would you make such a promise? Not only that, to even present the princess's heirloom, the mirror. It's just a mirror. We can make as many as we want later. If we can obtain the royal capital with just gold and a drab mirror, I would call that phenomenal, not a bad transaction. Nevertheless, you would be employing a parasite. That man is a fiend, the root cause behind the country's ruin. Vanda, do you really think I'd pardon such a man? A brute even more foolish than that dog? I'll have that thing act as a clown until the kingdom collapses. He'll surely dance madly for us. And then, in the end. Thina gestured, cutting his own throat with his finger. Vanda reflexively shuddered. Thina intended on putting all the onus on King Christoph and Prime Minister Fartsam. And then, he would kill them before they could say anything out of place. He would probably assassinate them after they had expended their use. It was like the noose was already around their necks, just the people in question didn't notice. You're a fearsome man. Vanda, you've become one too. 1 man dirtied, 10 killed, and thousands saved. That is the best course of action. There's no need to waver. We ought to take the initiative. They would rebuild the kingdom and save many thousands of people. For that sake, they would sacrifice many. What was bad about that? While saving the country, Thina would carry out his own revenge. He himself had formerly been disposed of. He wanted them to taste hell. Thina smiled inwardly. He had taken the alias Thina, stood as the Liberation Army's tactician, and led them to victory. Using his connections in the intelligence unit he was formerly a part of, he tore apart Fartsam's information network and took control. The Prime Minister had abused them until they died, never giving his agents the carrot. There was no one who swore allegiance to the Prime Minister, and it had been simple to break them apart. It starts now. It all starts now. Vanda, we go together. We'll perform a clean sweep and build a new age for the kingdom. We will be the cornerstones, we must show them the way. Sir, please use my power as you see fit. Thina stood up, but he stopped moving. He remembered a discomforting worry. I just remembered. Where has the rumored death god run off to? Sir, according to reports from scouts, she headed for Cyrus Fortress. I see. I owe a debt to that thing from Belter. I'll make her know the severity of her committed sins. With a cruel smile on his face, he thought of the execution for the death god. As soon as we return, send the soldiers to Cyrus and Saye. Send a messenger and offer a full report to Princess Altora. Saye Fortress will fall through force. As for Cyrus Fortress, Thina stopped his words there, and headed out of the house. Vanda, confused, chased after him. The feeble-minded king, the clown prime minister, and the little girl who didn't know her place. He would kill all of them. Thina would see to it that all who hindered the liberation army he had built and poured his lifeblood into would die. He couldn't hold back his smile, and he covered his lips with his hand. Glory was approaching before his very eyes. It was so close that he could reach it if he extended a hand. Cyrus Fortress, Messroom. The soldiers who were preparing for battle, after completing Stage 1, were resting. Katerina was in a corner of the noisy cafeteria, brush in hand, for the purpose of a daily routine. This was a job she had undertaken on a whim, and it had stuck with her ever since. Her feelings, her thoughts, fun things, sad things, she wrote all of them down. She heard people call this a diary, but Katerina didn't think so. She was carving proof of her existence. Katerina didn't fear death, but she was terrified of being forgotten. Hence, she was etching her existence in this white-paged book. After she died, someone would see this, and know that there was once a person known as Katerina. The instant she thought of that someone, Katerina's face scrunched. She couldn't control her emotions swirling with love and hate. She pushed up her glasses and endured that overflowing something. The necromancer who had called her back to this hell, her stepsister, and her innocent-looking stepmother, who at the same time was her father's killer, had raised her. Those two were special for Katerina. They were targets she ought to resent, and also humans she ought to thank. And then, the final one she thought of, the one who had become a greater existence than those two, was her lord, Shara, who she ought to serve. Of course, she had no resentment towards Shara. She was strongly captivated by Shara's almost severe way of life, and nothing more. And if Shara were to die, it could be nice if she could buy Shara's side. She not only wanted to witness her way of life, but also her manner of death. Revered as a hero, feared as death, how would Shara meet her final moments? Was she mad for having such thoughts? She exhaled, sighing, and looked up, and there was Shara peering at her, seemingly deeply interested. Katerina involuntarily jumped up. She hadn't felt a presence at all.
See, Colonel?
Do you have a habit of shivering in the cafeteria? Or is that a ritual before meals, I wonder? How interesting. That's not it. That is. I don't really mind. What you decide to do before eating is up to you. So, what actually are you doing? Sir. I was writing this diary. It wasn't a diary, but when she went to explain, she couldn't respond in any other way besides that it was a diary. Katerina hid the book so it wouldn't stand out. If Shara asked to see the contents, that would be bad in all sorts of ways. She touched her glasses, trying to deceive her. But Shara didn't pursue it further. I see. I'm pretty bad writing diaries. It seems hard, and also. And also? Katerina prompted Shara, who rarely decided to talk about herself. I don't like thinking about the past. Same with the future. I decided to think only about the present. Or perhaps I can only think about the present, I wonder. That's why I'm bad with diaries. Answered Shara while eating beans belonging to the deceased Conrad. Her expression was aloof from the world, and Katerina couldn't get a read on her emotions. Colonel, that. Katerina searched for the following words. She didn't know what she should say. Well then, I'll be at the field. Contact me if something happens. Understood. Interrupting Katerina's salute, Shara lightly waved her hand and departed from the dining hall. Though they had come this far fighting together, Katerina barely understood Shara. She didn't know why Shara fought this far. She herself said that it was to eat and for revenge. Then, why did she become so strong? What spurred Shara onto such lengths? It seemed she wouldn't be told even if she asked, but Katerina wanted to know one day, she thought. They're growing day by day. I won't ever tire of just looking at them, and if I diligently take care of them, flowers will bloom, I'm told. I'm really looking forward to it. Just what kind of flowers would bloom? Small, white flowers, she had heard, but was that true? While watering them, Shara was taking care of the potatoes in a good mood. Her fever hadn't gone down from that day for some reason. Her nausea wouldn't lessen. It was like something was trying to break free from the core of her body. That's what it felt like. And the greatest problem was that her appetite wasn't very good, though she felt her stomach empty. Despite being able to satiate herself with well water and Conrad's beans, her loss of appetite was a big problem. She tried racking her brain, but since she couldn't think of anything good in particular, she decided to let it resolve itself. She couldn't do anything about it anyway. Also, she was busy with various things. Visiting the stables, watching the soldiers, gazing at the field. Shara greatly enjoyed her life in Cyrus Fortress, her home. Chapter 31, 2 meals a day is bad for the body. While the Liberation Army's predominance strengthened day by day, a large-scale reorganization was going on in royal capital Blanca. Cutting to the chase, it started with Barbour, who had suffered defeat at the Battle of Bertusburg and lost cannon. The personnel reassignments were criticized for throwing the military into disorder, but Farzam firmly stifled the opposition. Since it proved difficult to placate Barbour, who called for a final, all-in resistance, just throw him away, Farzam decided. Bourbon, who had put up a good fight at the previous battle, was inaugurated as the commandant of the First Army as Barbour's successor. This man who couldn't make decisions on his own was an ideal figurehead. Also, Octavio, who was in the middle of his trial for war crimes, was freed from house confinement and recklessly instated as his assistant. He was informed of Farzam's intentions and well understood his own purpose. His role was to observe Bourbon and make sure he never made an offensive. The dissenters like Barbour were reorganized into positions with no real power, and the weakening of the military proceeded favorably at Farzam's hands. The urgent requests for reinforcements from Cyrus and Saye were dismissed, the defense of the royal capital was strengthened, and no soldiers were sent out, under the pretense of reorganization. The season was early summer. Exactly a year had passed since the Liberation Army made an uprising at Salvador Fortress. Altura began the final step to liberate the royal capital, the capture of Cyrus and Saye. Viner and Finn were given 50,000 to capture Cyrus Fortress, and 70,000 lead by Beirut were mobilized to capture Saye. The Liberation Army broke through Canaan's road without any difficulties, and they advanced while taking over the surrounding cities. The garrison stationed in castles surrendered without a fight, and in truth they joined the Liberation Army. While showered by cheers from the people, the officers and men of the Liberation Army flooded into the royal capital area. Without anything that could even be called resistance, the Liberation Army successfully surrounded completely both fortresses. A request for surrender reached General Yalda defending Saye with 10,000 soldiers via a letter tied to an arrow. I guarantee the lives of the garrison if you surrender. Immediately open the gates and throw down your swords. Exasperated, Yalda had rejected it. Negotiations for surrender broke down before they had even begun. From the next day onwards, the Liberation Army of 70,000 began the siege. Yalda ascended the ramparts and took command on the front lines. Preserving morale was more important than anything else in a siege. Don't let the towers approach. Pour oil on those guys sticking to the gates and shoot them with fire arrows. Sir. Saye is a mighty fortress. Show them that we can defend even if they send 100,000. The approaching siege towers were vehemently pelted by projectiles from catapults installed on the castle walls and destroyed, and those attempting to break down the gates with a battering ram were doused with boiling oil. In the mountainous area of Saye, the Liberation Army's catapults were hindered. Archers aim. Target, the enemy battering ram at the main gate. Fire. Die. The Liberation Army soldiers, bearing shields, could withstand attacks from atop the ramparts, but they couldn't deal with the fire. Poor soldiers fired upon by fire arrows writhed like mad and became corpses in front of the castle gates. Sidamo, in charge of defense in the back, was preparing for the enemy's tunnel warfare. The soil on their north side was weak, and it was the most suitable area to dig under the castle walls. He predicted their route beforehand and constructed water-filled moats there in advance, ready to hinder the enemy's excavation with them. The instant the enemies dug through, the water would rush onto them, and the soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything except drown inside the tunnels. The enemy will definitely plot a surprise attack. The concentrated attack on the front gate is to deceive our eyes. Their real target is our rear. Sidamo himself had also joined in the digging work, constructing moats together with the soldiers. His moats would bear fruit 3 days later. As Sidamo had surmised, the Liberation Army dug forth their tunnels, and he succeeded in making them sacrifice a great many of their engineers. Yo Sidamo. At this rate, if reinforcements from the royal capital arrive, will prevail in defending Saye. The morale of the soldiers is also high. Sir. The soldiers are doing well. As of now, the siege force have not gotten close at all. Like Yalda had said, the morale of the Saye defense garrison was high. Before cooping themselves in the castle, Yalda had told only those who had the resolve to stay. The soldiers remaining were the defeated soldiers of the 3rd and 4th armies, as well as those who had many chances to leave. Despite all that, they chose to fight to the end with Yalda. Saye was a fortress carefully planned to be held by 10,000 men, and around it was a region of steep mountains. This was an advantageous position for the defending side. Barbour will probably finish reorganizing the army corps soon. While they conduct this attack, they'll have to start being vigilant for an attack from the royal capital. Then it'll be our turn to strike. When Barbour had appointed Yalda as the defense commander, he had declared, "I'll definitely come back and bring reinforcements." These two who had a bitter relationship let their past grudges be like water under the bridge. They exchanged a firm handshake and vowed to meet again. They could understand each other, ironically, because now they were both generals who had suffered defeat. Though our supplies may be limited, we have enough to hold out until the first army arrives. The Saye garrison wasn't informed that Barbour had already been dismissed. Their faith that reinforcements would come would surely never be answered. Both fortresses were only there to buy time until Farzam could convince those in power in the kingdom. It didn't matter to him that they could only endure for a month. They were sacrificed pieces, but they, who were fighting and risking their lives on the brink, had no way of knowing. "Ha, I'm blessed with great soldiers so late in the war. It's an honor fighting together with them. Your Excellency, there will be more fighting here on. The rebel army is not entirely unified. If we can buy time here, an opportunity will present itself without fail. Umu. From tomorrow onward, we'll go all out. Colonel Sherer's probably struggling at Cyrus about now. We can't fall behind her." Even after 2 weeks, Saye showed no signs of falling at all. The Liberation Army commander Beiruz had failed his plan for a tunnel, and his siege towers had also sustained great damage. The assault on the castle gates had also gone unfavorably, and the casualties were increasing. Beiruz was a general skilled in field warfare, but he lacked experience in sieges. He had strong leadership, but he could only conduct sieges by the books, fill in the moat, fire arrows from all sides, break through the gate or ramparts with catapult support, and if the ground allowed tunneling, build a tunnel underground and break into the castle. What should one do if none of them worked? The answer wasn't written in military texts. Beiruz had launched a fierce attack regardless of day or night, but that altogether backfired, creating a mountain of corpses. A feeling of war weariness was spreading through the soldiers, and morale was dropping. This is bad. Yalda and the kingdom's soldiers are quite competent. Our attacks are being pushed back admirably. Our catapults are few, and our siege towers were destroyed. We can only force through the gates perhaps. The soldiers attempting to forcibly enter the fortress through ladders were doused with boiling water or blazing oil, and they were dropping, dying.
Was it really okay to let this continue?
Beiruz anguished. Your Excellency. You mustn't be impatient. I understand your enthusiasm to take down the castle quickly for the sake of the people, but the losses of soldiers will only increase at this rate. It is also important to wait and watch. Beiruz nodded at the staff officer's words and ruminated on himself. He had gotten too used to victorious battles, and he had begun to overestimate himself. He had believed that the kingdom's army was entirely full of frail soldiers. The other officers and soldiers were sure to have the same belief, the groundless confidence that the enemy would easily fall with just a slight push. That they ought to liberate the royal capital as soon as possible, this idea had consumed him. How unlike me. What have I learned after living so long? Chief Staff Officer, Thank you for your criticism. You're right that temporarily taking a wait-and-see approach is best. We've overcome many hardships to come here, what need is there to be impatient now of all times? We'll prepare an endless amount of catapults and siege towers, and only good things await us if we attack composedly. Sir, that is exactly right. I will immediately begin the arrangements. It will take time, but we will be able to confidently take down the fortress. No matter how courageous the enemy General Yalda is, he cannot replenish his soldiers. Starting tomorrow, let us surround and contain them with only arrows fired. That will force the enemy to exhaustion. Umu. Give the directive at once. Especially in times like this, we mustn't rush. It was a bold decision to withdraw the plan for an all-out offensive despite having over 7 times the enemy's numbers. He would inevitably be criticized for his incompetency. Any other general would have decided to capture the fortress through force. That he could accept his staff officers' criticism and decide to change the plan was one of Behruz's virtues. The Liberation Army force to capture Sayeh ceased fighting 2 weeks into the siege. The force sent to besiege Cyrus, the Liberation Army commanded by Thina on the other hand, had not fired even a single arrow during these 2 weeks. This man only did one thing, thoroughly surround Cyrus. Not just the engineers, even scouts were not an exception. All officers and men were invested into constructing this encirclement post-haste. Palisades were erected, trenches were dug, and fences to guard against horses stretched all around. Braziers brilliantly illuminated the night, showing the enemy no gap for a night raid whatsoever. Patrols were frequently sent out with no slip in their surveillance of the enemy fortress. They requested surrender only once before the siege, and they didn't plan to accept surrender at all afterwards. The reason being that if they did, their food expenditure would increase, since they would need to imprison the soldiers. Thina's plan of attack was plain and simple. Complete starvation. They bought as many goods as they could from the area around Cyrus beforehand, and after surrounding the fortress, they would guard against enemy escape. According to reports from spies, Cyrus lacked provisions. This fortress only just built hadn't been stocked with food. How long they could hold out was up to the commander in charge of defense. Sir Thina, the encirclement is flawless. Not even a rat could get out now. Everything is going well. Now we just wait for time to pass. Good for us that General Larus is a careful man. The most dangerous time to be attacked was while we were weaving our web. Larus was a man who fought a prudent and calm battle, but at the same time that was a flaw. Since he was uneasy about his lack of soldiers, he forbade any combat until reinforcements from the royal capital came. During that time, the Liberation Army had completed their encirclement. Had it been the belligerent Barbour, he wouldn't have idly let them scurry around. That didn't mean it was right to launch an attack, but the end result was that the fortress was completely blockaded. The kingdom's army number roughly 7,000, a bit too low to be launching an attack. A cautious person would probably never make a gamble like that. And with this, it seems that Death God is also nearing her end. Indeed. I'll have her taste a hell like hunger. 1 month by my estimates. I'll enjoy seeing her after that hair. The corners of Thina's lips raised, and he smiled. He had heard the Death God had quite an appetite. It was already too late for her to wield her excellence. This encirclement couldn't be broken through. Him taking the starvation plan was all in consideration for her. He thought it an appropriate execution method for death. Will you not be accepting surrender? Of course not. I won't approve of surrender after all we've been through. They'll starve, they'll grieve, and they'll suffer, then they'll die, their hearts full of regret. I'm thinking of all our comrades who've been killed by her. Show no mercy to those who come out of the fortress, no matter who they may be. Shoot them to death. You, understood? Said Vanda, feeling horror innerly. Thina's face had shown a hint of madness. War drives men to insanity. Vanda had only now experienced that firsthand. Your Excellency. Regarding the food rations, As per orders, directives to conserve have been given. Came reporting a staff officer. Laris had ordered given meals to be reduced to 2 a day, and furthermore, their quantities diminished. 2 weeks had passed since Cyrus Fortress was surrounded, and General Laris in charge defense had an expression of impatience. This fortress was manned by 5,000 soldiers of the First Army and 2,000 of Sherra's cavalry. It was only just built and stout, but the take-in of supplies had been completely too late. Supplies hadn't been sent in coincidentally with completion because sending supplies to a place like this would be diverting them from the front lines. But now that Canaan had fallen, that had backfired. It wasn't that Laris hadn't considered going out for an attack. He had entertained the thought of doing so to hinder the enemy's maneuvering. But the enemy's force was a large army of 50,000. Despite Sherra's excellence in battle, he couldn't guarantee her safe return. If in the off chance that the death god Sherra was killed, morale would probably reach rock bottom. Hence Laris had restrained from an attack. He didn't think he had erred. Even now, he believed that firmly devoting themselves to defense was the best course of action. The First Army has probably finished their reorganization. His Excellency Barbour is a short-tempered man. He may already be on the way. Yes, if we can hold out until then, it'll be possible to repulse the enemy, I believe. The soldiers are also saying we will manage as long as Colonel Sherra is here. MHM. But that doesn't rule out the possibility of the enemy switching to an assault. Tell the soldiers not to be negligent in their vigilance. Understood. Laris gazed outside the castle from his upper-story window. The Liberation Army flags stood everywhere, as if engulfing Cyrus. Sherra and her cavalry had nothing to do except keep lookout in this siege. Since Laris had ordered them not to pointlessly waste their stamina, they could only continue to stay on alert, endlessly. For Sherra, this wasn't a point of concern at all, and her daily routine was endeavoring to take care of the field. Watching her in amazement was someone who had broken through by force before the siege, Captain Darius Madros. Yo, Colonel Sherra. Is fumbling with the field fun? Yeah. It's really fun. They're growing little by little. I can't get enough of watching. Mumbled Sherra while uprooting weeds. Katerina was watering. These look like wealth potatoes. You've got some bad tastes. Some say they're disgusting and inedible. Darius said in disdain. He couldn't imagine himself deliberately wanting to eat potatoes native to the hated wealth. He had tried them once, and like he had expected, they were disgusting. The idiots of wealth must have gotten their screwed-up personalities after eating these disgusting things, Dallas thought to himself. They aren't. They're grown here, so they're potatoes of Cyrus. Right, I'll call them Cyrus potatoes. That's just splitting hairs. Captain, don't you think you're being a bit too cheeky towards the colonel? Irritated, Katerina wrinkled her brows and advised him to contain himself. Rank was absolute in an army. Even if he was a man from the Madros family, for example, his disrespect couldn't be overlooked. I was born with a dirty mouth. Besides, I came here to help uninvited. I ain't scared of anything now. I wonder if you've gone crazy, coming here by yourself to throw your life away. The words Sherra muttered with no ill intentions struck a nerve. This woman who didn't appear to be intelligent thought him even more a fool. Call it a sense of duty. I've come to repay the debt from Madros. Also, it's not set in stone that we're going to die. Soldiers from the royal capital are gonna come, and will live to fight another day, perhaps. Sherra plucked off a bug clinging to a stalk and threw it away. Her condition had improved, but her meals had diminished to twice a day, and their portions had also decreased. The snacks she kept with her were nearly finished. Katerina's candies were now at a countable number. Sherra's mood was getting gloomier, and the cavalrymen too weren't faring well, she felt. Oh yeah, hey Colonel. I heard this from the cavalry. They say the remaining feed is in pretty bad straits. Said Darius as if he just remembered, and Katerina's face stiffened. Is that true, Katerina? Why, yes. We've more or less not enough. Isn't grass growing inside this fortress? There's nothing but weeds coming up now, said Darius as he pointed out the sparse vegetation. What should we do, I wonder? Shara pondered. There were weeds growing here and there, but not enough to support all the horses. Going out was prohibited too. Can you, please leave it to me? I can take the best course of action. What do you plan to do? Please leave everything to me. Vaguely said Katerina, not backing down. It was better if Shara didn't know. Darius lowered his eyes. I got it. I'll entrust everything to you, First Lieutenant. Please take care of the horses. Shara smiled, and patted her hands, removing the dirt. Sir, understood. After assuring themselves that Shara was going back to her office, Darius apologized to Katerina. My bad. Seems I've said too much. It's fine. She would have found out sooner or later. So, what do you intend to do? Let them go. Like I'll hand over our warhorses to the enemy. There's also no need to risk opening the gates. But there's no feed, right? What you gonna do then? It's better if you don't know. Whoa there. Katerina ignored Darius, and headed to the cavalrymen waiting on alert. She had to get their cooperation. What she had to do was simple. They had to cull the numbers until they could hold out for 2 more weeks with the feed that they had. 2 weeks had already passed since the start of the siege. Reinforcements should be coming after half a month, Katerina estimated. They should first kill 500 from among the little less than 2,000 warhorses they had. If that proved not enough, their numbers would be further thinned out. The resulting meat would be used for food. It would be cruel, but necessary. This was war. Katerina stood still for a moment, and looked up at the sky. She was a fallen heretic who manipulated corpses. She didn't care if she was ridiculed after all she had done. But, the only thing she didn't want, was to be hated by Shara. She feared losing Shara's faith. Shara had come to be strangely attached to horses, which is why it hurt her to mention this plan. She didn't want Shara to know. The cavalry treated their horses with much care, because horses were one's own partner obviously. Katerina also loved and had given a name to hers. They would start culling from the already weakened horses. They would go in order of physique, and Katerina's horse wouldn't be excluded. Katerina took off her glasses, wiped the area around her eyes once, and then began walking again. A month passed since the siege started. Reinforcements still hadn't come. Chapter 32, Water Soup is Tasteless. The long-awaited reinforcements had arrived, for the Liberation Army force that had refrained from attacking Saye. Large numbers of catapults and siege towers had been completed by the Liberation Army, who had been working at top speed with the cooperation of the local cities. The people had also cooperated full force in transport work, and an obviously excessive amount of 1,000 catapults and 100 siege towers were deployed. Commander Beiruz had ordered the entire army to start the attack again. Regardless of day or night, arrows and stones incessantly continued to shower the fortress. The stones that would be used for ammunition were soaked in oil and fired after igniting them. The defending side couldn't cope, and they were being exhaustively crushed. After 3 days and 3 nights of attacking, the Liberation Army advanced their siege towers up to the fortress walls and began to rain down arrows from above. The kingdom's archers atop the ramparts had nowhere to hide. They desperately continued resisting regardless, but they were falling one by one due to being easy targets. And, the garrison defending the main gate were also in a predicament. Don't let them break through. Defend the gates to the death. Until reinforcements from the royal capital come, we'll endure somehow. Ooh. Pour down the oil. Burn them all down. The main gate garrison shoved their bodies against the gates, tenaciously putting up a resistance. They kept on fighting with what little energy they had left. The Liberation Army's battering rams struck the gates, and each time, the force sent the soldiers pushing their bodies against the gates flying. The garrison above the gates poured down large volumes of hot oil and were shooting fire arrows at the approaching Liberation Army. The battering ram burst into vigorous flames, but even so, the offensive continued. More and more enemies were coming. The Liberation Army soldiers climbed over the corpses and took hold of the battering ram. And then, a fierce blow from the blazing battering ram broke down Saye Fortress's weakest spot. The main gate garrison commander resolved himself, unsheathed his sword, and gave his final orders. "Here they come. Everyone draw your swords. Long live the kingdom's army. Long live His Excellency Yalda. Long live the kingdom. Long live Yalda. All hands attack. After me." The kingdom's soldiers with their spear line instantly at the ready skewered those of the Liberation Army first to arrive. They used those bodies as a shield against the Liberation Army. Forces coming in swarms. The kingdom's soldiers were crushed, trampled, and slaughtered all without a chance to even scream. As if infesting the fortress, the Liberation Army soldiers invaded inside, killing every guard they met. There was no justice nor righteousness, merely swarms of beasts drunk on madness and seething with mindless desire to kill. The guards fought well. They fought very well. But they were outnumbered. Force of numbers was overwhelming them. The infirmary housing the wounded was sealed off and then set fire to, and everyone inside burned to death. Everyone in the fortress was massacred with no regard to combatant or non-combatant. The Liberation Army soldiers weeded out everyone still breathing, and gleefully gave them the finishing blow. Beirut hadn't given such orders, but all the pent-up dissatisfaction, misery, and hatred were all turned towards the soldiers of the kingdom, and the commanders couldn't stop it. If they tried to clumsily stop it, they were likely to be killed in retaliation. They couldn't intervene. Secluded in Saye's highest tower, Yalda took off his helmet and quietly steadied his breathing. His face had a great number of wounds, and his armor was also partially destroyed. Pain coursed through him when he moved his body. One of his bones may be broken. His hair was disheveled, and his facial hair had grown as it pleased. The edge of his trusty sword was chipped and had become useless. So in the end, reinforcements didn't come. What a shame. Barbour probably has his own circumstances. I would have liked to have a nice, slow chat with him once. It seems I won't have that opportunity. Yalda gave a bitter smile in resignation. He could hear the sounds of intense fighting from outside. The guards were probably buying the final bits of time. He felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards their loyalty. Behind Yalda flew the flags of Kingdom, the Third Army, and the Fourth Army. Battle played out under those flags, welcoming the soldiers. Final moments. He gazed at them, deeply emotional. This is my guess, but Sir Prime Minister may have colluded with the enemy. Thinking of it that way, it follows that reinforcements would not have come. Sir Barbour was probably imprisoned, or killed, muttered Sidamo while adjusting his uniform disarranged through work. Even he, a staff officer, had exhausted his energy in desperation, fighting up to their final moments. And now, was beginning their final preparations. So even the Prime Minister, the highest civil official, has forsaken the kingdom? There's probably nothing more we can do then. Hey Sidamo. It's not too late. You have something you must do, right? You don't have to keep me company. Disguise yourself again and escape. Yalda didn't know how many times he had tried persuading Sidamo. Sidamo dearly wished to restore the fallen house of Arta. Knowing that, Yalda had been telling him to hurry and escape, Sidamo had stayed with him up until now. He had done enough. So you say, but your excellency cannot start up those alone. They require magical power. You can use magic? Yalda asked with an expression that said he was hearing this for the first time. I only have it, but I cannot use it. Though something like activating those won't pose a problem. He had capacity for sorcery, but he wasn't blessed with talent as a sorcerer. Hence, Sidamo had arduously exerted himself and acquired his rank of staff officer with his knowledge. This is your last chance. Run away, Sidamo. Live, and carry out your long-cherished desire. I must refuse. I too have some backbone. I cannot shamelessly live on while letting my leader die in battle. Discussing this any more is wasting both our times. Damn, you're a stubborn man. Well, that's quite like you, I guess. Fine then, do as you please. Sir. I intended to anyway. The corners of Sidamo's lips raised ever so slightly. Yalda smiled. I regret that I couldn't keep my promise with Colonel Scherer. What a shame, yeah, truly a shame. Sir, Scherer too certainly thinks it a shame. Why? Humph, I'll have to apologize one day. I hope she forgives me. If you bring some good food, she won't have a problem. Scherer is that kind of person. I guess so. When that time comes, I must keep my promise. Dash. From outside the high tower resonated cheers. It appeared that all the guards had been annihilated. The door to the tower was broken down, and they rushed inside. It would probably only be a matter of time until they closed in on their room. Yalda nodded, and Sidamo hid himself. He prepared those next to him. He would activate them at Yalda's signal. The sounds of countless military boots surged towards them, and the double doors were mightily kicked open. Found you, General of the Kingdom, Yalda. Your head is mine. The Liberation Army soldiers surrounded Yalda, the points of their weapons pointed towards him, and they began ridiculing him. Your kingdom is done for. Now accept your just deserts. What a pathetic man. For this prestigious general to be killed by simple soldiers. Silence. I may be washed up, but I, Yalda, will never hand over my head to the likes of you. Glaring at the sneering soldiers of the Liberation Army, Yalda unsheathed his chipped sword. Momentarily lost for words at Yalda's spirit, the soldiers' faces turned red in rage. You quite the mouth for a beaten dog. We'll kill you. A general's head. As much reward as we want. He, it's mine. The Liberation Army soldiers rushed at Yalda with their spears forward. Slashing down several small fry, Yalda's abdomen was pierced by many spears. Pulling out the spear tips, he stumbled backwards. The enemy soldiers stepped over the corpses and closed the distance. After smashing the head of the lead man, Yalda finally made his decision. While coughing up blood, Yalda roared with all the air in his lungs. He would not hand over his head to these soldiers. Long live the Yu's kingdom. Yalda cut his own throat with his sword. Losing strength, he collapsed to his knees. He saved us the trouble. Shithead. I'll chop him up. Catching his corpse, the soldiers bared their teeth in ridicule. They all rushed at Yalda's corpse. After witnessing his friend's final moments, Sidamo chanted the ignition spell for the sorcery mines taken from the Liberation Army. Those that had misfired at the previous battle were recovered from the ox carts and brought to Saye. They were placed in the four corners of the castle room. The excited Liberation Army soldiers hadn't noticed, but large quantities of gunpowder and oil were scattered around. When Sidamo reached the final line of the incantation, the figures of his deceased older brother and foolish older sister floated in the back of his mind. And for some reason, Sherer's detestable face came to mind too, to think of death of all things in his final moments. Sidamo couldn't hold back a wry smile. But he didn't hate her way of living. Free and unrestrained, her appearance as she lived willfully, perhaps he was envious. He wasn't really sure. Thankfully, I still have some time. Let's follow death's example and think more selfishly. Older brother, I'll be leaving this world. Farewell, older sister. The instant Sidamo finished chanting the spell, blinding light surged from the sorcery mines. The expanding blast burned everyone in the area to nothing, wiping them out without a trace. The flames set the oil on fire, and the gunpowder exacerbated the force, and the entire tower was caught up in the explosion. The sorcery mines that had started Yalda's days of agony now brought about their end. And so Saye fell, and the surviving soldiers of the kingdom's third and fourth armies were utterly wiped out. Yalda, Sidamo, and the garrison of all 10,000 soldiers under them died in battle. All that was left were the resounding cheers and cries of the victorious Liberation Army. However, the face of Beirut, who had achieved victory, was grim. Isn't this nothing more than using the people's wrath for our own devices? There's no guarantee that the blade of their anger won't be pointed towards us one day. Beirut closed his eyes and brushed away his thoughts. They were in the right. It was true that the kingdom had ruled over the people in tyranny. Justice was on their side to free the people. Indeed, that was why they were in the right. They just had to not repeat the same mistakes. Humans learn from history. They would walk the honest path. Along with the staff officers celebrating their victory, Beirut entered inside the fortress. Corpses of the kingdom's soldiers, corpses burned to death, corpses crushed to death, corpses dismembered, everywhere. The old General Beirut continued to walk onwards, in this world of hell built under the name of justice. When dark smoke rose from Saye Fortress, the Liberation Army soldiers surrounding Cyrus Fortress thundered in cheers. At the same time it was to show delight, it was also to make those inside the fortress taste despair. "You are next," it signified. A month had already passed since the siege started. It wouldn't be strange if the fortress had already exhausted their provisions. Thina studied the kingdom's soldiers standing on the ramparts with a spyglass. Their cheeks were sunken, and their complexions were severely poor. Their bodies staggered, and they could barely stand. But they were still living. It was still too early to attack. Even if they attacked with force and felled the fortress, that would be too lenient. The death god had to taste even more unbearable hunger. Once she went mad from hunger, he would kill her. Lowering the spyglass, Thina ordered Vanda standing next to him. "Kill them. I told you I won't accept surrender." "Are you sure? They're holding a white flag. I don't care. Tell the soldiers it's likely a fake surrender." Death had eaten at the Imperial Army and destroyed them with that tactic. "We will not make the same mistake as them." "Understood. Messenger, convey the orders to shoot down the enemy soldiers." "Sir." The messenger on his horse left headquarters. Several minutes later, the soldiers of the kingdom holding a white flag were doused with arrows, and they died. He wouldn't let anyone escape from Cyrus Fortress. With a thin smile on his face, Thina went back to his pavilion. Cyrus Fortress. Confirming the black smoke and knowing Saye had fallen, Laris decided it was time to surrender. He couldn't make the soldiers go along with his selfishness. But the envoys were shot down before they managed to reach the enemy camp. It seems the enemy intended on killing everyone in this fortress. Emaciated himself, Laris worked over a plan for hereafter. Reinforcements hadn't come yet, they probably wouldn't come no matter how long they held out, he feared. If Barbour was still in command, they should have arrived a long time ago. That they hadn't meant that something had happened in the royal capital. There was a high chance that Barbour was dismissed. He didn't know what the Prime Minister was thinking, but what Laris understood now was only that the Prime Minister would let this fortress fall. In that case, there was no meaning in confining themselves like this. They were just wasting their stamina. However, it was too late to launch an attack. The enemy's preparations were perfect. There was only death if they opened the gates and made a determined assault. Two choices remained for Laris. There was no choice for surrender. Would they stick it out inside the castle until the very end and die from hunger, or would they raid the enemy's formation and proudly die in battle? Laris slapped his desk. There were many things he could have done if he knew that they were going to be abandoned from the onset. Guerrilla warfare with concealed soldiers and using Cyrus Fortress as a decoy. Mobile raids, taking advantage of the mobility of Shera's unit. They could have slowed the Liberation Army's advance by interfering with their supply line. Yet, He had chosen to enter their deathbeds, where they had to spend every day in worry of remaining provisions. Laris lamented his own caution and passivity. He needed a little more time, until he could make his final decision. In her hazy consciousness, Shera sat in front of the fields with several of her cavalry. A cavalryman was propping up Shera from behind, for those occasions when she would sometimes lose consciousness. If humans subsisted only on water, it would take generally 2 or 3 months to die of starvation. Of course, every person was different. With her healthy appetite, the extent of Shera's debility was more severe than the other soldiers, and one could tell she was in trouble from a glance. Her cheeks were caved in, and it had become difficult to satisfactorily move, but she could still fight. Shera grasped the scythe next to her tightly. Now that a month had passed since the start of the siege, meals were reduced to once a day, and those meals were also in a miserable state. Next to Shera was a plate. A scrap of bread about the size of a pebble quietly sat on it. A large amount of liquid was poured into a bowl. An ingredient-less soup. It wasn't a soup as thin as water, it was water. More accurately, water flavored with a little salt. She thought could hear a chef's cries of anguish. Shera picked up the scrap of bread with trembling hands. She gently carried it into her mouth, and slowly chewed, taking her time. Once it couldn't be tasted, and once it couldn't be chewed anymore, she swallowed, her throat making a noise. Delicious. Shera's cheeks slightly relaxed. The cavalrymen couldn't watch anymore, and they spoke up. "Colonel, please, take ours." "I don't need it." She strongly refused the extended bread. She detested taking her companion's food. She took a sip of salt water, and spit it out. This wasn't food. It was just water. Shera tiredly leaned on a cavalryman. "Colonel, I beg you, please eat. You need the nutrition more than us. Please." "No. Colonel. I don't want it. I'd rather die. I'll never eat it." Shera unyieldingly refused her subordinate's proposal. She would only eat the portion allotted to her. As a high-ranking officer, Shera should have been distributed more than the non-commissioned officers, but she only ate an equal amount as her cavalry. She couldn't eat more by herself, much less take away another's tiny portion. Anything but that. Anything but doing the same things as the rebel army. Those guys were vermin who took from them while saying they were fighting for the people. I hope they quickly grow and become edible. The crops in front of her hadn't borne fruit yet. She wondered when they would. While propped against one of her cavalry, Shera longingly stared at them. Katerina made up her mind, seeing this scene. That night, Katerina waited for the soldiers keeping watch to fall asleep, and she decided to go outside the fortress. She would use magic to leap down from the ramparts and slip into the enemy camp using what little she knew about concealment. Her targets were the supply convoys. Shera should accept eating food stolen from the rebel army. At this rate, Shera would die of malnourishment. Even if they started killing all their warhorses and using their meat for food, Katerina too probably wouldn't eat them. What a joke it would be if death died from starvation. Katerina hadn't stayed beside Shera to witness her die like that. She would never accept such a death. Katerina prepared her equipment and examined the environment surrounding the ramparts, when, "Yo! Who are you eloping with this late at night? Or are you stargazing?" There was a man's throaty voice. Katerina scowled, and the man waved his hand in greeting. It was the stupid man who had come from Madros, Darius Madros. "Just a whim of mine. Leave me alone. Wasn't rank absolute in an army? And didn't you yourself ignore that? So I'll be doing the same." "I hear, yeah. Heh, what a strong-willed woman." Darius took out a hip flask and held it to his mouth. Its contents were water, of course. "Do you need something?" Katerina touched her glasses, vigilant. "NN, not really. I just thought there was a suspicious human shadow passing by. That's all. I ain't gonna stop whatever you're gonna do. I came here in a similar fashion after all. I see. I'll be going then. For the Colonel, I'll definitely plunder some food. That so? Well, take care. Even if you're unlucky, we'll be able to meet before long. The only difference is sooner or later. I'll explain to the Colonel when the time comes, so don't worry. Knowing it was futile to stop her, Darius shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave. Katerina spoke to his back. Just if, I don't make it back, take care of the Colonel. She won't fare well without an adjutant, I'm sure. Whoa, gimme a break. I almost got my head chopped off by the Colonel. That ain't a joke. A laugh burst out of Katerina, seeing Darius putting his hand on his neck. That's fine then. I knew there was no one more fit to the duty than me. Exactly. So yeah, be careful. Also, that pink ribbon doesn't look good on you at all, muttered Darius, giving Katerina's pink ribbon a glance and leaving. Gee. None of your business. Katerina took out her cane and loaded it with magical energy. She strengthened her legs for the descent, and she intended on using a rope ladder on the way back. She had to leave a minimum amount of magic power. It would be difficult no matter how she played it out, but she had no choice but to do it. I should have learned more magic besides necromancy for times like this. Too late now though. She took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and sallied forth from Cyrus' fortress. First Lieutenant Katerina knew best disappeared from that night onward and would never return to Cyrus' fortress alive. Chapter 33, I'm done eating. Shara received word that Katerina had died in battle. Her ashen face crumbled, and she felt violently nauseous. She kneeled, and her vomit mixed with blood splashed on the floor. It was all stomach acid. Darius, who had reported to her, rubbed her tiny back. Hey.
You okay?
Yeah, I just feel a little bad. I'll get better immediately. My bad, I should have stopped her, by force if necessary. It's my fault. You're fine. Katerina had her reasons. That's all. But we can meet again one day. My cavalry is always together. Brushing away the hand of Darius who tried to catch her, Shara began heading back to her own room. A cavalryman supported her body, and she slowly began walking forward. She could no longer walk by herself, yet even so, her scythe didn't separate from her back. She couldn't fight without it. Having entered her room, Shara leaned against the window, and then slid down to the floor. Then she slowly closed her eyes. She was tired, very tired. She didn't want to move. Her stomach was empty, but she felt no hunger. Paradoxically, she didn't want to eat anything. She felt like even if there was a feast in front of her, her stomach wouldn't take it. I wonder why. I'm reminded of that old village. I hate that place. Shara opened her eyes, and the world was blurry. Her dreary office only for a moment flashed with the scene of her burning village. A black shadow clad in tattered robes piercingly overlooked the feeble Shara. It peered at Shara from a distance, waiting for its chance. It wasn't time yet. 1 week after the fall of Saye, when 2 months had passed since the start of the siege, defending Commander Laras made the heartrending decision. Notification to all soldiers in Cyrus from Laras. At the same time as dawn breaks, all soldiers will sortie from the fortress, charge into enemy headquarters, and take the head of the rebel army general. However, this is not mandatory. Those who object to the decree are permitted to remain in the fortress. It has been an honor to have been able to fight together up until this day. Gentlemen, I give my heartfelt thanks for your loyalty and bravery. Laras couldn't bear having his soldiers suffer the horror known as starving to death. Then there was no other way. Valiantly, they would break into enemy camp and meet there. Final moments as warriors. What happened to those who remained in the fortress was up to the commander of the Liberation Army. Laras expected them to all be killed. Had their adversaries any mercy, they would have accepted the earlier surrender, I can't believe that I of all people would have chosen to attack and die an honorable death. This kind of end is more suited towards Barbour, it's beyond me. Shera gathered her cavalry, and they had their last supper together. Other units had similarly decided to take a meal, and there were many who had grieving faces, but Shera's group was different. There was no meaning in meals if they didn't enjoy it. Even if it was tasteless alone, together with friends, it became more delicious than ever. Today's luxurious menu was the following, so delicious it makes one's jaw drop: the famous, the reputed, bread. As it was of such excessive preciousness, only a piece of it could be prepared. And purified soup of such crystalline clarity that it might even be mistaken for water. It seemed there was a spoonful of salt sprinkled in to bring out its subtle flavors. A masterpiece that reflects the work of a skilled chef, quietly said Shera with a straight face, and the cavalrymen had smiles on their faces. Going along with them, Shera too had a smile. Darius too had a wry smile. Since they had come to Cyrus, it was the most fun and most delicious dinner she ever had. She would probably never forget it for the rest of her life. Shera somehow felt her body become lighter. She felt great right now. The black, ominous shadow was receding. Of the Cyrus garrison, 5,000 volunteered to participate in the attack. Those who chose to remain in the fortress and meet their ends were those who couldn't move, and those who clung to their last ray of hope, surrender. Of Shera's 2,000 cavalry, 1,000 were mounted, and 900 would follow on foot. The 100 rest asked to stay and defend. They were those who suffered grievous wounds at the previous battle and hadn't recovered yet. They were incapable of participating in the assault. I can't leave you all behind. I'll stay home and fight to the last with you, said Shera, wearing her black armor, propping herself up on a cavalryman's shoulder, and a soldier who aspired to defend in their absence shook his head sideways while smiling. I am grateful for the sentiments, but I must refuse. Staff Officer Sidamo said it best, right? Cavalry must die outside. Promises must be kept, right, Colonel? The other soldiers who would also remain opened their mouths to agree. Honestly, they all wanted to die fighting together with Shera. But they were without their horses, and being unable to move. As they wished, they were nothing more than a burden. In that case, they would assume a different duty. What? Your worry is unneeded. Colonel Shera's cavalry is invincible. We will watch over you from over here, waiting for the day you come meet us again. Forever. That's right, never will we be defeated. Moreover, we have to take care of the potatoes we grew together. Once they bear fruit, the war will surely have ended. When that time comes, I'll show you my skill, and make a delicious stew. Please look forward to it. I understand. I'll definitely come for you. We'll have a delicious feast then, together. I promise. Shera smiled, and the soldiers enthusiastically nodded. Salute the Colonel. May the fortunes of war be with you. You all as well, take care. Let us meet again, for sure. Sir. The 100 staying in the fortress chose not to defend the gates, but to protect their dear field. Nothing would have happened anyway if their small force defended the gates. Hence, they wanted to fight at their treasured place. They had the freedom to choose their deathbeds at least. Not for the kingdom, but for Shera, thought the remaining cavalrymen unanimously. As if encroaching upon the evening darkness, the sky was becoming white. Addressing the soldiers assembled at the main gates, Larus raised his voice, his face grim, as he gave his order. Grim, from the bitterness that he had to order them to die, but he concealed the fact. Gentlemen, I give my deepest thanks for staying with me until today. We'll show the rebel army the spirit of the Cyrus garrison. We'll make them know the valor of the kingdom's elite. Without fail, we'll hold up the commander's head. Oh you! All right, open the gates. The death shall be our herald. Escort Colonel Shera into enemy headquarters. Long live the kingdom. Long live the First Army. All units begin the assault. Forward. Forwards. You. The drawbridge was lowered, and the gates opened. Laris charged as the vanguard, and the soldiers spurred on their horses after him. The strategy was all too simple. Laris and the infantry would break down the surrounding fences, palisades, and trenches, and then stop any reinforcements until they died. Shera's unit would climb over their corpses and drive into enemy headquarters, without any expectations to return alive. Every man of Shera's cavalry raised their spears, and ready to charge. Shera glanced over each of them, and nodded just once. "We'll kill as many of the rebel scum as we can lay hands on. I will fight, until I can fight no longer. So stay with me. Thank you for everything. It has truly been a pleasure eating with you all. I'm eternally grateful. It has been an honor to be with you, Colonel. Colonel, thank you very much. Long live Sir Shera. Long live Colonel Shera. All right. Let's go, raise the flags. Shera's cavalry will begin the charge. Kill them all. Begin the charge. Follow the colonel." Shera mustered her strength and galloped her horse. Darius shouted, and the cavalry followed, the sounds of their hoofbeats resounding. Black flags passed through the gates, and white baneful crows sailed out into the open field to bring death to the Liberation Army, to take even one more man down with them. The Cyrus garrison and Shera's cavalry began the assault. Sensing the attack of the kingdom's army, Thina concentrated soldiers in front of headquarters, and ordered them to utilize the built defenses to annihilate them. He planned to kill all of them and not let them break through. He wouldn't let even a single man escape. The enemy is already weakened. Stay calm and snipe them. Shoot them down and kill everyone. Sir Thina, preparations are complete. Good, commence the capture of Cyrus. Take no prisoners, murder them all. Sir. The messenger left. Now that the garrison's main force had sortied, Cyrus' fortress was near empty. It would fall immediately from an onslaught of 30,000. With this time's starvation tactics, he was able to keep the losses of soldiers to an absolute minimum. The siege turned out perfectly. It would be all too simple to drive away the enemy's thoughtless attack. They had built a firm line of defense. Death's cavalry wouldn't be able to make it. The only thing awaiting them was a wretched death. Well, even if they stayed inside the fortress, they would only be heading towards their deaths from a hellish hunger. In fact, we might be considered messiahs for liberating them from their misery. Cuckoo, a messiah that saves death, oh how it makes me laugh. With the most heartfelt laughter, Thina took out his spyglass. The deaths of the kingdom's fools, this had the makings of the ultimate comedy. After Shera and the others sortied, like swarming ants over prey, the Liberation Army surged into Cyrus' fortress. Those that decided to meet their ends here desperately guarded the gates, but they were broken through without any difficulty. There was no longer any need for battering rams. The Liberation Army clung to the gates, and forcibly broke it down with iron sledgehammers. The weakened soldiers were overrun by the Liberation Army with plenty of ardor, and they were mercilessly killed. For the attacking soldiers of the Liberation Army, there were few chances left to make a name for themselves. To be recognized for their valor in battle, they had to thoroughly slaughter everyone. This wasn't a battlefield, just a simple hunting ground. There was no accepting surrender. There was no need to listen to game begging for their lives. The soldiers who threw down their swords and surrendered were kicked and impaled with spears. Their heads were stabbed countless times by swords. Same for the wounded. Taking prisoners was unnecessary. In accordance with Thina's instructions, they slayed all, leaving not one remaining. Amidst all that, there was a group of soldiers that resolutely fought to the end. They differed from the soldiers of the kingdom who ran around trying to escape like scattering baby spiders. In the fortress's courtyard, the 100 took a square formation and boldly continued resisting. Before them lay the dead bodies of Liberation Army soldiers, and right now with ferocious smiles on their faces they were pulling out their spears from freshly killed flesh. Ha ha ha. They've no mettle. Their numbers are great, but after all they're just gathered trash. Were the colonel here, they'd have died in less than a minute. We alone are enough. We should take as many as we can with us. Let's kill even one man more. They, Sherah's cavalry, surrounded the field in a square formation, and in the center of them stood their battle flag. The Liberation Army soldiers around them hesitated in stepping forward. That flag was death's symbol. They would be distinguished if they took it down, but they didn't want to die when they had already won. Those rash for merit that had energetically gone in for the kill had already become pieces of meat. The fortress had largely been suppressed, but only this courtyard continued tenaciously resisting. Even if they suffered wounds, or their numbers dwindled, Sherah's cavalry would never let them approach the field. Death's soldiers feared no one. Note, again, Death's soldiers. With the additional connotation as in those resolved to die, losing his temper, a commander of the Liberation Army appeared, bringing along crossbowmen. Since he didn't think he'd have to use them in a suppression, it had taken time to prepare. It was a disgrace that they hadn't been able to crush them with overwhelming numbers of soldiers. They barely had any strength left in them moreover. You fought well for soldiers of the kingdom. I'll praise you. But this is as far as you go. Crossbowmen, formations. Per the commander's order, the crossbowmen formed 3 ranks, and took aim. The cavalrymen prepared their spears, ready for their time. Long live Colonel Sherah. Victory for the colonel. The cavalrymen chanted in unison, and the commander swung down his sword. The crossbowmen pulled the trigger, and fired. Then a second volley. And a third volley. The first rank reloaded. Sherah's cavalry silently collapsed. Some stabbed their spears in the ground, refusing to topple. These guys will move until the very, very end. Keep on shooting. No need for reserve. The commander, who had heard of the cavalry's abominableness from Thina and Finn, made sure to not get close. He kept a distance and kept on shooting. The cavalrymen's bodies were treated like dummies used for shooting practice, and the crossbowmen sneered as they shot their bolts. After several hundred fired bolts, there was no one alive. Their bodies were like comical hedgehogs. The Liberation Army soldiers laughed. These idiots made us waste time. And all for what? Muttered the commander, detestably looking at the corpses of the cavalrymen. One soldier read the signboard, and spoke up. Your Excellency. It seems this strange garden is the Death God's. Her signature is on it, and it says not to damage it. Ridiculous. They persevered here just to protect a garden? What the heck were they thinking? The deeds of madmen are difficult to understand. The commander spat out in ill humor. All for Colonel Sherah? Ain't they gone crazy? These wealth potatoes? They died for potatoes. One soldier uprooted one of the crops buried in the field like he was touching something filthy, then he crushed it vehemently underfoot. Well, whatever. If these are so important, we'll bury them together. They're abominable soldiers of the Death God, we don't want them resurrecting on us. Understood. Here, we'll burn 'em all. Get out of the way. The soldiers of the Liberation Army kicked the corpses of the cavalry as they collected them in one spot. Sherah's so carefully raised field of wealth potatoes was tragically devastated. They tore the crops to pieces in jest with their swords, dug up the field entirely with their spears, and trampled on the dirt a countless, unfathomable number of times with their boots. They lathered oil on top the dead bodies, and set fire to them along with the wreckages of the crops. All right, go raise our flag atop this fortress. Let the tactician know of our victory. Understood. Damn, finally onward to the royal capital. It's been a while. The infantry followed the commander and began climbing up a tower. Behind them were a blazing mountain of corpses and the burnt ruins of the field. Liberation Army headquarters. Thina doubted his eyes at the situation progressing before his eyes. Impede the enemy with a line of defenses and annihilate them with stationed archers. It should have been so simple. But, what was this scene unfolding before him? He couldn't understand at all. Why? Why can't they be stopped? The kingdom's army were filling up the trenches with corpses, destroying the fences, and getting rid of the palisades, all while withstanding the arrows. All during that, the soldiers were killing in the hundreds. He had received news that the enemy General Larus had already died. Wasn't it strange they hadn't lost the will to fight? Sathina, the enemy are like cornered rats. With their escape routes completely blocked, they can only fight. Shut up. Send more soldiers to the front. They mustn't be allowed to approach. You, understood. Constructing the blockade, eliminating all routes of escape, that was all Thina. It was also he who had ignored their surrender and decided to crush all of them. The surviving infantry of the enemy crashed into his allies' vanguard. Behind them were cavalry hoisting a black flag and kicking up a cloud of dust. They prioritized not victory, but the death and suffering of their sworn enemy, and the blood of his Liberation Army comrades was pointlessly being spilled. Thina regretted his decision, but it was too late. Death's soldiers plunged forward, aiming for his headquarters, creating more sacrifices all the while. The Liberation Army tried to attack them from all sides, but the enemy cavalry's momentum didn't slow. Shit. At this rate. Sathina. The Lion's cavalry. Finn's cavalry has come. What? Just when Thina started thinking about evacuating from headquarters, cavalry flying the flag of the Lion mowed down Death's soldiers. The infantry of the kingdom's army boring into their formation was halted. The soldiers who kept on determinedly advancing, infallible in their impetus, once stopped, were fragile. Sathina. I know. Don't miss this chance, link up with Finn's unit and crush them all at once. Thina suddenly stood up and gave his directive. Heroically swinging his spear, capitalizing on their mobility, and beating down the kingdom's army was Finn and his Lion's cavalry. The enemy's morale was certainly high, but their movements were dull. It seemed they couldn't keep up with cavalry's keen movements. Starvation had doubtlessly sapped away their stamina. Finn cut off the head of a kingdom's soldier. Colonel. The Death God is in front of us. Death's cavalry is rushing forward. Yelled Adjutant Mila while swinging her sword. Death's cavalry was dashing in a straight line, following the road the infantry of the kingdom had opened for them. In front was Shera. She was showering in large volumes of blood spray, her shoulders heaved with her breathing as she spurred on her horse. So death comes last after all. They should have been weakened considerably by starvation. I won't lose this time. Colonel. What? I'm not going alone. This is a fight to the death. Come with me, don't hold back. Sir. Here we go. We'll kill the Death God and make a name for ourselves. Let them know the strength of the Lion's cavalry. Ordered Finn, and the cavalry began charging in compliance. Finn's reputation was already clearly unshakable, but if he killed Shera here, it could be said he'd reached the pinnacle of renown. Dangling before his eyes was fame and glory. He couldn't let this chance escape. 4,000 infantry of the kingdom's army had at last exhausted their stamina, it seemed, and their force was weakening. He should isolate all of them and reliably crush them afterwards. The enemy was surrounded by a force 10 times their number. There was no defeat from the onset. The Lion's cavalry collided with Death's cavalry. Finn decided to aim for Shera, and he tightened his grip on his spear. One blow when they passed each other. He intended to end it there. Shera was holding her scythe to the side horizontally with both hands. Its blade was smeared with blood, and it was harvesting the souls of many. Death God Shera. Your head is mine. Suddenly, Shera threw her scythe high up in front of her. The moment he looked up, promptly, 2 sickles sprouted from both of Finn's shoulders. Shera had thrown 2 small sickles from her waist. What? I don't have time to play with you. My goal is only the Supreme Commander's head. Without looking towards Finn, who collapsed in intense pain, Shera dashed forward with her 1,000 cavalry. Having fallen from his horse, Finn was caked with dirty mud kicked up by the horses. He screamed as he writhed, smearing himself with dirt. Until Mila noticed and rushed over to him, he was tormented by endless pain. Catching her thrown scythe, Shera once again grasped the reins. With Finn's lions' cavalry broken through, Shera advanced towards headquarters, the enemy general's flag fluttering above it, while breaking down the defensive fences. To hold back the enemy hot on her heels, cavalrymen of their own volition decided to stop and turned around. Shera only went forward, and forwards. Those following her were Darius with a little more than 200 riders. The others gave themselves unto death and went to disrupt the enemy's formation. Ha, ha. Almost their colonel. That's shitface Thina's flag. Unfortunate that it's not Altura. Now's not the time to be greedy. It's a miracle we even made it this far. There's no such thing as miracles. Only hatred and determination. She swung her scythe while gritting her teeth. She wouldn't be able to move soon. There wasn't much time left. Brushing away the downpouring arrows, Shera charged forwards. A sharp, angular-faced young man relatively young entered her line of sight. Different from the other soldiers, he was wearing an unwrinkled uniform. His teeth were clenched so hard that blood flowed from his lips. It seemed he was extremely enraged. She thought to throw a sickle, but she had used the last of them on that lion guy earlier. Whatever. It was probably better to gouge out his head with her scythe. Shera held her scythe aloft. One last blow. She had one last blow in her. Her final prey would be this shitface. She would kill him without fail. Her cavalry behind her dwindled in numbers while she continued on. Just a little more. Just a little more. Just several seconds away from her sworn enemy's head, just one more step away. Crossbowmen, fire. At the same time a familiar voice shouted out, several bolts pierced Shera's body. Shera felt like she would fall off her horse from the impact. She gripped the reins and endured. Her world swerved. When she checked the voice's owner, it was the traitor Vander. Shera let out a smile seeing his nostalgic face. Ah, how nostalgic Belter Castle was. Katerina, Sedamo, Yalda. There were so many interesting humans. David, Conrad, Darius. There were so many strange humans. Thina, Vander, Octavio. There were tons of loathsome humans. So many things had happened. In this 1 year, there had really been so many things. She was tired. Blood violently spilled from her mouth, and Shera lay forward on her horse. Even so, she didn't let go of her scythe. The death god's been hit. Take its head, said Vander, and the infantry flooded forward. More bolts were fired for cover. Her cavalry stood in front of her, their arms spread out wide as they died protecting her. Darius took the reins from the collapsed Shera and strongly pulled. Hang in there. Hey! Is this the end? I wonder. Retard. Not yet. We haven't taken that fucker's head yet. But I'm a bit tired. Shut up. I don't want to hear death whining. Hey you, take the colonel and escape. Use everything you got and run away somewhere. But a young rider was confused at Darius's order. He was ready to die. Why did he have to run away? He couldn't understand. He couldn't abandon his comrades and run away. It'll annoy those guys. If she gets away, that shithead is gonna get pissed. Come on, get a move on. Don't turn back. Understood. Picking up Shera's body, the young rider retreated. Several riders followed after to guard him. Darius had a thin smile, and he turned around. He had found a nice place to die. His damn father probably wouldn't complain either if he died protecting a woman. This was the best. Hare, this is the end. Shera, this is for you. Darius and the surviving cavalry squeezed out the last of their strength and charged. They drove onwards into the group of crossbowmen, and they fought hard despite being hailed by arrows. They were almost like evil fiends. They honestly fought hard. To buy time until Shera could escape, they laid waste to Thyna's headquarters. One man killed tens. Actually, even more, and every single man fought like the greatest knights from history. In the end, they were pulled down from their horses by a herd of maddened soldiers, their limbs crucified, and all members died while laughing maniacally. Darius too, not as a man of Madros, but as simply Darius, died fighting. With the enemy annihilated, the Liberation Army headquarters was finally regaining its composure. Freed from the impending fear of death before him, Thyna ran his trembling hand through his hair. "What is this?" Thyna looked over his half-destroyed camp. In front of him were the corpses of Liberation Army soldiers. Their dead faces were of grief. When he looked at the dead bodies of Death's riders, they all died with ridiculing smiles, feeling satisfied. Their faces were like scoffing at Thyna's clumsiness. Vander approached and spoke up. "Sir Thyna, are you injured? What just happened? Was I done in by the death god again? Please calm down. Death was repelled. It is your victory. Does this look like victory to you?"
"I intended to exhaust them by starvation and curb pointless sacrifices, but what is this sorry state? Why didn't I prepare a route of escape?
Why did I turn all of the enemy into death soldiers? Have I become conceited unawares?" 7,000 of Cyrus's garrison was surrounded by 50,000 and starved. But due to the enemy's assault this time, likely over 7,000 had become casualties. Due to Thyna's blunder in judgment, needless sacrifices were paid. He had pointlessly driven the enemy into a corner, and they had all changed into death soldiers. It was an ironclad rule that one way of escape must be provided to the enemy in a siege. Hence he had arranged for an escape route at Belta, leave a mere sliver of hope for the living to guard against the enemy from hardening their resolve and fighting to the death. He should have known this. He couldn't be any more regretful. He had toyed with life, and this was the compensation for his derision. What if he had accepted surrender at that time? Thyna collapsed forward. Nowhere did he look like a victor. Had it been his former self, he wouldn't have made this kind of decision. For the Liberation Army's victory, he should have erased all of his enmity. The Liberation Army was his everything. When had he changed? When had his hatred for death surpassed the lives of his comrades? Thyna agonized at his transformation. But, even so, his hatred for death wasn't disappearing. "Sir Thyna, Shera still hasn't died. Your permission to pursue. I will kill her, and pay tribute to our comrades." Death was still living. That piercing killing intent from earlier flitted across the back of his mind. His back broke out in goosebumps from his fear towards death. "Kill her. No matter the costs. Vander, you must kill her. That thing cannot be left living. You have to kill her," cried Thyna with hollow eyes. His constant calm and collectedness, his composed demeanor, was completely gone. "Leave it to me." Vander took his troops and began pursuit. They raced in the direction Shera had escaped. A small forest region west of Cyrus. Shera and the young rider had escaped there. There were no signs of the other riders. All members had lured the enemy, acting as a diversion, and died in battle. The young soldier propped Shera against a large tree and commenced treatment of her injuries. Her horse had ceased functioning a while ago, as it had been pushed past its limits and was overused. From here on, they had to escape on foot. He carefully pulled out the bolts sticking out of her, took off her armor, and stopped the bleeding one hole at a time. When her barren skin entered his vision, the rider averted his eyes. "You've done enough. The bolts were dipped in poison, it seems. Here is far enough," Shera murmured in a feeble voice. The crossbow bolts had been coated in a deadly poison. It was a fatal weapon the men had prepared against death. The poison rapidly ate into Shera's body. Her little remaining stamina would soon be exhausted, like a candle about to be extinguished. "I cannot do that," This is an order. Rank in an army is absolute. You've done enough. Leave. I'm fine here. She tried to grip her scythe, but no strength entered her hands. She couldn't move any more. The young rider had a resigned expression on his face after some trepidation, and then he lightly smiled. If you die, you won't become hungry anymore, Colonel. The dead don't feel hunger after all. Mischievously muttered the young soldier, and Shara curiously gazed at him. Those words, when and where had she heard them before? Somewhere, some time ago. I promised to treat you to bread and cheese, remember? There's no cheese, but I do have bread. Here. The young rider pushed a truly tiny, crumb of bread into Shara's mouth, and he stood up. The bread was damp with blood, but Shara thought it delicious. The surroundings became noisy. It seemed their broken horse was discovered. The enemy would come here soon. The young rider unsheathed his sword and stood in front of Shara. A commander of the Liberation Army appeared, pushing through the thickets. In his hand was gripped a naked blade glittering with a dangerous light. I finally found you. Hey you, I'll let you go if you escape now. Out of the way. I refuse. I will fight until my end. There's no defeat for Shara's cavalry. I see. Then I won't say anything futile. Die. The Liberation Army commander and the young rider clashed, swords crossed, and a battle to the death unfolded. The young rider had the advantage in enthusiasm, but he was overwhelmingly outclassed in technique, talent, and experience. After exchanging tensome blows, the young rider was cut down. He reached out his hand in Shara's direction as he died. The youth who was saved by death, died protecting death. The Liberation Army commander clenched his sword dripping with fresh blood, and he approached Shara. The man's name was Vander. The human formerly Shara's adjutant. It's been a while, Major. Or rather, you're a colonel now, right? Second Lieutenant Vander. Nope, I've also been promoted. I'm now a major. I finally caught up to you from back then. Vander sheathed his sword and looked down at Shara. Her breathing was as faint as an insect's. Even if he didn't do anything, she would probably die.
The poison bolts had unfailingly gotten through to death. I harbored fear towards you at that time, and I threw myself into the Liberation Army.
However, everywhere I went was the same in the end. There's no such thing as a clean army. To understand that only at this age, I guess I'm also a hopeless human being. Vander told in self-mockery. Having belonged to both armies, he had seen more than enough filth. Thina was the human who bore all of that filth, and Vander under his direct supervision had now also been dirtied. The reason why you became the death god I finally know now, why you hold such animosity towards the Liberation Army, the ones who destroyed your birthplace, were us, the Liberation Army. I was told by Thina. This world is honestly disgusting. There's no justice anywhere. I see, so it was Thina. Murmured Shara, as if engraving it onto herself. She would never forget. Kill, she would absolutely kill him. Yeah. 1 dirtied, 10 sacrificed, and 1,000 saved. This is an inevitability. Someone has to do it. If no one acts, tens of thousands of humans will die at the hands of idiotic politicians. I've made the decision to dirty myself. So. Vander picked up Shara's large scythe next to her. Contrary to its appearance, it was light. It strangely fit in his hands, like he had always been using it. I will kill you. Death's existence isn't needed in the new world. You've killed too many, done too much. Vander placed the scythe's blade against Shara's neck. Shara didn't resist. In Shara's blurry world, Vander appeared distorted. Something which she had a memory of, from somewhere, from some time, possessed Vander a black shadow. Shara turned her eyes towards his neck, and his tender-looking throat. Shara's appetite began welling up from somewhere. A little bit of strength returned to her. Her eyes began glinting with a dark light. I'll at least make it painless, and give you an easy death. Colonel Scherer, this is farewell. The instant Vander held the scythe over his head, Scherer sprung up from the ground. Vander was stunned at a person on the verge of death suddenly moving. The scythe fell from his hands. Scherer's soft, thin arms lovingly wrapped around Vander's neck. Scherer whispered only one word, her warm breath coincidentally caressing his ear. Delicious. Chapter 34, Second Helpings. Report to Altura. The Liberation Army force sent to Cyrus has successfully captured the fortress. The enemy General Larus and Death God Scherer were killed. Also, during the confusion, Major Vander has gone missing. End of transmission. In the chronicles of the Liberation War, Scherer was said to have died in this battle. She abandoned her subordinates and devised to escape alone, whereupon she was surrounded by militiamen, and in the end, was torn limb from limb. It was said that Altura mourned Scherer's blood-stained life, and she erected a tombstone in Cyrus. That the tombstone was nameless was proof of the weight of Scherer's sins. Until the fear of death would vanish from the people's memories, there would be no forgiveness for her, and with this sentence, the story can come to a close. The Liberation Army that had captured Cyrus and Saye marched towards their ultimate goal. Royal capital Blanca, with Altura in tow. With complete control over the court, Farzam had in essence staged a coup d'état and confined King Christoph. The royal capital Blanca surrendered without resistance. On which occasion, Barbour committed suicide. He was appalled that he couldn't keep his promise with Yalda, and he ended his life. Barbour, who had pursued promotions and had his ambitions granted exactly as he desired, in his final moments, was deprived of his power and died without anyone to care for him. The Liberation Army was welcomed amidst wholehearted cheers from the capital's citizens. There was no one who called them the rebel army. Everyone ushered them in, brimming with the feeling of liberation. The kingdom was forsaken by the citizens at their very own doorstep. The streets teemed with cheers welcoming heroes. "We have been waiting for you, Princess Altura. We vassals all present swear our allegiance." Bringing along his personal retainers, Farzam greeted Altura's company. Vina coldly stared at him, and ordered for the man in front of him to be restrained. "Arrest the wicked retainer Farzam and his gang. He's the culprit behind the misgovernment. There's no need to listen to his excuses. This is different from what we agreed on. Vina. Did you think only you would be forgiven after all you've done? Your sins deserve 1,000 deaths. Don't screw around. Do you know what'll happen if you kill me? Princess. Do you mean to drag this country into another war?" Deciding that speaking with Vina was useless, Farzam looked to Altura, his expression desperate. Altura glared at Farzam, and said, "General Bourbon and General Octavio weren't like you. We have exchanged messages that say they would work with us, same with the dignitaries of the royal capital. Thanks to your unsightly desire for self-protection, we were able to avoid shedding unnecessary blood. For that, I thank you. You planned on using me from the start. It's the deceived fault for being deceived. Wasn't that the very ideal which you acted upon? General Octavio, please restrain this fool at once." Apathetically threw out Vina, and Octavio put his hand on his sword. "Leave it to me. Prime Minister Farzam, you've prepared yourself? Oh, Octavio, you bastard, have you forgotten who helped you? I'm not sure what you mean. I've only sworn loyalty to Princess Altura, the rightful successor to the throne. What reason could I have to be scorned by a rebel who wielded tyranny? None." Octavio snickered. While Farzam had been buying time, Vina iconically had been advancing his schemes in the kingdom's army. Farzam was nothing more than clown manipulated by one man. This man who had crawled up by using other people collapsed. Armed Liberation Army soldiers crowded around him. "Your crimes for driving several tens of thousands of civilians to their deaths will never be forgiven. Prime Minister Farzam. Until Judgment Day, repent your own doings. This won't be forgiven. Octavio. Vina. One day, You will become just like me. Remember this. And you, Altora, don't think you can live in your pretty fantasies forever. What are you talking about? Altora had a dubious expression on her face, and Farzam slandered more, losing his temper. You probably don't know all the things your soldiers have done under the name of justice. You foolish little girl, dash. Guards. Take this man away. Don't let him tell any more lies. Vina ordered the guards, butting in, and Farzam was dragged away. Sir. Come along. Shit. I'm the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, I'll have you know. Not a single man stood up for Farzam, and only death awaited this man who was abandoned even by his own direct followers. Before carrying out his execution, Vina next to his ear revealed everything about his identity to the bawling, struggling Farzam. Who he was, why he deceived him, and why he had to die. Farzam's eyes opened wide in shock, and he looked hard at the man who had once been his subordinate and had now taken the name of Vina. In his days, Farzam was put to the guillotine and executed. For the man who had risen up to Prime Minister from a simple page, it was too quick an end considering his selfish use of authority. As for King Christoph, he stayed silent, saying nothing, and he awaited his judgment day without any resistance. Despite being in a position that ought to have governed the country, he hadn't concerned himself with politics, oppressed the people, and was convicted as a criminal who killed several tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for his verdict to be anything other than death. 2 weeks after the royal capital's liberation, Christoph was publicly put to the guillotine, and he passed away together with his infamy. It was also the moment Vina's revenge was complete. Having treated him, a man who worked his body to the bone as part of their spy network, as a disposable piece and throwing him away, were Farzam and Christoph. In the name of justice, Vina had admirably slain these two evil sinners. After the king's execution, the royal capital broke out into a large-scale celebratory festival. It was the advent of a new age. A future overflowing with hope. Everyone's eyes were glittering, and they all had grand smiles. It proclaimed the end of their days of suffering, and that the war was over. All that was left was to rebuild. The first imperial prince Alexander Kieland, who had become hostage, was released. Afterwards, due to the efforts of Alan, a peace treaty was signed. The kingdom would change. Under their beautiful hope, Altora, the kingdom would be newly reborn. It was the birth of Queen Altora and the new U's kingdom. The whole kingdom was greatly excited, and they celebrated the birth of the new kingdom and their new queen. New U's kingdom, History Compilation Room. By Vina's order, this established department was given the duty of accurately conveying the new kingdom's rise for future generations. Aiming for a kingdom which would last even 1,000 years, Vina had to properly leave a record of the Liberation War. He gave instructions for all the events from their uprising to the royal capital's liberation to be put together as the Chronicles of the Liberation War. In the compilation room, the chief secretary was hollering at an aged, obstinate man. He wanted his own personal opinion put in, so he was making the man do some retouching. How many times are you going to make me say it? I told you not to write down your own opinions. Correct every passage that I've marked. Chief Secretary. I have been writing down the correct history. There are no errors. Whether or not it's correct is up to me to decide. All you have to do is write down the truth, then there is no need for amendment. I have not written any fabrications. For the death god, everything besides that she was a female officer should be left unclear. Unnecessary matters like she was a girl born in a farming village doesn't need to be written. But that is fact. I have found that in documents and have also conducted interviews. You fool. All the leaders of the kingdom fought only in their self-interests. We don't have to leave a record of anything else. You should describe in detail how marvelous the leaders of the Liberation Army fought instead. That would be too one-sided. I don't approve of the necessity of these amendments. There's no point in records if they aren't compiled from a neutral standpoint. The chief secretary brought up another passage he demanded be revised. The Liberation Army aimed for the opening created by the skirmish between the kingdom and the empire and made an armed uprising in Salvador Fortress. This is false. The Liberation Army was desperately begged by the people, and revolted reluctantly. They didn't exercise armed might for personal desires. Don't be mistaken. The truth is the truth. Furthermore, about the Tanang Rebellion, the actual event is still unclear. We have to investigate the details more, stated the old secretary, and the chief let out that it wasn't required. The actual happenings are clear. It's evident that the thieving commander of Belter at that time, David, gave the instructions for it. There are plenty of witnesses too. There is no precise evidence that David gave the instructions for it. What's for sure is that there were victims and that the soldiers of the kingdom committed the massacre. There's all your objective evidence. In the first place, the beginnings are obscure. Why would the feudal lord of Tanang attack the peasants? The marching peasants were large in number, and he should have known what would happen if he used violence on them. Furthermore, there should have been a temporary levy going on, but there exists no records of that. Just where did all the stolen goods go? There are too many points of uncertainty. Humph, not a problem. The feudal lord probably used it all to enrich his own lifestyle. That man only thought about himself. The secretary didn't agree, and he threw down the documents, unable to keep up with the chief secretary's farce. The biggest point of doubt is why the peasants raised the flag of the Liberation Army in Tanang after the uprising. Who had possession of a battle flag? The events went too favorable. It's almost like the Liberation Army went into Belter knowing that. The chief violently slapped the desk, cutting off the secretary's words. Shut up. Listen, I don't care if you're here or not, I have plenty of replacements for you. If you won't agree, then leave this job right now. I don't people like you who still have attachments to the former kingdom. How stupid. I'd prefer that 100 times over writing a fabricated history. I'll be excusing myself. Good for you that you can write your fabled history then. Aim for a country that stands 1,000 years. It'll be lucky to even survive 100. You bastard, you know what's going to happen to you, right? Please feel free. At this age, I don't have any attachments to this world. Your threats don't scare me. Tearing and throwing away the compiled documents, the old secretary departed from the room. After violently closing the door, he sighed with a somber expression on his face. History is written by the winners, and so nothing will change. It's important to study from and reflect on history, and not repeat the same mistakes. Why can't that be understood? The expressions of passing officers were all cheerful. All was good and fine now, but one day, they would probably repeat the same mistakes once more. That was why an accurate history had to be written, to also leave a warning. Why didn't they understand that? They didn't try to understand. Perhaps it's not that they won't change, it's that they can't change. And so they foolishly repeat their mistakes. How absolutely futile. A portrait of Altura decorated the royal palace's hall. Would nothing really change in the end? While praying that his own fears would end as needless anxiety, he gazed at the painting of their symbol of hope. During the celebratory festival, Viner had conducted a meeting with the influentials of royal capital Blanca. He was returning back to the royal palace, and nearby he had brought along his armed agents. There was a reason why it was so risky that he even had to attach guards to himself. The other day, the hideous corpse of the turncoat General Octavio was discovered. In addition, in the barracks teeming with soldiers, he was found in his office, which was under strict guard. It seemed Octavio had suffered agonizing torture, and he had died a horrifying death beyond description. Viner imposed a strict gag order and searched for the criminal. But the investigation wasn't going well. There was no human in the new kingdom who would seem to benefit from killing Octavio now that he had lost his political power. Was it a murderer killing indiscriminately under the grips of madness? Or was there some kind of grudge? Either way, this was a worrying matter. Consequently, The guards attached to key figures of the new kingdom were further reinforced as a precautionary measure. I don't know where that lunatic came from, but that way of killing is unlike the work of a humans. Was it the devil or death? Whispered Viner, and sudden chills ran down his spine. This was the main street of the royal capital. The figures of people that had been here earlier were no longer. Late at night, though it may be, it was unnatural. The taverns were still open, and there should be customers. There had even been a depressing amount of inviting prostitutes. The current situation was one that would never happen in the pleasure quarters late at night. So why? The fog deepened. Before he knew it, a heavy fog that couldn't be thought natural had sprung forth all around him. The disguised Viner was wearing light clothes a merchant would wear. For weapons, he only had a dagger concealed between under his clothes. Sensing himself in peril, Viner snapped his fingers, giving the signal to the agents hidden nearby. He looked around, and gave the signal once more. Someone. Respond. He tried calling out directly in a loud voice. No response. Was there no one here? Viner heightened his vigilance. In the fog in front of him, a black silhouette began to appear. It's useless. I've killed everyone. You're the only one left. A high-pitched voice like a female's addressed him. Who's there? Agents, kill this person. Someone. Can't you hear me? Viner panicked and called out to the bodyguards around him. There was no response from anyone. I've killed that trash Octavio, so I thought I'd get my revenge on you afterwards. I've come all the way here, just for you. A short human silhouette appeared in the fog, and one more shadow, an inhuman monster, clad in black, tattered robes and carrying a large scythe. The girl and Death's two shadows approached Viner. Death God, Sherazade. Why, you're still living? I got something to eat again and got better. Ah, so delicious. A taste I'd never tire of no matter how many times I've had it. Come now, shall we start? Vanda's gone and waiting ahead for you. Vanda? Why you? Don't tell me, you ate Vanda? You mad woman. Screamed Viner in question, and Shera smiled in rejection. What I ate was a more different thing. Also, I don't eat humans. Doesn't that just sound all kinds of disgusting? Don't fuck with me. Return to hell, you cheater of death. Viner drew his dagger and pointed it at Death. He couldn't die here. This was the beginning. He would aid Altora, carry out a righteous regime, and make the new kingdom flourish. He didn't want to die. He was scared of dying. Wasn't this the start of where he would seize prosperity? It was for that sake he had worked and wagered his everything. He had smeared himself in filth and stuck it out to the end. Until he built the foundation, the foothold for his 1,000-year kingdom, he couldn't die. There was no way he could die. Fufu, your face says you really don't want to die. But, it'll be all right. I'll help you want to die. The thrusted, naked blade was easily intercepted by Death. Viner put more strength in, desperately trying to make something happen. He clenched his teeth. I can't die yet. I will live until I build the foundation for the new kingdom. So I will. No. I had decided that I would to kill you. Don't think you'll die comfortably. I'll take my time, and slowly finish you off. Cry as much as you want. You don't need to hold back. Kay? Don't you get it? If you kill me, all the paid sacrifices up until now will be rendered worthless. If it's me, I can save several thousands, no, several tens of thousands. Silence. As if to say he was hurting her ears, she grabbed Viner's dagger, and took it away. Death dripped red blood. She stroked her prey's face with wet hands. She stabbed a knife into his shoulder. Viner screamed in pain. Gwa. 1 dirtied, 10 sacrificed, and 1,000 saved, said Vanda. That was your teaching, right? She brought her face as close as she could to Viner's. She looked straight at him with eyes swirling with madness, hatred, and bloodthirst. Hi. Just my opinion, but to end it was just one dirtied is kind of unfair. So. Stop. Shara and Death's shadow overlapped, and became one. She took out a crude, small sickle from her waist, she smiled at her sacrifice, and Death began her work. Several hours later, when the thick fog cleared from the main street, there was Thina, a ruin of what he once was. A manner of death exactly the same as Octavio. His face in death was far from peaceful. Tactician Thina, the key figure behind their victory in the Liberation War, died an unnatural death without witnessing the growth of the new kingdom. Officially, he was treated as having died due to an accident, and Death never appeared in the royal capital afterwards. Altura mourned Thina's death and held a large funeral ceremony. The seat of Prime Minister prepared for him would be left vacant for the time being. The death of their mastermind hit Altura extremely hard. In this most important time, a reliable person had disappeared. It was written in the chronicles of the Liberation War that the tactician was rich in decisiveness, abundant in wit, and overflowing with loyalty, and was an exemplar counselor who supported his queen from the shadows. The reality aside, it was true that he was acknowledged by the people of that time. Whether the person himself was satisfied with that or not, only he would know. As the new U's kingdom led by Altura took an affirmative stance on polytheism, the Star Church gradually began to see her as hostile. The deciding factor came when the large amount of monetary donations started by Christoph were put to an end. The Star Church announced the repealment of their protection. Thereafter, their relationship completely deteriorated. Altura found herself in an awkward situation, branded a heretic by the Star Church. Also, infighting between the bigwigs of the former kingdom and the new kingdom intensified, and Altura was forced to suffer at the helm all that. Those that Thina had forcefully suppressed instantly rose up. Politics was a choice of give and take. A world where everyone could be happy doesn't even exist. Caught between her dreams and reality, she distressed, suffered, and finally despaired, and she fell sick due to anxiety. She left the world at a young age of 30, and her young, eldest son under the guardianship of Alan became the new king after her. It seemed that the disputes between fellow statesmen had settled for the meantime, but this was the era of intensifying antagonism towards national interests, religion, and race. What Altura aimed for, a world where no one had to suffer, where everyone could have hope, was a far-off reality. After 30 years passed, when the memories of the Liberation War grew hazy, history repeated itself. The new kingdom hadn't reached that of 1,000 years. After the death of Alan, who managed substantially government affairs, the empire strengthened its activities and once again applied pressure that it would swallow up the kingdom. The kingdom gave in to its threats and accepted various demands, and the finances of the kingdom began to grow dire. To compensate, they were forced to once again raise the lowered taxes temporarily. Many lords took the opportunity to declare independence in opposition to the kingdom's effeminate policies, and the kingdom was again thrown into a state of civil war. And the fatal blow was when the kingdom arbitrarily carried out a policy oppressing the Star Church. They recklessly imposed a religion tax. Every believer must offer a fixed amount of money to the kingdom. Your faith in the kingdom will then be guaranteed. In response to the kingdom's called upon persecution, the Star Church declared separation from the new kingdom. Oppose the unjust persecution, and wipe out the heretics with armed force, was the edict handed down to all believers. As a result, it became a frequent occurrence where adherents of the Star Church would make armed uprisings within the kingdom. Influential lords also joined in their groups, and armed uprisings finally became a full-on revolution. This was the end of the temporary peace. Cyrus Castle, with black smoke rising from it. In front of a nameless tombstone covered in moss, was a lone female officer. She wasn't there to pray. She merely observed it, staring unwaveringly, and seemingly very intrigued. A sorcerer wrapped in pink robes approached the female officer. Her robe had the emblem of the Star Church emblazoned on it. As her face was concealed by the hood, it was hard to tell, but her sickly pale neck peeped through. "Your Excellency. You be looking at?" "Just looking at this. I heard there was something interesting here, so I've been looking for it. It seems to be my grave, this thing." The female officer took out a book and threw it to the sorcerer. Chronicles of the Liberation Ver was written on it. After having a look at its contents, the sorcerer humphed in displeasure. Flames welled up from her hands and incinerated the book in a second. "This kind of worthless book shouldn't exist in this world. It's a vulgar book with liberal fabrications. Please be at ease, I will put together Your Excellency's history one day. It would be something magnificent, glorious, and mind-boggling," she thought, but she didn't vocalize it. If she accidentally let it out, before it became famous, it would all be over before it even began. "Despite being dead, you're quite hot-blooded. Is that just how it is, I wonder?" "Sir. That is how it is. After I've gotten this body, my brutal side has more or less increased." "I see," whispered the female officer, and she stood up, swung her scythe, and pulverized the gravestone. She didn't need such sham made by trash. There was something more appropriate for them after all. "Your face looks quite refreshed. And with your complexion so bad too. If Your Excellency weren't here, I would have done it." Under her hood, she pushed up her glasses. Her lips were sharply bent. "If I left it to you, even the fortress would have been blown away, so I did it. This is my treasured home after all." She brushed back her brownish hair that was longer than before and stretched. The wind was refreshing, and the sunlight warm. Good produce would surely grow, even if they were to wither, even if they were burned to the ground, they could just plant more. "You'll stay here, after the battle's end?" "MHM. I have to keep my promise with them. I'll make a field of potatoes that'll cover the fortress. The harvested potatoes will be enjoyed by me and my comrades. Since you're dead, I wonder if you won't partake?" She made an impish smile, and the sorcerer looked sour. "I am Your Excellency's adjutant. Of course I would love to partake. I would follow you to the ends of the earth. But, the dead don't feel hungry, right? I heard that long ago." "No, they do. I get even more hungry because I'm dead. I know, because I've died." "Is that so? That's a new discovery. Then I'll give you these." She took out 2 walnuts from a cloth bag and handed them to the sorcerer, a sorcerer of the dead. Thank you very much." "Why?" "Why?" The sickly-looking woman happily began rolling them in her hand with a smile on her face. "If I'm not careful, you'll be rolling something else immediately. I thought I told you to stop, it's a bad habit. Please excuse me. How many times do I have to say it, I wonder?" A messenger clothed in black priest's robes came along to these two who were having a light-hearted conversation. "Your Excellency. Preparations to sortie are in order." "Got it. Tell Veloce we'll be there shortly. Note. Pronunciation. Sir." Veloce Gale lead Black Heavy Infantry and was a female officer who had inherited her grandfather's rough disposition. She would probably have a large influence in this battle too, as the successor of the indomitable Yalda. Seeing the messenger run off, the necromancer spoke up. "And so it ends, maybe." "No, it only begins. The massacre of those guys of the rebel army. We'll be busy. Please leave it to me. I'll make it up to you for that time. I'm expectant. If you want, you should take command with Veloce. I'm not suited towards such things. I will decline. I feel like I excused myself before too though." "Really? Can't be helped then." Her mantle fluttering, Death shouldered her scythe and began calmly walking. After her followed the necromancer reverentially. And behind them, their bodies covered in black armor, marched ranks of her martyrs. Death casually looked at the sky, and a white crow was circling the top tower. A black battle flag with a white crow coat of arms triumphantly waved atop it. "It seems like there won't be a third time." Death smiled in sheer happiness. The new Yu's kingdom wasn't as strong as their days in the Liberation War, and the families of the chief generals and the royal family were all killed. The bloodline of the Yu's kingdom had completely come to an end. The families of heroes too, chiefly Beiruz and Finn, were practically wiped out. The grandchildren of the heroes who fought for the people were ironically killed by those very people. The armed uprising of adherents of the Star Church spread to the Empire and the Union too, and the Mundo Novo continent fell into a state much like a cauldron of hell. Conflict over hegemony broke out under the banner of the Star Church, and it became an era where rival warlords sought to expand their territory. It seemed there was still some way to go before the advent of a peaceful era. Also, in a group of the Star Believers Revolution, there was someone said to have looked like the Death God, but details are entirely unclear. It was only written down in Star Church documents that a young female general wielding a scythe and her black cavalry had made accomplishments none other could match. After obtaining control over the royal capital, it was only recorded that she and her troops disappeared somewhere. The name of the female general was not left behind. Though, a strange anecdote remained that the night before all news of them was cut off, there was a bustling celebration held in the ruins of a certain estate. Death keeps her promises. Credits. Many thanks to the translator Kian Wajier for the translation EPUB created by Vesper. Creation date, the 30th of May 2016. The 30th of May 2016. The 30th of May 2016. The 30th of May